Chapter 24-26. Qin Feiyang glanced at the big black wolf. Although this guy likes to show off, its loyalty is still good. Let it be. Anyway, these people need to be taught a lesson. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man again. The divine stone of fate, this thing is not ordinary. Controlling the divine stone of fate is equivalent to controlling the entire dragon god palace. Now, he couldn't help but start to doubt the young man's motives. Did the young man enter the dragon god palace for the divine stone of fate? But that's not right. If it's really for the divine stone of fate, why didn't he leave now that he got it? Who exactly is this person? Also, this person mentioned his parents before. If he himself was so strong, then how strong were his parents? Mystery. I can't figure it out at all. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. Let's not care about this first, let's remove the divine stone of fate first. Because no one knows if the young man will return the divine stone of fate to the dragon god palace master. If it is returned to the dragon god palace master, then he and the big black wolf will definitely be threatened by the dragon god palace master. Or even directly erase their divine souls. And it is impossible for him to stay with the young man every day. There is no way to prevent this. So, when it comes to life and death, he can't rely on luck. At this point, Qin Feiyang's mind moved and secretly operated the slave seal. Crack. The shackles that bound the divine soul were shattered at once. At the same time, the young man opened his eyes with a trace of suspicion and took out the divine stone of fate. He can actually sense it. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Fortunately, the person controlling the divine stone of fate is the young man. If it is the dragon god palace master, there will definitely be big trouble. The young man looked at the divine stone of fate for a while, then suddenly turned his head to glance at Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of meaning in his lazy eyes. But he didn't say anything, put away the divine stone of fate, closed his eyes and dozed off. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know the identity of the young man, at least for now, this person has no ill intentions towards him. If you follow us in the future, you might have a way out. But if you dare to go against us, you won't even know how you died. Do you understand? The big black wolf was still acting cool. Valiant, high-spirited, and awe-inspiring. Understood. The group of people nodded repeatedly. The big black wolf smiled proudly, jumped down from the snow python's head, ran to Qin Feiyang's side, and laughed. I never thought that there would be a day where I could be arrogant in the dragon god palace. This time, I can really hold my head up high. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, be careful. The higher you jump, the more painful it will be when you fall. Of course not. The big black wolf shook its head. With the young man's support, who would dare to scheme against it? Qin Feiyang shook his head. This damned dog was a classic example of not shedding tears until it entered the coffin. It was true that he had the support of the young man now, but what about in the future? Who could guarantee that the young man would always protect them? In the end, he might even become the young man's enemy. Life was unpredictable. Lord Wolf, what should we do next? We can't just stand here forever. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Originally, they wanted to ask the young man, but the young man was sleeping. Who dared to disturb him? So they took a step back and asked Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. The big black wolf couldn't handle it. It didn't know anything about the dragon god palace. How would it know how to deal with it? Qin Feiyang was also at a loss. Long Chang was supposed to lead the way, but Long Chang was dead. Long Chang's death was not a big deal, because there was still the dragon god palace master. But the dragon god palace master had also been beaten away. There was no other way. They couldn't just barge in recklessly. Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of air breaking, an old man with white hair and a pure white robe, who looked like an immortal, flew over. Everyone looked at the old man. The white-robed old man landed on the sea of clouds with a kind face, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. His aura is very strong. The big black wolf whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded. The aura exuded by this old man was not inferior to the snow python at all. He must also be a peak ninth heaven realm. I am the Deputy Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace. I have specially come to greet the Palace Master. As the white-robed old man spoke, he looked at the young man lying on the snow python's head. What? Palace Master? The Dragon God Palace Master really agreed to let him be the Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace. Everyone was stunned. They all thought that the Dragon God Palace Master would take this matter as a joke. But they didn't expect that he would send someone to welcome him in the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf also looked at each other. What did the Dragon God Palace Master want to do? The Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace was the most important position in the Dragon God Palace. How could he be so careless? Big brother. Is this what the Dragon God Palace Master plans to do? Agree to the young man first, hold him down, and wait for the Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons to come, then slowly settle the score. The big black wolf transmitted its voice. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Not bad, you know how to think about problems. This emperor is smart, okay? It's just that I don't like to use my brain usually. The big black wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, looking at the white-robed old man. Don't say it. Maybe it was just as the big black wolf said, this was just a delaying tactic. Looking at the young man again. His eyes were closed, and there was no reaction at all. Snore. There was even a faint snoring sound. Obviously. He fell asleep again. The white-robed old man smiled helplessly, looked at everyone, and said, "Follow this old man." With that, the white-robed old man turned and flew towards the first island on the opposite side. The group of people hurriedly followed. Big brother, I don't seem to feel the aura of a divine dragon on him. The big black wolf stared at the back of the white-robed old man and muttered. I don't feel it either. I think he's not a divine dragon, but a human. Qin Feiyang said. The big black wolf said in surprise, a human can also get to the position of the Deputy Palace Master of the Law Enforcement Palace? What does that have to do with anything? The Deputy Palace Master doesn't have much real power. As long as the Palace Masters of the various halls are dragons, then the entire Dragon God Palace is basically under the control of the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. In name only. The big black wolf nodded in realization. Don't worry about this for now, bear with it, don't say anything, I'll help you remove the fate contract. Qin Feiyang secretly said, and then formed a seal with both hands. So fast. The big black wolf was slightly stunned, and then mentally prepared himself. Qin Feiyang glanced in front of him, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he pressed the slavery seal into the top of the big black wolf's head. The big black wolf's face suddenly became distorted. He finally knew that the way to remove the fate contract was to use the slavery seal. Crack. Very soon. The fate contract that bound the big black wolf was also removed. It's good to regain my freedom. The big black wolf couldn't help but want to roar. Wait. Big brother. If the fate contract is removed, how are we going to pass through the entrance in the future? Only those who signed the fate contract could freely enter and exit. But now that the fate contract was gone, that meant that they would never be able to leave the Dragon God Palace again. Isn't that the same as trapping themselves in a cage? Don't worry. I already knew that there would be a way. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. All right then. This emperor will be in charge of raiding and robbing. The big black wolf snickered. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, he had never seen him think of anything good. A few moments later. Under the guidance of the white-robed old man, they finally arrived at the first island. Above the island, there were a lot of people standing there, curiously looking at Qin Feiyang's group. This place is called the first island of the Dragon God Palace. Everyone who enters the Dragon God Palace starts from here. Wait a bit, you guys can go find a cave and rest first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask the master of the first island, or ask those old people who came in before you. The white-robed old man turned to look at everyone and smiled. Someone asked, what about the other islands? The other islands are all better than the first island, but you'll have to rely on your own ability to meet certain requirements before you can enter. Do your best. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, he looked at the snow python and said, bring the palace master and follow me. He's not with us. The big black wolf was stunned and hurriedly asked. Of course. He's now the law enforcement palace master of our Dragon God Palace, naturally he won't stay with you disciples. The white-robed old man said, then turned and flew towards the Dragon God Palace. The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang for help. Go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Sigh. The snow python sighed and could only carry the young man and fly towards the white-robed old man. It couldn't stay in the Dragon God Palace for a moment longer. But it had no choice, the young man was sleeping on its head, how could it dare to escape? The newcomer is here. Quick, quick, quick. Prepare the welcoming ceremony. As soon as the white-robed old man left, the people on the island became excited. Welcoming ceremony? There's no need for that. Someone said with a smile. No, no, no. It wasn't easy for you to pass the assessment, no matter what, we have to welcome you to show our respect. Are you ready? The people on the island laughed. It's embarrassing. All right. It's hard to refuse such kindness, we're ready. The group of 4,000 to 5,000 people all had smiles on their faces. These disciples of the Dragon God Palace were quite easy to get along with. Step back. Qin Feiyang glanced at the people on the island, said something to the big black wolf and silently stepped back. What are you doing? Isn't this a welcoming ceremony? The big black wolf was suspicious. This kind of welcoming ceremony is definitely not a good thing. Qin Feiyang laughed. He remembered that there was also such a welcoming ceremony in the spiritual state sacred palace. And this welcoming ceremony was a foot-washing ceremony. At that time, he was caught off guard and his whole body was wet. However, those who splashed the water to wash his feet also paid a heavy price. So, he wouldn't suffer the same loss twice. The ceremony begins. Brother, don't be shy, throw it. With a loud roar, almost everyone standing above the island took out a colorful balloon from their interspatial ring. Then, they grabbed the balloons and threw them at the 4,000 to 5,000 people. Balloons? Is it so childish? The 4,000 to 5,000 people were still laughing. Whoosh! When those balloons hit their bodies, they immediately exploded. Orange-yellow water splashed out like a waterfall. Except for Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, almost everyone was completely wet. Chapter 24-27. Sure enough. All of them aren't young anymore, yet they're still playing such childish tricks. Wait. This isn't right. What's this smell? The group of people smelled the odor on their bodies, and their faces suddenly changed. This isn't water. This is, immediately. Everyone raised their heads and glared at the people on the island. What's wrong? Are you satisfied with this welcome ceremony? This is something we specially collected from the beasts. The people on the island laughed mockingly. You bastards! Someone roared. Aya, aya. Don't look like you're going to bite people. When we entered the Dragon God Palace before, we also received this treatment. Do you know why there is such a different welcome ceremony? It's because of the dragons. The dragons want to humiliate us on purpose. Entering the Dragon God Palace, we have already lost our dignity as human beings because we are traitors to humanity. And doing this again is to completely destroy our last trace of dignity. In the future, we will be like dogs, listening to their orders and working for them. The people on the island said. Hearing these words, the 4,000 to 5,000 people fell silent. Now do you feel that the Dragon God Palace is not as good as you thought before? That's for sure. Once upon a time, we were just like you, full of longing for the Dragon God Palace. Let's not talk too much, at least have a little respect. But that's not the case. When you enter the Dragon God Palace, you will know how cruel this place is, and how lowly humans are. To say something that you can't accept, we're worse than animals. But so what? There's no turning back. So, the same goes for all of you. From now on, be obedient dogs of the dragons. Ha, this is the price to pay for entering the Dragon God Palace. It's too late to regret. Accompanied by loud laughter, the people standing on the island disappeared into the mountains below like lightning. Damn, fortunately, Big Brother, you had the foresight. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Big Black Wolf looked at those embarrassed people and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Sigh. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. He glanced at the 4,000 or 5,000 people in front of him, and there was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. They all came here with dreams. He knew it too. Entering the Dragon God Temple, for example, would be met with contempt by the dragons. But just like what those people said before, even though humans were ruled by dragons, at the very least, they would at least leave them some dignity. But as soon as he entered the Dragon God Palace, he received a sharp warning. It turned out that everything was just a figment of his imagination. The real Dragon God Temple was a place filled with darkness and no dignity. That's right. In the Dragon God Temple, they were just dogs raised by the dragons. Many people began to regret their decision. In order to come to this place, he had gone through a dangerous trial, but what did he get in return? It was humiliation. He didn't even have the chance to be a human anymore. But was it too late to regret it now? It was too late. Qin Feiyang shook his head, retracted his gaze, looked at the big black wolf and said, "Let's go." All right. The big black wolf laughed gloatingly and followed Qin Feiyang towards the island. They did not choose to directly pass through, but to bypass those people. Why aren't they splashed? What's this? Why are we the only ones who are splashed and they aren't? Suddenly, someone discovered Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Seeing that they were clean, a trace of hostility immediately crept up on their faces. A portion of them even rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. What are you doing? The big black wolf was shocked and quickly shouted. What are we doing? Since we've all come to the Dragon God Temple, we naturally have to share it together. Someone laughed sinisterly. Scram! The big black wolf roared. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. After knowing the true face of the Dragon God Temple, these people's mentality collapsed, and they were probably going crazy. We're all drenched, but you guys are fine. You must have known about it long ago. If you knew, why didn't you tell us? Watching us make a fool of ourselves. You guys are really sinister. More and more people joined in. Finally, almost everyone moved. They surrounded Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, all of them full of hostility. The big black wolf could not help but panic, and said, "If you want to die, then come. What are you relying on to be so arrogant? That young man? It's a pity that he's not here anymore. Besides, I don't care now. You've even become a dog, are you still afraid of death? Damn it, go to hell." 4,000 to 5,000 people laughed sinisterly as they crazily charged towards Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. Why are they still fighting? Do you still need to think? It must be a mental breakdown. Crazy. The people on the island heard the commotion and ran out one after another. Looking at the chaotic sky above the sea of clouds, there was no sympathy on their faces. Big brother. What should we do? These people are really crazy. The big black wolf said anxiously. In just an instant, his entire body was covered in blood. Because among these people, there were not only war gods and divine lords, but also paragon gods. And there were quite a few of them. There were even more than a dozen perfected paragon gods. With the strength of Qin Feiyang in it, if they did not think of a way, they would definitely die. The most important thing was now. He could not let Fire Lotus come out to help, nor could he use Fire Lotus's axe. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely ugly. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that something like this would happen. Boom! Suddenly, a greater success paragon god charged over. The big black wolf's expression changed, and it hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feiyang. The greater success paragon god slapped the big black wolf's body. The big black wolf's body shattered on the spot, leaving only its head. Run! The big black wolf roared. Bastard! Qin Feiyang's eyes instantly turned red. He sent the big black wolf's head into the ancient castle, then waved his hand. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan appeared. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Qin Feiyang shouted. What? He has 2 early stage 9 Heaven's Realm experts by his side. The people on the island were shocked. Yes. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan responded respectfully. Waves of divine power roared out. Ah! Accompanied by miserable howls, the 4,000 to 5,000 people shattered in the void one after another. Their blood was like a downpour, dyeing the void and the sea of clouds red. How ruthless! He's a fierce person. The people on the island could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Stop! Suddenly, a loud roar exploded somewhere on the first island, followed by a terrifying aura. This voice, it's the island master. The eyes of the people on the island trembled. They seemed to be extremely wary. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan looked at the island in shock, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, what should we do? Continue. Qin Feiyang was expressionless. Yes. The two nodded. Of the 4,000 to 5,000 people, only a little more than 1,000 people were left. Don't kill us. We didn't mean to. At this moment, they had already woken up. Looking at Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, their eyes were filled with fear. Sorry. This is the young master's order. The two said coldly. Their divine power turned into a wave of anger, sweeping across the sky and drowning the 1,000 people in an instant. Ah! Accompanied by countless screams, the bodies of the 1,000 people were shattered on the spot. In just a few blinks of an eye, the people who entered the Divine Dragon Palace this time were all killed. The void here was filled with a thick blood mist, like azure hell. After killing, Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan retreated behind Qin Feiyang and stood respectfully. However, there was a faint trace of worry on their faces. Qin Feiyang scanned the island and said without turning his head, You guys go and take a look at the big wolf dog's injuries. All right. The two nodded. After sending the two to the castle, Qin Feiyang stepped forward and walked towards the island step by step. Can't he keep a low profile? All right. Then let's keep a high profile. Am I seeing things? He's actually just a low-level war god. Wait. It's true. Unbelievable, a low-level war god is actually so powerful. The people on the island were dumbfounded. To this, Qin Feiyang ignored them and stepped into the sky above the island. Swish! It was also at this moment. A burly man with a bare upper body and a pair of black underpants descended in front of Qin Feiyang. He was about 2 meters tall and looked to be in his 40s. His entire body was filled with an explosive power. He looked at the blood mist above the sea of clouds and his face immediately darkened. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You killed them all? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Impudent. The middle-aged man was furious. If he killed them all, wouldn't that mean that he had worked for nothing this time? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, A bunch of lunatics, what's the use of keeping them? You're still twisting words and forcing logic. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your identity and worth. The middle-aged man raised his fan-like hand and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a step back and said indifferently, "Are you reminding me to obediently be your dragon's dog?" This burly man was the dragon's. Because he had the aura of a divine dragon. Dog? You humans are even worse than dogs, okay? If we didn't need you humans as cannon fodder, why would we dragons nurture you lowly creatures? You still dare to hide? Sure. You have guts. Unfortunately, bold people don't have long lives. This island lord will kill you now. Let's see who dares to cause trouble in the Dragon God Palace in the future. The middle-aged man released his pressure and imprisoned Qin Feiyang. He was also at the perfection 9th heaven realm. All of you, watch carefully. This is the result of disobedience. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the people on the island below and landed in front of Qin Feiyang with one step. He slapped his palm towards Qin Feiyang's head. Hey! Do you think we're still outside? We're in the Dragon God Palace now. Being arrogant here is courting death. You're still too young. Since you've already lost your dignity as a human and entered the Dragon God Palace, what's the point of keeping your arrogance? Arrogance will only kill you. The people on the island below shook their heads. However, they suddenly discovered that Qin Feiyang's expression was unexpectedly calm. As if he wasn't afraid at all. Chapter 24-28. If you want to kill one to warn the others, you've found the wrong target. Qin Feiyang looked at the muscular man and said indifferently. Is that so? The muscular man smiled coldly. His hand was covered in a layer of dragon god power, showing no mercy. Soon. That big, fan-like hand was about to slap Qin Feiyang's head. Shwa. Suddenly. An old woman with white hair appeared beside Qin Feiyang. The burly man was startled. The old woman raised her old hand and grabbed the muscular man's wrist. She said hoarsely, "Do you know what the consequences of angering the young master are?" Then. The old woman used her 5 fingers and the muscular man's wrist was crushed. Blood splattered everywhere. What? There are other experts hiding beside him. She can crush the island master's wrist so easily. This old woman can't be a half-step undying expert, right? The people on the island were dumbfounded. The burly man's face was also filled with shock. Because he had personally experienced the old woman's strength. She was definitely a half-step undying expert. What was the background of this young man? 2 early-stage 9 heavens realm experts and a half-step undying expert all called him young master. He was only an early-stage war god. As the first island master of the Dragon God Palace, he naturally knew about the experts of the divine land. But there was no such person in his memory. As for the current Qin Feiyang, he was looking at the white-haired old woman standing beside him. His expression was also extremely stunned. He had clearly summoned Fire Lotus. How could it be an old woman? Qin Dage, are you surprised? Are you surprised? A playful laughter sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. If it wasn't Fire Lotus's voice, then whose voice was it? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He said, "Girl, what the hell are you doing?" When Li Changhe and the other entered the castle, I knew that you might need my help. In order not to attract the attention of the dragons, I disguised myself in advance. This way, even if the dragons investigate, they'll only know that I'm your subordinate and won't connect it to my true identity. Naturally, I wouldn't think of your identity either. Fire Lotus thought. I see. That little head of yours is pretty smart. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fire Lotus said unhappily, no matter what, I am still the palace master of the 9 heaven palace, okay? Fine, fine, fine. You're good. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus giggled secretly. She looked at Qin Feiyang respectfully and asked, Young master, how should we deal with this person? Qin Feiyang glanced at the burly man. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't be too presumptuous, because this is the Dragon God Palace. If you dare to harm me, then you are going against the dragons. Do you know the consequences of going against us dragons? The burly man took a few steps back and stared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. His voice was stern. Whether it was humans or beasts, they were all afraid of death. The divine dragons were no exception. However, the burly man was different. He had the confidence. His confidence came from the dragons. The divine land, and even the entire ancient world, were ruled by the dragons. All living things were ants. Who dared to provoke the dragons? Who dared to be presumptuous in front of the dragons? The dragons were the masters of this world. If it was anyone else, even if it was the Nine Heavens realm or the undead realm, they would definitely kneel in front of the burly man and beg for mercy. Because the dragons were that strong and domineering. Those who complied would prosper and those who disobeyed would die. But would Qin Feiyang be afraid of the dragons? If he was afraid of the dragons, he wouldn't have entered the divine land, let alone the Dragon God Palace. I don't know the consequences of angering you, but I am very clear about the consequences of angering me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned to look at Fire Lotus, and said one word casually. Kill. Yes. Fire Lotus responded in a hoarse voice and turned to look at the burly man. You guys are simply lawless. If you kill me, you guys will die too. The burly man roared, and a trace of panic crept up on his face. Who was this person? After coming to the Dragon God Palace, it was fine if he didn't tuck his tail between his legs, but he actually dared to threaten the dragons? How could there be such an unreasonable person? In any case, this was the dragon's territory. Couldn't they show some respect? Fire Lotus laughed and said, obediently offer your dog head. Her laughter was as eerie and terrifying as a ghost. Moreover, her eyes were also glowing with a dark green light. The burly man couldn't help but be scared out of his wits and turned to flee. The people on the island below were shocked to the extreme. The island master actually ran away. This was simply unprecedented. Since ancient times, whether it was in the Dragon God Palace or outside, it had always been the dragons bullying humans. When had a human run to the dragon's head and behave atrociously? This was creating a new precedent. At this moment, they really wanted to ask, Lord Island Master, where is your dignity as a dragon? But they definitely didn't dare to ask. However, Fire Lotus didn't care at all, and said contemptuously, running away without a fight, where is your dignity as a dragon? The burly man suddenly felt a great sense of humiliation. But he didn't dare to turn back. And he wouldn't refute. Survival was more important, who cared about dignity? It seems that dragons are also afraid of death. Fire Lotus sneered and took a step forward. Shwa! With a few flashes, she appeared in front of the burly man. The burly man stared angrily and immediately braked, then turned and fled to the other side. Fire Lotus took another step forward and stood in front of the burly man again. She sneered, there is no road to heaven and no door to earth, do you feel despair? What do you want? The burly man roared. No one who the young master wants to kill has been able to escape, what do you think? Fire Lotus laughed hoarsely. The burly man said angrily, then do it, why are you chasing me like this? Don't you dragons like to play this kind of cat and mouse game? I'll let you have a taste of it now. Fire Lotus mocked. Bastard! This seat will perish together with you. The burly man roared, and a destructive aura suddenly rushed out from his body. Damn! The island master was actually forced to self-destruct. What are you still standing there for? Run! The people on the island were stunned for a moment, then like birds startled by the twang of a bow, they ran for their lives. Even if you want to self-destruct, you have to see who the opponent is. In front of me, you don't even have the chance to self-destruct. You can understand it as weak and lowly. Fire Lotus laughed contemptuously and took a step forward. Her old hand was like an eagle's claw, grabbing the burly man's head. Her speed was several times faster than before. The burly man did not even have the chance to react before his head exploded instantly. A tragic cry resounded through the clouds. That was the cry of the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul was also directly crushed by Fire Lotus. Fuck. This is too crazy, killing the island master so brazenly. This is probably the first time in history. They are too bold. So arrogant, aren't they afraid of the dragons taking revenge? Believe me, this matter will definitely alarm the dragons. They will not let this matter rest. The people on the island stopped running and looked at the burly man who fell with shock on their faces. The burly man's body gradually returned to the body of the divine dragon. Fire Lotus waved her hand and swept up the headless body of the divine dragon, then turned and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Well done. But what are you doing with this corpse? Stewing soup. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. He did not send a voice transmission. When the people on the island below heard this, they almost staggered and fell to the ground. Stewing soup. This was like the biggest joke in the world. In today's world, who would dare to use a divine dragon to stew soup? Most importantly, this person did not hide it at all and directly said it out loud. How much did he look down on the dragons? It seemed that he had greatly underestimated the courage of these two people. How was this looking down on the dragons? It was like treating them as livestock. Killing them, plucking their feathers, stewing them, and eating them. Fire Lotus was also a little stunned and speechless. Am I delicious? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This last did not seem to be very interested in food. Fire Lotus sent a voice transmission. I want to bring it to the Black Tortoise world and put it in the various forbidden areas and divine treasures. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. This divine dragon was at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. Dragon blood, dragon meat, dragon tendons, dragon scales, dragon bones, and so on were all treasures to the people of the Black Tortoise world. Every one of these could increase their strength by leaps and bounds. It was undoubtedly a great fortune. All of a sudden, a bitter smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. What's wrong? Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head. As the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, I'm completely a hands-off shopkeeper. Aren't you busy? You just focus on the matters outside, I can handle the matters of the Black Tortoise world. Besides, don't the three Black Panther brothers help me now? Fire Lotus laughed secretly. Alright, thank you for your hard work. In the future, I'll have to hunt more divine dragons to benefit the people of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said secretly. Don't. Wouldn't it be better to capture them alive? I've looked carefully, there's not a single true divine dragon in our Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus sent a voice transmission. Not even one. Qin Feiyang was surprised. That didn't make sense. The Black Tortoise world was an independent world, how could there not be any divine dragons? Yes. Fire Lotus nodded. Alright. Then let's start the dragon hunt plan. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Dragon hunt plan? Fire Lotus laughed involuntarily. It seemed that the dragons wouldn't be able to live peacefully in the future. Qin Feiyang waved his hand lightly, and Fire Lotus and the divine dragon's corpse disappeared, then he looked down at the people on the island. Let's go. Don't be targeted by him. The dragons will come and find trouble with him sooner or later. If you're targeted by him, you'll definitely be dragged into the water. It was just a blink of an eye. The people below all fled into the mountains and disappeared from the cave abode. Am I that scary? Qin Feiyang touched his nose. Compared to the dragons, he was already very kind, okay? Little brother. You're in big trouble now. Suddenly, a sigh could be heard from below. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw an old man in green standing on the peak of a mountain on the left. The old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s, skinny and emaciated, and the aura he exuded wasn't very strong, only half a step away from the divine realm. However, there was a friendly smile on his wrinkled face. The trouble that should come will come sooner or later, running away won't solve the problem. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took a step forward, disappearing into the mountains below. Running away won't solve the problem, but at least it can save your life. The green-robed old man mumbled before following him into the mountains, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 24-29. What? The master of the first island was killed? Who did it? In the deepest part of the Dragon God Palace. On a huge island, there was a splendid hall of gold and jade. Inside the palace, the divine soul of the Dragon God Palace Master stood at the top of the palace, looking at a black-clothed man with anger. The black-clothed man said, "It's said to be Libu, heir." Libu, heir? The Dragon God Palace Master was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he frowned and said, "I remember that he's only a low-tier war god. He has the ability to kill a peak 9 heavens realm." It's true. Moreover, not only the master of the first island, but all the humans we recruited this time were also killed by him. The black-clothed man said. Preposterous. Preposterous. The Dragon God Palace Master was furious and shouted, "Go and kill him immediately." Lord, aren't you making things difficult for me? Let's not talk about the relationship between Libu, heir and that young man. Libu, heir himself is not someone I can deal with. Do you know? This Libu, heir has 3 subordinates. 2 of them are low-tier 9 heavens realm. The other one is a half-step imperishable realm expert just like you, milord. The black-clothed man smiled bitterly. What? Half-step undying? The Dragon God Palace Master was deeply shocked again. A low-tier war god actually had a half-step undying expert by his side? Lord. I'm only a peak 9 heavens realm. I'm not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. That's why you'll have to personally handle this matter. The black-clothed man said. I have to do it myself. The Dragon God Palace Master was stunned and said angrily, "Look at my current state. Am I their match?" The black-clothed man smiled bitterly. I really don't understand. Where did these 2 come from? That young man's strength is needless to say. He's so strong that even I'm no match for him. Now this Libu, heir also has an expert protecting him. But the crux of the matter is that I don't even have the slightest impression of these 2 people. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. The Dragon God Hall Master returned to his throne, frowning in annoyance. The black-clothed man pondered for a moment and asked, "My lord, what did the ancestral dragons and Lord Dragon Sovereign say?" The Dragon God Temple Master sighed, "This seat has yet to report to them." No. My lord, this matter cannot be concealed. The black-clothed man was taken aback. The Dragon God Temple Master angrily said, "Of course I know, but the Divine Stone of Fate," the black-clothed man said, "losing the Divine Stone of Fate is indeed a great sin, but you were also forced to do so. This subordinate believes that the ancestral dragons and Lord Dragon Sovereign will understand. I hope so. Go to the first island now and take over the position of Island Master. Remember, don't be rash. Calm him down first. If there's a chance, find out his identity." The Dragon God Palace Master ordered. All right. The black-clothed man nodded, then turned around and strode away. Qin Feiyang hasn't been found yet, and now 2 mysterious characters have jumped out. What an eventful time. The Dragon God Temple Master sighed and took out the image crystal. Although he was very afraid, these things definitely couldn't be hidden. If he continued to hide it, it would only anger the ancestral dragons and dragon sovereigns. So, taking the initiative to report and admit his mistake in time was the right way. The first island. On the island, mountains were stacked on top of each other. Between the mountains, vegetation was lush. But in such a large floating island, it was difficult to see a beast other than humans. In the northwest, there was a small valley. In the valley, weeds were everywhere. In the middle, there was a small pool. The water was a little turbid, and lush aquatic plants floated. This place was desolate and uninhabited. The surroundings were also quiet. At this moment, a young man in black stood in the air, sizing up the valley. This young man was Qin Feiyang. He didn't want to live too close to others, so he found this place. Anyway, at that time, the deputy temple master of the law enforcement hall also said that he could cultivate anywhere. And here, although desolate, it was very quiet. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb him. After choosing a place, Qin Feiyang casually built a cave residence on the cliff on the left side of the valley. He basically went to the castle to cultivate. Therefore, the cave residence was just a decoration to deceive others, and naturally didn't need to be meticulously decorated. He didn't even clean the valley. After setting up a barrier around the cave residence, Qin Feiyang entered the castle. Not long ago, the big black wolf stepped forward to protect him. It was seriously injured by those people, its body was destroyed, and only its head was left. He was very worried. At this moment, the big black wolf was lying in the castle hall, unconscious. However, his shattered body was rapidly recovering. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan were standing aside. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, they hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." Qin Feiyang looked at the two and asked, "How is the situation?" "Its injuries have been stabilized. It should wake up after its body recovers." The two of them answered respectfully. Qin Feiyang asked again, "Your spirit isn't injured, is it?" "No." The two of them shook their heads. "That's good." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. At the big black wolf's cultivation, as long as its spirit was fine, there shouldn't be any major problems. Scanning the hall, Qin Feiyang asked again, "Where's Fire Lotus?" After coming to the castle, she left with the corpse of the divine dragon. "We don't know where she went either." The two of them were suspicious. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. This girl was really proactive in her work. It was obvious that she must have gone to the various forbidden areas and divine treasures. "Follow me." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked at the two of them, and said something. Then, he turned and walked towards the cultivation room. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly followed. After entering the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang sat in front of the desk, lowered his head, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. The two of them stood opposite him and didn't dare to make a sound. After an unknown period of time, Qin Feiyang looked up at the two of them and said, "Did Fire Lotus tell you my identity?" "Identity?" The two of them were stunned. "It seems that she didn't tell you." "Well, I'll tell you myself now. I'm not Li Bu, I'm Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang said. "Qin Feiyang?" The two of them were stunned again. Qin Feiyang was also stunned and said in surprise, "You don't know?" "No." The two of them shook their heads. Qin Feiyang scratched his head. This was awkward. He thought that he should be very famous, but he didn't expect that even Li Changchun and Wang Daoyuan, who had just reached the Nine Heavens state, didn't know him. It seemed that neither the dragons nor the dragon-slaying palace had told others about him. "You don't know the name Qin Feiyang, but you must know the dragon-slaying palace." Qin Feiyang said. "The dragon-slaying palace." The two of them were stunned. Of course they knew. The dragon-slaying palace was the only group of people who dared to challenge the dragons. The goal of the dragon-slaying palace was to destroy the dragons. Who didn't know about it in the divine land? "I'm the young lord of the dragon-slaying palace, although I haven't admitted it yet. The Qin emperor you all know is my ancestor." Qin Feiyang said. "What?" The two of them were dumbfounded. They had never thought that the man in front of them was the young lord of the dragon-slaying palace and the descendant of the Qin emperor, one of the 4 emperors. His identity was too shocking. No wonder he had a half-step Undying Realm expert protecting him. Qin Feiyang asked again, "How much do you know about the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm?" The 2 of them shook their heads again. Why didn't this girl say anything? Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them helplessly and said, "The ancient castle is a heaven-defying divine artifact. The Black Tortoise realm is an independent world, and I am the master of the Black Tortoise realm." The 2 of them were shocked again and couldn't extricate themselves. A heaven-defying divine artifact? An independent world? Was this a joke? Li Changhe said in surprise, "In other words, you are a god of creation." A god of creation? Qin Feiyang laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. With my strength, do I deserve to be a god of creation? But didn't you just say that you are the master of the Black Tortoise realm? Li Changhe and Li Changhe were suspicious. I can dominate everything, but I can't create everything. Only when I can create everything will I be a true god of creation. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. So that's how it is. The 2 of them nodded in realization. Even so, it was shocking enough. Dominating a world and possessing a heaven-defying divine artifact. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly. I'm arrogant? That's not right. If those people didn't hurt the big wolf dog, would I have killed them? Qin Feiyang said. Yes, yes, yes. Young master, whatever you say is right. The 2 of them nodded and smiled flatteringly. What do you mean whatever I say is right? This is the truth. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the 2 of them and said, "You probably don't know about the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm's time rules, right?" Time rules? The 2 of them looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Young master, you don't say, but we do find it strange. We have been here for a long time, but when you summoned us to kill those people, we found that only a short while had passed outside. What's going on? The 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Because the time rules here are different from the outside. A day outside is 10 years here. Qin Feiyang said. It can't be. The 2 of them looked at each other. A day outside is 10 years here. That's too ridiculous. I'm not telling you this to show off, but to give you a warning. Work hard for me, and perhaps I will grant you a supreme opportunity. But if you dare to obey, then you will only face one path, death. Qin Feiyang said. The 2 of them trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground, shouting, "We will do our best to serve you, young master, and never betray you." They didn't dare to betray him. Their lives were in Qin Feiyang's hands, what else could they do? Very good. Get up. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 2 of them trembled as they stood up, looking very scared. Don't be so nervous. As long as you are loyal to me, I will treat you well. Take the big wolfhound for example. It hasn't been with me for long, but for it, I will kill those people even if I have to expose my identity. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The moment the big black wolf was injured, he really had the impulse to open up the killing zone and kill in all directions. But when he thought of the mission, he endured it. But even so, letting Li Changhe and Fire Lotus take action was also a huge risk. Because the dragons would definitely investigate him and settle the score with him. These were all problems he had to face. Understood. Li Changhe and Fire Lotus nodded. They didn't know Qin Feiyang, so they didn't know what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. But now, they had no choice. They could only pray silently in their hearts that this young master was really such a person. Chapter 24:30. Okay, let's get down to business. Which city did that white-robed old woman come from? Qin Feiyang asked. Old woman in white. Li Changhe and the other man were slightly stunned as they looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. She's the old witch who came looking for trouble on the plains. Qin Feiyang said. So it's her. The two understood. Back then in the plains, that white-robed old woman relied on the dragon race behind her to bully the young master. I know her. She's in Holy Dragon City, which is outside the Dragon God mountain range. It's not far from us. Holy Dragon City is also one of the biggest cities in the north. Wang Daoyuan said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. So familiar. Are you also from Holy Dragon City? I was one of the 10 guard commanders of the City Lord Mansion, but because the City Lord was too harsh, I left the City Lord Mansion and joined the Dragon God mountain range. Wang Daoyuan said. You're still a guard commander of the City Lord Mansion? Qin Feiyang paused and asked, then who's the City Lord of Holy Dragon City? The City Lord is called Li Mingyuan, and he's at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Under Li Mingyuan are the first commander and second commander. The first commander is at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. The second commander is at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Below the 2 great commanders are the 10 great commanders of the imperial bodyguards. Of the 10 commanders, 4 are at the peak of the 9 heavens realm and 6 are at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. I'm one of them. Wang Daoyuan said honestly. Qin Feiyang said, so you're still at the bottom? Bottom? Wang Daoyuan paused and smiled bitterly. Sort of. Qin Feiyang asked, where does that old witch usually stay? She's the messenger of the dragons. Although her cultivation isn't as strong as ours, even Li Mingyuan doesn't dare to do anything. However, she rarely meddles in the affairs of the city. She has always been hiding in the back mountain of the City Lord's mansion to cultivate. Wang Daoyuan said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then asked, do you know about the City Lord's mansion's treasury and medicinal fields? Treasure vault? Herbal field? Wang Daoyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a daze, young master, you wouldn't, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, you see through but don't say it. Wang Daoyuan and Li Changhe looked at each other. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to target the Holy Dragon City's treasure trove and herb fields. This young lord was indeed not an ordinary person. This subordinate knows the location of the herbal field. Even though I've never been to the herb field before, I've heard of it after working in the City Lord Manor for so many years. However, this subordinate truly does not know the location of the treasury. The only people who know about this are the dragon's emissary, Li Mingyuan, the first commander, and the second commander. Wang Daoyuan said. It doesn't matter, as long as we know where the herbal field is. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Compared to the treasure vault, he preferred the herbal field. Because the spirit vein and crystal vein were basically under the herbal field. Wang Daoyuan asked cautiously, young master, when do you plan to take action? Tonight. But before that, I have to find someone to take me out of the Dragon God Palace. Alright. You guys go out first, I'll think about it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said. Yes. The two bowed and left. Qin Feiyang sat alone at the desk, lowered his head and pondered. A moment later. Qin Feiyang suddenly got up and left the castle. When he walked out of the cave, he immediately sensed a divine sense. Moreover, it was a very strong divine sense. Qin Feiyang frowned, rose into the air, stood above the valley, and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he saw a black-clothed man above a giant peak in the distance. The black-clothed man also looked at Qin Feiyang from afar. Peak 9 Heaven's Realm, the aura of the divine dragon, Qin Feiyang whispered. At this moment, the black-clothed man turned into a stream of light and flew towards Qin Feiyang. Coming for me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Swish. Soon. The black-clothed man landed opposite Qin Feiyang and frowned. You are Li Bu Hair? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, may I ask who you are? The black-clothed man said, you killed the island master of the first island, someone has to take over. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and said, so you are now the island master of the first island? Yes. I hope that during the period when I am in charge of the first island, we can get along peacefully. The black-clothed man revealed a smile and said, "Get along peacefully." Qin Feiyang was stunned. This shouldn't be something that the dragons should say, right? You might be a little surprised. But I have never looked at people and have never discriminated against you humans. The black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. You don't have to be so vigilant. After spending some time together, you will naturally know what kind of person I am. As the black-clothed man finished speaking, he took out a token and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught the token and looked down suspiciously. The token was golden in color, as if it was cast in gold. And on the front of the token, there was a divine dragon pattern engraved on it. On the back, there were 3 words, Dragon God Palace. This is the identity token of our Dragon God Palace, and also a symbol of status. You have to take good care of it. The black-clothed man said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The black-clothed man smiled, then can you introduce yourself to me now? Libu, heir. I have no parents, no family, and a dog as my companion. Qin Feiyang said. No parents? Alone? The black-clothed man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Who was he kidding? If he really had no parents and no family, how could he have a half-step undying expert to protect him? Qin Feiyang said, Is there anything else, Island Master? No. The black-clothed man came back to his senses and waved his hand. Then I will take my leave. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned and flew down to the valley below. The black-clothed man suddenly asked, Where are you from? Black Rock City. Qin Feiyang said without looking back. Black Rock City, the black-clothed man whispered, looking at Qin Feiyang's back, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There is murderous intent. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened slightly. Because of the kill formula, he was quite sensitive to murderous intent. And behind him, there was no one else, only the black-clothed man. This meant that this murderous intent came from the black-clothed man. Get along peacefully. This should just be a delaying tactic. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he entered the cave without looking back. He really didn't put the people of the Dragon God Palace in his eyes. But he had to be wary of the Dragon Sovereign and the various ancestral dragons. This was the only thing he was worried about. This time, the dragons and the various ancestral dragons were very likely to come to the Dragon God Palace in person. However, why did the ancestors let him enter the Divine Dragon Palace? And where was the Princess of the Dragons hiding now? Qin Feiyang stood in the cave with his back against the wall, his hands crossed in front of his chest, and his brows tightly knitted together. To be honest, the threat of the Princess of the Dragons was no less than that of the Dragon Sovereign and the various ancestral dragons. Because this woman not only had the same ability as the Dragon Sovereign, but also had a clone of the Dragon Sovereign hidden in her body. The most important thing was, this woman didn't do anything now. She only had one mission, which was to find him. If she changed her appearance and mixed in with the crowd, it would be impossible to guard against her. However, there was one thing that was certain. This woman wasn't in the Dragon God Palace now. Because those who entered the Dragon God Palace, except for him and the youth, were all dead. If the Princess of the Dragons really mixed in with the crowd and also came to the Dragon God Palace, then when Li Changhe and the other 2 attacked, she would definitely not sit still and wait for death. In other words, currently in the Dragon God Palace, he didn't have to worry about the threat of this woman. I can't be careless, it's better to be careful. Qin Feiyang shook his head and walked out of the cave again. The black-clothed man was already gone. Swish! At that moment, he activated the concealment technique, rose into the sky again, glanced at the island, casually found a direction and flew over. Along the way, he saw many caves and sensed a lot of auras. There was a war god. There was a divine lord. There was also a supreme god. But there was no aura of the nine heavens realm. About half an hour passed. He stopped above a giant mountain and looked down at the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, there were 3 middle-aged men drinking and chatting. I really didn't expect that such a fierce person would come to our dragon god palace this time. Yeah. He even dared to kill the island lord. This Li Buer is really a scary guy. 2 of them sighed with emotion. Li Buer is scary. No, the real scary person is someone else. Another person took a big gulp of wine, then looked at the other 2 and shook his head. This person was about 1.75 meters tall, thin, with narrow eyes and a gloomy aura. Who is it? When the 2 heard this, they immediately looked at the gloomy middle-aged man suspiciously. Do you still remember the youth lying on the head of the snow python? The gloomy middle-aged man said. Of course I remember. I also heard the deputy lord of the law enforcement palace say that he seems to be the new lord of the law enforcement palace. The 2 said. The gloomy middle-aged man asked, what about the original lord of the law enforcement palace, Long Chong? Yes. Where's Long Chong? The 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Long Chong is dead. He was killed by that young man in front of the lord at the entrance square. It's just that there were too many people there at that time, and the first island was a little far from the entrance square, so we didn't see it clearly. Also, the body of the dragon god palace lord was also shattered by that young man. The gloomy middle-aged man said. It turns out that the lord's body was destroyed by him. That's amazing. The 2 were shocked. He's not just amazing, he's simply invincible. Do you know how he became the lord of the law enforcement palace? At that time, he said to our lord to let him play with the lord of the law enforcement palace, and the lord really gave it to him. The gloomy middle-aged man said. That's too exaggerated. The 2 looked at each other. It's not exaggerated at all. I asked my friend about it. The gloomy middle-aged man said. Is it your friend in the law enforcement palace? The 2 asked. They even knew who the gloomy middle-aged man's friend was. It seemed that the 2 were very close to the gloomy middle-aged man. Yes. When the vice lord of the law enforcement palace returned, he told them about this. That's why my friend knew about it. The gloomy young man nodded. One dared to kill the island lord, and the other dared to beat up the lord palace lord. These 2 people are really amazing. I wonder if there are other experts hiding in Li Buer's spatial divine item. Perhaps that young man also has a spatial divine item, and that spatial divine item is probably hiding some even more terrifying existences. The 2 said in disbelief. A spatial divine item isn't something rare. Even I have one, let alone that young man. As for whether there are even more terrifying existences hiding in there, it's really hard to predict. But I have a hunch that the arrival of those 2 might cause an unprecedented storm in our dragon god palace. The gloomy middle-aged man said worriedly. Qin Feiyang listened for a while and was about to leave, but when he heard the gloomy middle-aged man say that there was also a spatial divine item, he was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the gloomy middle-aged man again and muttered with a smile, "Unlucky child, it's you." Chapter 24:31. The gloomy middle-aged man didn't know that he had been targeted and was still bragging. A moment passed. The other 2 got up and left. Life is short, we need to enjoy ourselves. Going against the dragons, isn't it courting death? The gloomy middle-aged man shook his head and sat on the top of the mountain, basking in the sun while drinking wine. If you want to live a comfortable life, you shouldn't have come to the dragon god palace. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who? The gloomy middle-aged man was shocked and glanced at the void in front of him. Because the voice came from the void in front of him. Swish! Before his voice faded, a muscular young man appeared in the void. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Why are you here? The gloomy middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his eyes full of surprise. I'm looking for you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Looking for me? The gloomy middle-aged man was slightly stunned and frowned. We don't seem to be friends. Not before, but it's hard to say in the future. Qin Feiyang sat opposite the gloomy middle-aged man with a smile. Seeing this, the gloomy middle-aged man quickly got up and prepared to leave, as if he had met the god of plague. At present, in everyone's eyes, Qin Feiyang was indeed the god of plague. Not only did he kill everyone in this assessment, but he also killed the island master. With these two crimes added together, the dragons would definitely not let him go easily. So now, no one was willing to get close to him, for fear of being implicated and implicating themselves. If you want to die, you can go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, grabbed the wine pot on the table and tasted it. It was extremely spicy, like a burning fire. The gloomy middle-aged man's body stiffened and looked at Qin Feiyang in fear. Compared to the immortal drunk, this wine is really worthless. Qin Feiyang shook his head, put down the wine pot in his hand, looked up at the gloomy middle-aged man and smiled. Sit down. The middle-aged man returned to the stone bench with a gloomy face, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What do you want to do? Very simple. Take me away from the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That was right. Since he could use the ancient castle to bring Fire Lotus and the others into the Dragon God Palace, he could also use the spatial item to leave the Dragon God Palace. However, it was definitely impossible for him to control the castle. Because the castle was exposed outside, it would be blocked by the barrier at the entrance. Therefore, he had to find someone with a spatial divine object to help him. Speaking of which, he was lucky. He had met someone who possessed a spatial divine item so quickly. Leave the Dragon God Palace? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the gloomy middle-aged man was stunned. You just came in, why are you leaving again? Could it be that this person regretted entering the Dragon God Temple and wanted to escape? How could this be? After signing the fate contract, even if he escaped from the Dragon God Palace, he would not be able to escape the control of the dragons. Besides, if you want to leave, you can leave on your own. Why do you have to come to him for help? I know what you're thinking. First, I don't regret entering the Dragon God Temple. Second, I don't want to escape either. The reason why I asked for your help is because you have a spatial divine object. Qin Feiyang snickered. If you don't want to escape, then why do you want me to take you out? Don't tell me you don't have legs. The gloomy middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang sent his voice, because right now, I can't go out. Can't go out? What do you mean? The gloomy middle-aged man looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang muttered, I've already removed the fate contract, so I can't go through the entrance. So that's how it is. The gloomy middle-aged man nodded in realization. But then, he suddenly stood up, stared at Qin Feiyang in shock, and stuttered, "WWW, what did you say?" Calm down, calm down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, indicating for him to sit down. The gloomy middle-aged man turned a deaf ear. How could he remain calm? He actually removed the fate contract. This was an inconceivable thing. Fine. I'll say it again. I've already removed the fate contract. Qin Feiyang helplessly said. That's impossible. The gloomy middle-aged man immediately shook his head. Only the Lord of the Dragon God Palace can remove the fate contract. This person killed the Lord of the Isle and became enemies with the dragons. How could the Lord of the Dragon God Palace help him remove the fate contract? Don't be so surprised, a mere fate contract won't be able to stop me. Qin Feiyang lightly smiled. The gloomy middle-aged man stared straight at Qin Feiyang. From the looks of it, he's not joking. Can he really remove the fate contract? The gloomy middle-aged man slowly sat down, a hint of desire slowly appearing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang saw all of this. He already expected this. No one from the Dragon God Palace could resist the temptation of removing the fate contract. Next, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else and just silently looked at the gloomy middle-aged man. He believed. This person will take the initiative to speak. As expected. A moment later. The gloomy middle-aged man looked up at Qin Feiyang and sent his voice, I can help you, but I have a condition, I agree. Qin Feiyang nodded. The gloomy middle-aged man was stunned, I haven't even told you my condition and you already agreed? Your condition is nothing more than to help you remove the fate contract. Qin Feiyang lightly smiled. Smart. The gloomy middle-aged man smiled. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang smiled. The gloomy middle-aged man asked, when are you leaving? Right away. Qin Feiyang replied. All right. I'm going back to the cave to pack up, wait for me here. Saying so, the gloomy middle-aged man stood up and flew towards a nearby mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave. The gloomy middle-aged man landed at the entrance of the cave, turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang, then entered the cave without looking back. Pack up. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and instantly disappeared without a trace. Inside the cave. Whether it was the layout or the decoration, it was much more exquisite than Qin Feiyang's cave. There was a separate cultivation room, lounge, and reception room. At this moment. In the reception room. The gloomy middle-aged man stood on the ground, his eyes flickering. Suddenly. A trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes and he took out the image crystal. Who do you want to send a message to? But at this moment. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. What? The gloomy middle-aged man was shocked. The next moment. Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the gloomy middle-aged man and looked at the image crystal in his hand, his eyes full of sarcasm. Don't get me wrong, I'm sending a message to my family to tell them the good news. The gloomy middle-aged man said, but his expression was extremely flustered. Is that so? Qin Feiyang laughed. Really? I'm not lying to you. The gloomy middle-aged man vowed. Don't take me for a fool. You must be thinking of sending a message to your friend from the law enforcement hall and telling him that I can break the fate contract. In that case, you can use this opportunity to be severely injured by the Dragon God Palace and have a meteoric rise. Qin Feiyang smiled. I didn't. The gloomy middle-aged man shook his head. Don't be so nervous. I don't care about such a small matter. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The gloomy middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang skeptically. How could there be such a magnanimous person in the world? Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled and activated an altar. There was still some distance between the entrance and the first island. Activating the altar could save a lot of time. Okay. The gloomy middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and stopped packing. He followed Qin Feiyang and jumped onto the space divine item. Whoosh! Very soon, the two of them arrived above the square at the entrance. There was not a single soul in the huge square. Qin Feiyang asked, is there usually no one guarding this place? Long Chong used to guard it personally. But now that Long Chong has been killed and the body of the Dragon God Palace Lord has been destroyed, they probably won't have the mind to care about this entrance for the time being. Besides, the barrier at the entrance was personally set up by the ancestral dragon. It is very safe. The gloomy middle-aged man said. All right. Send me to your space divine item. 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, if there is no movement, I will destroy your space divine item. Don't doubt that I don't have the ability to do so. Qin Feiyang said. Once he entered the gloomy middle-aged man's space divine item, he would not be able to see the outside scene. Who knew what the gloomy middle-aged man would do? What if he secretly took him to the Dragon God Palace Lord? So, he gave a time limit. 3 breaths. Within 3 breaths, even if the gloomy middle-aged man wanted to harm him, it would be too late. I wouldn't dare. The gloomy middle-aged man smiled flatteringly and then waved his hand. Qin Feiyang immediately appeared in a stone room. The entire stone room was only 3 to 4 meters of space. This was considered a very low level. There was nothing inside. On the square. The gloomy middle-aged man's face was uncertain. But in the end, he sighed and decisively walked towards the entrance. Without any obstruction, the gloomy middle-aged man stepped through the stone door, landed on the stone stairs, and immediately took Qin Feiyang out of the space divine item. Qin Feiyang looked at the entrance and said with a faint smile, "Your performance is not bad." The gloomy middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a flattering smile, "Then when will you help me remove the fate contract?" "When I come back later, I will need your help, so there is no hurry for the time being." Qin Feiyang laughed. "What? I have to accompany you back?" The gloomy middle-aged man was stunned. "Yes. If it wasn't for you, how could I come back?" Qin Feiyang said. But, the gloomy middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. "Weren't you ready to betray me just now? It means that you actually don't want to leave the Dragon God Palace, so why are you pretending now?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Just now, I was blinded by greed. And now, since I have left the Dragon God Palace, I really don't want to come back. Please, can you help me?" The gloomy middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly and almost knelt down. "Don't worry. There is room for negotiation, let's talk as we walk." Qin Feiyang chuckled. He then turned around and walked down the stone stairs. Betraying him and asking for his help. Was that possible? He wasn't afraid that the gloomy middle-aged man would continue to play tricks. Not to mention the Fire Lotus, even Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan could easily suppress this person. He also believed. The gloomy middle-aged man was a smart person and didn't dare to have such thoughts. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, the gloomy middle-aged man wanted to say something but stopped. Then, he sighed deeply and followed behind Qin Feiyang gloomily. He was extremely regretful. Why did he have to be so stupid to report it? If he didn't report it and annoyed this person, he might have already helped him remove the fate contract. It was a mistake. Chapter 2432. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked down the stone stairs. Along the way, he encountered a few disciples of the Dragon God Palace returning from outside, and he avoided them one by one. Because now was not the past, he had to be careful and not leave any loopholes. The gloomy middle-aged man was silent all the way. Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to him. He flew to an empty mountain peak and called Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan out. Li Changhe said, "Young master, I think we should act at night." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "We're not thieves. What's the difference between night and day? Isn't that being a thief?" Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan looked at each other. What action? The gloomy middle-aged man was stunned and looked at the three of them suspiciously. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Wang Daoyuan suddenly frowned, his eyes full of murderous intent. The gloomy middle-aged man shrank his neck and dared not say a word. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Daoyuan and said with a smile, "Let's go directly to the herb field." Wang Daoyuan looked at Li Changhe, who smiled helplessly. What was the use of looking at him? Could he change the young master's decision? Wang Daoyuan also smiled bitterly and opened a teleportation altar. The gloomy middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang cautiously and asked, "Can I not go?" Although he did not know what these people were going to do, he could tell that it was definitely not something good. "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. The gloomy middle-aged man smiled bitterly, knowing that he would not change anything even if he asked. Li Changhe said, "Young master, we can go, but we'd better change our appearances." "Yes. After all, we'll still be in the divine land in the future. If our identities are exposed, I'm afraid we'll be enemies with the whole world." Wang Daoyuan said. "Enemies with the whole world?" The gloomy middle-aged man was shocked. What were these people going to do? It was so serious. He vaguely felt that he had been dragged onto a pirate ship. Okay. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Li Changhe and the other man immediately took out an illusory form pill and threw it into their mouths, turning into two middle-aged men. Qin Feiyang also took an illusory form pill and changed his appearance into a white-haired old man. Hurry up. Li Changhe looked at the gloomy middle-aged man and shouted. The gloomy middle-aged man opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he had no choice but to use the illusory form pill to change his appearance. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the four of them stepped onto the altar one after another. Holy Dragon City. It was located northwest of the Dragon God Mountain Range. It was 5 teleportation altars away from the Dragon God Palace. As one of the largest cities in the northern part of the Divine Land, Holy Dragon City was naturally prosperous. In the center of the city, there was a mansion. This mansion occupied 1/10 of Holy Dragon City. There were many halls and pavilions. There was even a vast mountain range in the mansion. This was the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion in the Holy Dragon City was naturally far superior to the City Lord's mansion in the Black Rock City. The guards here were at least at the immortal level. There were also countless servants and maids. In that vast mountain range, there was a medicinal field that covered an area of tens of miles. The herbs were glowing and swaying in the wind. For example, the Creation Tree, the Divine Infant Tree, the Nirvana Divine Tree, anyway, it had everything. Moreover, the herbs here were all more than 10,000 years old. For example, the Nirvana Divine Tree was as thick as a bucket and there were many divine fruits on it. Whoosh! Suddenly, 4 figures landed in the sky above the herb field. They were like ghosts and had no aura at all. They were Qin Feiyang and the other 3. So many. Looking at the herb field below, even Qin Feiyang could not help but feel excited. The herbs here were enough for him to use for a lifetime. Could this be? The gloomy middle-aged man looked bewildered. That's right. This is the City Lord's mansion of the Holy Dragon City. Our goal is this herbal field. Li Changhe looked at the gloomy middle-aged man and said. What? The gloomy middle-aged man's eyes trembled. They actually came to rob the herb field of the City Lord's mansion of the Holy Dragon City? Lunatics. What a bunch of lunatics. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and said, Fire Lotus, are you done? Get ready and come out to help. Okay. Fire Lotus's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang scanned the sky above the herb field. There was not even the slightest fragrance of herbs in the void. It seemed that there was also a barrier hidden here. Thinking of this, he raised his arm and pointed in the air. A divine power suddenly rolled out and blasted into the herb field below. Isn't this alerting the enemy? The gloomy middle-aged man was shocked. Shut up. Without the young lord's order, if you dare to say another word, I will tear your mouth apart. Li Changhe shouted coldly. The gloomy middle-aged man trembled and immediately stood aside obediently, but his heart was extremely panicked. Although the city lord of the Divine Land was a human on the surface, it was actually controlled by the dragons behind the scenes. The Holy Dragon City was no exception. In other words, the actions of these 3 people were undoubtedly openly provoking the dragons. These 3 people were bold, had backing, and were not afraid of death. But he was different. He was just an insignificant person. Wasn't it suicide to go against the dragons? The gloomy middle-aged man wanted to run away immediately. But he didn't have the guts. With a boom, Qin Feiyang's divine power blasted into the void, and a barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire herb field. Sure enough. Qin Feiyang whispered. Wang Daoyuan said, Young lord, this barrier has the city lord's aura, it must be the barrier set up by the city lord. Li Changhe frowned and said, This city lord is at the peak of the 9th heaven realm, we don't have the ability to break it, only, cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and interrupted Li Changhe. Li Changhe was stunned at first, then came to a realization. He glanced at the gloomy middle-aged man and said, "Young lord, we have to let Miss Fire Lotus do it. I've already informed her." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Who dares to trespass into the herb field? But at this moment, accompanied by an angry shout, a white figure broke through the air like lightning. Dragon's emissary. Wang Daoyuan and Li Changhe looked over, and their pupils suddenly shrank. It's over. The dragon's emissary is here. Now I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. The gloomy middle-aged man cried in his heart. Once the dragon's emissary saw him, he would definitely think that he was an accomplice of these people. At that time, even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Qin Feiyang also turned to look at the white figure, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. That's right. The person who came was the white-robed old woman. In fact, he didn't want to rob the Holy Dragon City's city lord's mansion. Because just the treasures in the Dragon God Palace were enough for him to use for several lifetimes. But this white-robed old woman was not tactful, and used her identity as a dragon to make things difficult for him on the plains. She even wanted him to kneel. What a joke. In his life, other than his parents, elders, ancestors, and people he respected, who else had he kneeled to? Was a mere dragon's emissary qualified to do so? He had always been the kind of person who would return respect tenfold. But if you were unreasonable and came looking for trouble, he wouldn't be polite either. Who are you? What are you doing in the herb field? The white-robed old woman landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other three, and shouted with a cold expression. Are you stupid? A few strangers sneaking into the herb field, they must be up to no good. Qin Feiyang sneered. Thieves are still so arrogant. The white-robed old woman was stunned. Thieves? Do you think we're here to be thieves? As thieves, how dare we stand face to face with you, the dragon's emissary? We're here to rob you. Rob in broad daylight, understand? Qin Feiyang sneered. The white-robed old woman was stunned, and she didn't recover for a long time. What kind of world was this? Even thieves were so arrogant. Boom! All of a sudden, a monstrous aura surged out. The white-robed old woman said sternly, "Are you borrowing courage from the heavens? How dare you touch the things of the dragons? You don't need to borrow courage from the heavens. As for the dragons, to be honest, I really don't take them seriously, especially a small character like you." Qin Feiyang laughed. How dare you? The white-robed old woman was furious, and her monstrous aura suddenly turned into a huge wave, rolling toward Qin Feiyang and the other three. Seeing this, the gloomy middle-aged man immediately hid behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang patted Li Changhe and the other two, and said lightly, "Keep them alive." Yes. The two of them responded respectfully. Boom! Almost at the same time, the two released their aura like a torrent of beasts, crushing the white-robed old woman's aura. What? The white-robed old woman's face was shocked. As soon as Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan released their aura, she knew their cultivation. Early stage 9th Heaven Realm. There were actually two early stage 9th Heaven Realm. Evil creature, I advise you to surrender obediently. Wang Daoyuan shouted. The white-robed old woman was only a half-step 9th Heaven Realm, because he obeyed her orders because of her identity. But now, after following Qin Feiyang, he was no longer afraid. Don't think that just because your cultivation is stronger than mine, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you. It's not too late to turn back, otherwise even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the dragons will not let you go. The white-robed old woman shouted with an extremely arrogant expression. In the entire divine land, and even the entire ancient world, who dared to be presumptuous in front of the dragons? Even a tiger would have to obediently lie down. Dragons? I was indeed very afraid in the past. But now, in my eyes, you are just a lowly worm. Wang Daoyuan smiled contemptuously. finished speaking. He took a step forward and slapped the white-robed old woman with his palm. The white-robed old woman was shocked and angry. He actually dared to say that she was lowly, saying that she was a worm. But Wang Daoyuan and Li Changhe's cultivation made her feel afraid. Stall for time. Right. As long as she could stall for time until the city lord came, killing these people would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. Swish. Without hesitation, she took a step back. Humph. Wang Daoyuan also saw through her intentions. He snorted from his nose, and with a mysterious step, his speed suddenly soared. In an instant, he caught up to the white-robed old woman and slapped his palm on her shoulder. Puff! The white-robed old woman spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. At the same time, Li Changhe also rushed over and stepped on the white-robed old woman's head. Crack! The skull shattered on the spot, and blood flowed out. Following closely, accompanied by a painful scream, the white-robed old woman smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. In just one round, the white-robed old woman was seriously injured. Chapter 2433. Wang Daoyuan looked at the white-robed old woman lying on the ground in a sorry state and smiled. Brotherly, do you feel proud and elated? It's more than just elation. After living for so many years, this is the first time I've beaten up these damned animals. Li Changhe laughed. Yes. In the past, in front of dragons, even if they were facing a dragon that was not even a pseudo-god, they had to bow and bend their knees. Over time, this kind of bowing and bending their knees became a matter of course. Beat up dragons? That was even more unthinkable. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them were particularly excited. The feeling of beating up dragons was really too good. Ha, continue. Wang Daoyuan laughed loudly. After so many years of humiliation, there was finally an outlet. Whoosh! The two of them swooped down, full of heroism. You're courting death. The white-robed old woman got up and stared at the two of them coldly. Roar! With a loud dragon roar, the white-robed old woman revealed her true body. It was a white dragon. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long, like a majestic mountain ridge, and the dragon's aura shocked all directions. What's going on? Dragon's aura? Could it be that the messenger of the dragons in the city lord's mansion has revealed her true body? Who are the other two auras? What are they doing? Could it be that someone killed their way into the city lord's mansion and fought with the messenger of the dragons? Although Holy Dragon City was very big, the aura of Li Changhe and the white-robed old woman was also very terrifying. In an instant, it alarmed everyone in the city. Everyone rose into the air and looked at the city lord's mansion from afar, their faces full of surprise. At the same time, 3 figures flew out from a large hall. These were 3 middle-aged men, and their auras were unfathomable. The 3 of them looked in the direction of the herb field, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Let's go. The leader waved his hand, and the 3 of them immediately rushed toward the herb field. So what if you revert to your original body? I'll still beat you up. Li Changhe and the white-robed old man laughed, and their hearts were unprecedentedly carefree. Without any pause, divine power surged out and attacked the white dragon. You'll regret it. I swear. The white dragon roared, raised its huge tail, and swung it at the 2 of them. The 2 of them immediately raised their fists and punched out. Clang! When the 2 people's fists collided with the giant tail, the collision actually caused a glaring fire. 2 dragon scales on the giant tail shattered on the spot. The white dragon howled in pain, but it did not retreat. It raised its huge tail again and smashed it towards Li Changhe and the other man. I'm going to shatter your dragon scales one by one, and let you have a taste of what it's like to be dead. Wang Daoyuan and the other man laughed sinisterly as they clashed with the white dragon. Clang! Bang! Bang! A series of explosions took place. The terrifying shockwaves from the battle surged in all directions like a tide. The mountains continued to collapse. The earth was also riddled with ditches. Which thief dares to enter my city lord's mansion and cause trouble? Suddenly, accompanied by a loud shout, waves of divine power rushed into the sky. Following closely, a huge barrier appeared and fell with a loud bang. Immediately, the entire back mountain was sealed off by the barrier. The battle fluctuations of Li Changhe and the other man and the white dragon were also blocked by the barrier, and did not affect the palace outside. This voice, the gloomy middle-aged man hid behind Qin Feiyang, looked at the barrier in the sky, and exclaimed, "It's the city lord of the Holy Dragon City." So what? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Li Changhe and the other man below did not pay attention to it and crazily beat the white dragon. Hum. Roar. Ah, screams were incessant. Qin Feiyang looked down at the white dragon and secretly asked, "Fire Lotus, are you ready?" "N." Fire Lotus responded. Qin Feiyang smiled and also retracted his gaze. He looked up at the sky in front of him and saw three figures rushing over like lightning. The leader was a middle-aged man in purple, about 1.78 meters tall, wearing a purple crown on his head, extremely majestic. Behind him were two men in golden armor. One of them was slightly thin, taller than the middle-aged man in purple by a head. His dark eyes emitted a sharp light, and he seemed to be quite capable. The other man was shorter, but very strong. His skin was bronze, and his body contained a terrifying power. Needless to say, the aura of the three was ridiculously strong. "It's him. It's him. The city lord of the Holy Dragon City." The gloomy middle-aged man stared at the middle-aged man in purple and exclaimed, "He's the city lord." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "What about the two men in golden armor behind him?" "The tall one is the great commander. That short one is the second commander," the gloomy middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "In that case, except for the guards, all the experts of the city lord mansion are here." The gloomy middle-aged man nodded and swallowed his saliva. In the face of so many experts, he could still be so calm. He really admired this person's courage. The city lord and the other two rushed over. When they saw the white dragon that was covered in wounds, their faces suddenly changed. "Don't be presumptuous. Do you know who she is?" "She's the messenger of the dragons." The city lord immediately shouted. "Why are you still talking nonsense? Kill them quickly." The white dragon roared. "Yes." The three of them responded respectfully. Boom. Their aura was released instantly. The city lord pointed at Qin Feiyang and the gloomy middle-aged man and shouted, "You two go catch them. I'll take care of the two below." "Yes." The great commander and the second commander nodded and immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang and the other man. The city lord also swooped down and charged toward Li Changhe and the other man. The gloomy middle-aged man looked at the great commander and the second commander and shouted in horror, "Li Bu, heir, I don't want to die." "Li Bu, heir?" The white dragon was slightly stunned and immediately shouted, "So it's you, you little bastard." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stared at the gloomy middle-aged man. The gloomy middle-aged man also realized that he had spilled the beans and hurriedly lowered his head in panic. Qin Feiyang looked at the white dragon again and said coldly, "Your mouth is really asking for a beating. Kill him quickly. No, capture him alive. I want to torture him and make him beg for mercy on the ground like a dog." The white dragon roared hysterically. The great commander and the second commander looked at each other and a cruel look appeared in their eyes. "Kill me? It seems that you still don't know what happened in the Dragon God Palace." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Swish. Suddenly, Fire Lotus appeared beside Qin Feiyang. Ah! But looking at the Fire Lotus at this moment, Qin Feiyang was stunned again. Fire Lotus had actually disguised herself as a middle-aged woman. And her appearance was quite ugly. Fire Lotus smiled and slapped the great commander and the second commander. The two of them immediately wailed and flew out like a kite with a broken string. What? The white dragon was shocked. The city lord was also dumbfounded. She sent the great commander and the second commander flying with a slap. How strong did she need to be? Bang! The great commander and the second commander smashed into the ground and a huge pit immediately appeared. The two of them lay in the huge pit, bleeding all over and on the verge of death. They had already lost the ability to fight. How is this possible? The city lord looked at this scene with disbelief on his face. Needless to say, the white dragon. His pair of dragon eyes almost popped out. How could there be such a strong person beside him? It's your honor that the young master took a fancy to your herb field. How dare you stop him? Fire Lotus looked at the white dragon and the city lord with contempt. The city lord looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus in shock and muttered, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is, stand there obediently and don't move." Fire Lotus looked down at the herb field in disdain and was stunned. There were actually so many herbs. The city lord didn't dare to move. Because the aura emitted by Fire Lotus made him feel desperate. Not to mention the great commander and the second commander. At this moment, there was only fear in their hearts. The white dragon was also completely panicked. He didn't expect that there was such a terrifying expert hiding beside this person. However, in contrast, the white dragon was even more miserable. Although they were all prisoners, at least the city lord and the other two weren't beaten. And the white dragon. Even if he had given up resisting now, Li Changhe and the other two didn't stop and kept on beating him. The dragon scales on his body were all shattered. His flesh was badly mangled. His screams were incomparably shrill. "Awesome! You damn beast, you didn't expect that you would have such a day." Wang Daoyuan laughed wildly. During those years of working in the city lord mansion, he had been humiliated by the white dragon. Today, he would get it all back. Crack! It was also at this moment. Fire Lotus pointed her finger and the barrier above the herb field immediately shattered. That's right. She's definitely half-step invincible. The city lord murmured. The panic on his face was even stronger. Half-step invincible. An existence at this level could kill a great perfection ninth heaven realm expert with a wave of her hand. Although there was only a step between a great perfection ninth heaven realm and a half-step invincible, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It was no exaggeration to say. Thousands of great perfection ninth heaven realm experts couldn't pose the slightest threat to a half-step invincible. A half-step invincible was an insurmountable chasm, higher than the threshold of any major realm. Fire Lotus ignored the city lord and the others and scanned the herb field, her eyes shining. As the palace lord of the ninth heaven palace, she could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. But the scene in front of her really couldn't calm down. As soon as the barrier shattered, the rich medicinal fragrance, majestic essence qi, and surging energy roared out like angry waves. The essence qi came from the crystal vein. The energy came from the spirit vein. In an instant, the entire back mountain was enveloped in an ocean of essence qi and energy. It was hard to imagine how many spirit veins and crystal veins were there under this herb field. And the levels of these spirit veins and crystal veins were definitely higher than those in the Black Rock City. If they were all transferred to the Black Tortoise world, the Black Tortoise world would definitely undergo a great change. Chapter 24-34. Suddenly, Fire Lotus made her move. Divine power surged out and pounced on the medicine field below. "You're robbing the medicine field right under our noses?" The city lord smiled bitterly. How could a thief be so blatant? But the next moment, a trace of bewilderment crept onto his face. Because Fire Lotus's divine power did not rush towards the medicinal herbs, but poured into the ground below the medicine field. What was she going to do? Could it be Suddenly, the city lord's gaze trembled, and a burst of anger rose in his eyes. Looking at Fire Lotus and Qin Feiyang, he roared, "Don't go too far." But the two turned a deaf ear. "Rise!" Fire Lotus shouted in a low voice. The ground at the back of the mountain suddenly trembled violently. Crack! Boom! Following closely, the entire medicine field rose up from the ground. The spirit veins and crystal veins below the medicine field also slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "I really want to take away the crystal veins and spirit veins," the city lord murmured. "So many." Below, Li Changhe and the other two stopped and looked at the crystal veins and spirit veins below the medicine field, their faces full of shock. Those crystal veins and spirit veins were like divine dragons, emitting a dazzling light. Preliminary calculations. There were at least 1,000 spirit veins. There were even more crystal veins, estimated to be more than 2,000. And the lowest level was a first-level divine-level spirit vein and crystal vein. For anyone, this was a peerless treasure. "We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune," Fire Lotus muttered. With so many divine-level spirit veins and crystal veins, if placed in the 4 major regions, they would definitely be able to slowly build a super force like the 9th Heaven Palace. And for Qin Feiyang, he would not have to worry about soul stones in this lifetime. "Qin Dage, hurry up." Fire Lotus turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled. In a moment of excitement, she let it slip. Qin Feiyang did not care, and took the crystal veins, spirit veins, and medicine field into the Black Tortoise realm. "It's gone. All these years of savings are gone in an instant." The city lord fell to the ground powerlessly. How could he be so unlucky to meet such fearless people? "Wait. Qin Dage. Isn't this person surnamed Li?" Suddenly, the city lord looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. At this time, Qin Feiyang also looked down at the city lord and asked with a smile, "Where is the treasury?" "You still want to loot the treasury?" The city lord was stunned. "If I were you, I would tell the truth and beg the young master to let me live." Li Changhe turned to look at the city lord and sneered. "It's not wise to go against the young master," Wang Daoyuan added. All of you are helping the tyrant." The city lord glared at the two of them. What a joke. The dragons are arrogant, despotic, and inhumane. Who is helping them? Li Changhe shouted. The city lord said in a deep voice, "The dragons are not something you have the right to talk about." Stubborn. Li Changhe snorted coldly, raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Young master, kill him. Anyway, the commander and second commander also know the location of the treasury." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned to look at Fire Lotus, and nodded. Fire Lotus immediately stepped in front of the city lord. "Don't, I'll talk." The city lord's face suddenly changed as he hurriedly roared. "It's too late." Fire Lotus pointed a finger, and an invisible force entered the city lord's forehead like a tide. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the city lord's head shattered on the spot. His soul was also annihilated. Dead. The commander and second commander stood together. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel their souls leave their bodies. The white dragon was lying on the ground on the verge of death, being tortured by Li Changhe and the other two. Looking at the slowly falling city lord, his heart was also filled with fear. As soon as the city lord died, the barrier that enveloped the entire back mountain also dissipated. "The barrier has disappeared, let's go and take a look." After the barrier dissipated, a burst of noise came from afar. Obviously, these were the city lord's mansion's guards, or servants, who were previously blocked outside the barrier. But at the same time, Fire Lotus waved her hand, and a wave of divine power appeared, and barrier after barrier appeared again. Why did another barrier appear? What exactly happened in the back mountain? Everyone was bewildered. Fire Lotus also looked at the commander, second commander, and White Dragon, and said with a faint smile, "I'll let whoever tells me." Me, White Dragon hurriedly shouted. Li Changhe and the other two revealed a trace of disdain in their eyes. Wasn't he arrogant and domineering? Wasn't he arrogant? Was he also so afraid of death? Fire Lotus looked at White Dragon and smiled, "Then tell me quickly." White Dragon panicked, "The treasury is where I live, I'll take you there." "Then the two of you are worthless." Fire Lotus looked at the commander and second commander. "No, please, I beg you, don't kill me, I know, I can take you there." The second commander's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted. But the commander didn't say anything, and looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. White Dragon already said, "Do you still need to lead the way? Go to hell." Fire Lotus shook her head and immediately attacked. "Wait." But at this moment, the commander raised his hand and shouted. Fire Lotus looked at him in confusion. The commander glanced at Fire Lotus, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "May I ask, your surname is Qin?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The commander said, "I heard her call you Qin Dage, then this Li Bu heir is not your real name." "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The commander asked, "Then what's your full name?" "Li Bu heir is not your real name. Your surname is Qin." White Dragon, the second commander, and the gloomy middle-aged man all looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the few of them. Then, he looked at the White Dragon and chuckled, "My real name is Qin Feiyang." "What? Qin Feiyang?" The White Dragon's huge body suddenly trembled. It was Qin Feiyang. The commander was also slightly stunned, then there seemed to be a hint of excitement in his eyes. "What's going on?" But the gloomy middle-aged man and the second commander were surprised. Who was Qin Feiyang? Why did White Dragon have such a big reaction? "You're surprised, aren't you? That low-level war god that you look down on is actually the nemesis of dragons?" Qin Feiyang looked at White Dragon with a mocking expression. White Dragon's eyes trembled. Others didn't know, but it was very clear about the means of this person in front of it. That was an existence that could even severely injure the ancestral dragons. There was a saying among the dragons, "Don't mess with Qin Feiyang if you don't have a heaven-defying artifact." "I didn't want to cause trouble. But what about you? Why did you have to come here looking for trouble? Tell me, aren't you forcing me to make a move? Now, do you still need me to kneel for you?" Qin Feiyang said. No, can I kneel for you? I only ask you to be merciful and give me a way out." White Dragon lay on the ground and cried. There were so many people on the plain. Why did he have to provoke this fiend? He was too unlucky. Qin Feiyang? Who the hell is this person? Even the dragons have to kneel. The gloomy middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang's back with a face of disbelief. A low-level war god not only had the protection of a half-step undying expert, but even the dragons were so afraid of him. It was really unbelievable. Are you really Qin Feiyang? At this time, the commander spoke and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang was startled and looked at the commander. There was something wrong with this person's behavior. It seemed that he was particularly interested in his identity. The commander said again, "If you are really Qin Feiyang, please take out a credible proof." How dare you? You dare to use such a tone to talk to the young master? Li Changhe and the other two were furious and immediately rushed towards the commander. Wait. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and his eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Fire Lotus and said, "Take out the axe and show it to him." Fire Lotus nodded and the rusty axe immediately appeared. It's really you. When the commander saw the axe, his expression immediately became excited. Commander, what's wrong with you? On the side. The second commander looked at him suspiciously. The commander glanced at the second commander and suddenly attacked, slapping the second commander's head. With a crack, the second commander died on the spot. Ah! Everyone looked at the commander in shock. Is this person crazy? He even killed his companion. Only Qin Feiyang looked at the commander thoughtfully. What are you doing? Bai Long was stunned and immediately looked at the commander and shouted. But the commander turned a deaf ear to him. With a plop. He actually knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Subordinate Jiang Dafei greets the young master." Everyone was stunned again. Young master? He's from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Fire Lotus was slightly startled. She looked at the commander and then looked up at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything and just looked at the commander. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed the identity of this person before, but he didn't dare to completely believe it. This is your subordinate's proof. The commander took out a token from his body and handed it to Qin Feiyang respectfully. Qin Feiyang took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The token was pure white and there was a divine dragon pattern on it. There was a sharp sword on the divine dragon's body. On the other side was Jiang Dafei's name. This token was exactly the same as Fan Yunzhang's. It was the identity token of the Dragon Slayer Palace. The commander said respectfully, "Young master, if you still don't believe me, you can use the slave seal to control me." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said indifferently, "I want to use the puppet technique to control you." The commander's expression stiffened and he shook his head. "The puppet technique can read my memory by force. I'm afraid that won't work because there are some things that I can't let you know." Exactly the same as Fan Yunzhang's reaction. Qin Feiyang was stunned. However, he even knew the slave seal and the puppet technique's ability. This person's identity shouldn't be fake. "Here you go." Qin Feiyang threw the token to the commander. "Thank you, young master." The commander grabbed the token and bowed. "Damn it. He's actually from the Dragon Slayer Palace." Bai Long also saw the token and a trace of fierceness flashed in the depths of his eyes. "But the rules can't be broken." Qin Feiyang said again and evolved the slave seal. "What rules?" The commander looked at the slave seal, his face full of suspicion. Chapter 2435. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Didn't Fan Yunzhang tell you?" "Fan Yunzhang?" The commander was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Who is Fan Yunzhang?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. They were both from the Dragon Slayer Palace, but they didn't know Fan Yunzhang. Could it be that there was something wrong with this person's identity? "Qin Dage, read his memory," Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang nodded. The slave seal dissipated, and the puppet technique appeared. Jiang Dafei's expression changed drastically when he saw the puppet technique. He said in shock, "Young lord, why are you doing this? I'm suspecting your identity now." Qin Feiyang said. "Why?" Jiang Dafei's expression froze as he exclaimed. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't resist, or you'll die." "No. If you want to use the puppet technique to forcibly read my memory, then I'll die right now." After saying that, Jiang Dafei really raised his arm and slapped the top of his head. This time, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were stunned. Looking at Jiang Dafei's determined expression, could it be that they had really misunderstood? "Wait a moment." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Jiang Dafei's arm paused and said, "Young lord, I'm really from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Heaven and earth can be my witness." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Then why don't you know Fan Yunzhang?" "I really don't know Fan Yunzhang." "Can you tell me about him first?" Jiang Dafei said. "He's also from the Dragon Slayer Palace, and he's currently the city lord of Black Rock City." Qin Feiyang said. "What? The city lord of Black Rock City is actually a spy of the Dragon Slayer Palace?" Bai Long was shocked. "I see." Jiang Dafei nodded and then said with a bitter smile, "Young lord, it seems that Fan Yunzhang didn't tell you the details of the Dragon Slayer Palace." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Our dragon-slaying palace is very careful. For example, people like Fan Yunzhang and I who have been lurking around the dragons are all classified secrets of the dragon-slaying palace. In other words, we don't even know of each other's existence. The only one who knows is our superior, the divine general. Jiang Dafei said. You mean you don't know about Fan Yunzhang's existence, and Fan Yunzhang doesn't know about you? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Actually, there are people from our Dragon Slayer Palace in every city's City Lord Mansion. But other than the Divine General, we don't know each other. Even if we stand face to face, we don't know that the other party is our companion. This is to prevent anyone from being exposed and not implicate others. Jiang Dafei explained. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. After pondering for a while, he said, wait a moment. I'll find Fan Yunzhang to confirm it. Then, he took out the image crystal. After a while, Fan Yunzhang's shadow appeared. When Qin Feiyang asked Fan Yunzhang, there was indeed such a thing. Moreover, Fan Yunzhang didn't know Jiang Dafei either. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice, Qin Dage, you still can't be careless. Qin Feiyang secretly replied and looked at Jiang Dafei, I'll believe you for now. As for my rules, you must use the slavery seal to control me. Okay. Jiang Dafei nodded without hesitation. Qin Feiyang once again formed the slavery seal and entered Jiang Dafei's head. Very soon, the slavery seal was completed. Although I believe you for the time being, you have to find evidence that can convince me within 3 days. Otherwise, I will mercilessly erase your soul. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Jiang Dafei nodded respectfully. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. He had long heard that this young lord was suspicious and cautious. In the end, it was true. However, this was also a good thing. Because only by being cautious enough could one survive under the eyes of the dragons. And now, the gloomy middle-aged man finally understood. The real name of the person in front of him was Qin Feiyang and he had a high status in the dragon-slaying palace. Alright. It just so happens that I'm too lazy to run, so I'll have to trouble you to take a trip and move all the treasures here. Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Dafei and said. You can't say that it's troublesome, this is what I should do. Jiang Dafei hurriedly said, then turned around and flew in the direction he came from without looking back. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, Girl, follow him and take a look. Fire Lotus smiled and turned into a stream of light, following behind without anyone noticing. Li Changhe glanced at Fire Lotus and retracted his gaze. He pointed at the white dragon and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, Young master, how should we deal with this evil beast? Didn't young master say that if we want to carry out the dragon hunting plan, of course we have to keep it alive? Wang Daoyuan smiled. What? The dragon hunting plan? The white dragon's eyes trembled. It sounded like it was disadvantageous to the dragons. Qin Feiyang chuckled and looked at Wang Daoyuan, saying, Old Wang, do you think it's worthy of staying in the Black Tortoise realm? Wang Daoyuan was stunned and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He smiled and said, I understand. What do you want? Let me tell you, don't be too arrogant. Qin Feiyang, even your ancestor wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. You'd better know what's good for you. The white dragon immediately roared in panic when it heard that. What right do you have to talk about my ancestor? I'm afraid your legs will go weak when you see my ancestor. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. The white dragon looked around as it retreated, looking extremely panicked. It was looking for a way out. But the entire back mountain was sealed by Fire Lotus's divine power and there was no way to escape. What should it do? Threats were useless. It couldn't beat it. Was it really going to die here? It didn't want to. Qin Feiyang, I beg you, can you be magnanimous and let me go? I'll be your slave. I'll apologize to you, I was blind to cause trouble in the plains. The white dragon who was gradually losing hope lay on the ground again, begging and shivering. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, it would definitely buy it at all costs. Of all the people it could provoke, it had to provoke this fiend. I'm sorry, you don't even have the qualifications to be my slave. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he nodded at Li Changhe and Li Changhe. The two understood and immediately released their aura, attacking the white dragon. Bastard, are you forcing me? I'll fight it out with you. The white dragon suddenly roared and a destructive aura rushed out of its body. Self-destruct. The gloomy middle-aged man's expression changed. Swish. At this moment, Fire Lotus returned and destroyed the white dragon's sea of qi with a finger. Li Changhe and Li Changhe immediately rushed over. Roar, roar, accompanied by endless miserable howls, the white dragon was beaten to death. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white dragon, then looked at Fire Lotus and asked, "How is it?" "Nothing unusual." Fire Lotus shook her head. Whoosh. Before her voice died away, Jiang Dafei flew over and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, respectfully handing over a qianquan bag. Qin Feiyang opened it and saw that it was full of qianquan rings and qianquan bags. Without a doubt, the treasures in the treasury were all in these qianquan rings and qianquan bags. Take it. Qin Feiyang handed the qianquan bag to Fire Lotus. Jiang Dafei glanced at the gloomy middle-aged man, then at Li Changhe and Li Changhe, and asked suspiciously, "Young lord, who are they?" Wang Daoyuan held the white dragon's body and flew over, smiling, "Commander, don't you know them?" "You?" Jiang Dafei looked at him suspiciously. Wang Daoyuan took a face-restoring pill and quickly recovered his true appearance. "Wang Daoyuan. So it's you." Jiang Dafei looked at Wang Daoyuan in astonishment. Surprised. A person who wants to enter the Dragon God Palace, has become the young lord's subordinate." Wang Daoyuan laughed. "It is indeed unexpected." Jiang Dafei nodded. "This is Li Changhe, also planning to enter the Dragon God Palace, but now he is also following the young lord." Wang Daoyuan pointed at Li Changhe and introduced him. "Nice to meet you." The two of them cupped their hands and greeted. As for him, Wang Daoyuan looked at the gloomy middle-aged man, frowned, and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Young lord, this person already knows everything about us, shouldn't we?" With that, Wang Daoyuan made a gesture of cutting his throat. The gloomy middle-aged man was shocked and quickly knelt in the air, shouting, "Young lord, I am also willing to follow you." Jiang Dafei glanced at the gloomy middle-aged man, then looked at Wang Daoyuan. "So, he is not one of us?" "No." Wang Daoyuan shook his head and briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, Jiang Dafei's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent, and he slammed his palm towards the gloomy middle-aged man. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang quickly stopped him. Jiang Dafei said, "Young lord, this person cannot be left alive." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Then if you kill him, how am I going to return to the Dragon God Palace? Don't you have the gate of time and space? You can just teleport there directly." Jiang Dafei said. "You even know about the gate of time and space?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although the Princess of Dragons had seen the gate of time and space, she did not know its name. In other words, this person's identity should not be fake. Opening the gate of time and space will cause a lot of movement on both sides, so it can't be used. Fire Lotus looked at Jiang Dafei and said, "Is that so?" Jiang Dafei retracted his big hand and looked at the gloomy middle-aged man who was kneeling in the air and trembling. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then this person, what do you plan to do with him?" "I still need his help in the future, so I definitely can't kill him. Moreover, he is controlled by the fate contract, so I can't use the seal of slavery and the puppet technique to control him again." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked at the gloomy middle-aged man, and said indifferently, "From now on, you will follow me closely. If you dare to run out of my sight, then don't blame me for being impolite." Because this was the only way he could be at ease. "Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, I will be honest." The gloomy middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and thanked him repeatedly. At least he was able to keep his life. Get up, Qin Feiyang said. The gloomy middle-aged man got up and stood obediently at the side like a little lamb. He was unprecedentedly obedient. Then we call it a day. Qin Feiyang looked around and looked at Fire Lotus. What else? Don't tell me you still want to stay for dinner. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out an altar. Young lord, wait a moment. Jiang Dafei hurriedly said. N? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at him suspiciously. Young lord, since you have met Fan Yunzhang, you should know the mission given to you by the higher-ups. Jiang Dafei said. Chapter 2436. Qin Feiyang paused and said helplessly, I really don't know about the mission to enter the Dragon God's palace. If you want to know, tell me now. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Jiang Dafei waved his hand. Then what is it? Qin Feiyang was confused. Jiang Dafei said, the plan to replace the city lord. Get lost. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang immediately activated the teleportation altar. Jiang Dafei was startled and quickly said, Young lord, this is your duty. Duty? I'm not that free. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he sent Fire Lotus and Li Changhe to the castle and then stepped onto the altar with the gloomy middle-aged man. The barrier that sealed the back mountain also disappeared. Young lord. Jiang Dafei shouted anxiously. I've already told Fan Yunzhang about this. Don't come to me. Whoever wants to go can go. Qin Feiyang said coldly and disappeared without a trace. How did this happen? Jiang Dafei stood in the void, stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Jiang Dafei frowned and smashed his sea of qi with one palm. He then lay down next to the second commander's body. How did this happen? City Lord? Senior Commander? Second Commander? 10 middle-aged men and women flew over and glanced at the devastated land and the 3 city lords. They were a little confused. Quick, help me. Jiang Dafei raised his arm and looked at the 10 people and called out weakly. The senior commander is not dead. Quick. The 10 people immediately flew down and stuffed the divine life pills and spiritual sea pills into Jiang Dafei's mouth. Senior commander, what's going on? Why are the city lord and second commander dead? Where's the herb field? Why is it gone? The 10 people asked in surprise. They were the 10 commanders of the city lord's mansion. They had the cultivation of initial 9 heavens state. They were killed by a single person. The herb farm and the treasure vault were also plundered by that person. The messenger of the dragons was also killed by him. It's too scary. His strength has already surpassed the 9 heavens realm. Jiang Dafei said with a terrified expression. What? Beyond the 9 heavens realm? Isn't that a supreme expert? Why would an utmost powerful being come here to cause a ruckus in the city lord's mansion? Moreover, even if it's an ultimate powerhouse, he wouldn't dare to kill a messenger of the dragons. Could it be that they're from the dragon-slaying palace? The 10 of them were incomparably shocked. I wonder if he's from the dragon-slaying palace. But I'm sure that his background is not simple. One of you, quickly go find the Dragon God Palace Master and report this matter to him. Jiang Dafei said in a deep voice. I'll go. One of the guard commanders responded and immediately activated an altar. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong. The gloomy middle-aged man had already returned to his original appearance and rushed up the stone stairs. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, was hiding inside his spatial divine object. Soon, the gloomy middle-aged man entered the Dragon God Palace and immediately activated the altar and returned to the valley where Qin Feiyang was. Inside the cave, Qin Feiyang leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. The gloomy middle-aged man stood in front of Qin Feiyang, feeling extremely nervous. After a while, Qin Feiyang looked up at the gloomy middle-aged man and shook his head. After thinking about it, I really can't kill you. If he killed this person, he would have to find him the next time he left the Dragon God Palace. How troublesome would that be? For someone who was afraid of trouble, it was a headache. The gloomy middle-aged man quickly bowed and said with a flattering smile, "Thank you, young lord, for not killing me." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Remember my name, Li Bu, Don't say anything about young lord." Understood, understood. The gloomy middle-aged man nodded. What's your name? Qin Feiyang asked. Chao Dayuan. The gloomy middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, what's the status of your friend in the law enforcement hall? He's just an ordinary law enforcement officer with no status. Chao Dayuan said. Then send him a message now and ask him what that young man is doing now. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Chao Dayuan nodded and immediately took out the image crystal. Qin Feiyang quietly retreated to the side. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared. He was about 1.8 meters tall and skinny like a bamboo pole. Brother Hong Yi. Chao Dayuan bowed with a flattering look on his face. Hong Yi looked at Chao Dayuan and said with a smile, Dayuan, what are you doing? His expression was extremely arrogant. Chao Dayuan asked calmly, Brother Hong Yi, that young man won't really become the law enforcement hall master, right? It's hard to say. Hong Yi shook his head. What do you mean? Is there a new situation? Chao Dayuan was stunned and asked in surprise. I heard that the hall master has reported to the ancestral dragon and the revered dragon. I guess the dragons will soon come to our Dragon God Hall. Only then will we know the result. But I personally think that the young man should be doomed. Hong Yi said. That's true. Those who go against the dragons won't have a good ending. Chao Dayuan nodded in agreement. Hong Yi asked, you sent me a message just to ask about this? It's such a big matter, of course I'm curious. Chao Dayuan smiled flatteringly. Okay. For the sake of our friendship, I'll inform you immediately if there's any news in the future. Hong Yi said. Okay. When you're free, I'll invite you to Moonlight Tower for a drink. Chao Dayuan said. It's a deal. Hong Yi laughed out loud, and the shadow disappeared. Chao Dayuan also put away the image crystal, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, young brotherly, what do you think? Qin Feiyang sighed, if the dragons really come, then I won't be able to escape. Chao Dayuan nodded. Killing the island master and everyone in the assessment was not a small matter. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and smiled, we'll deal with it as it comes. That's easy. Chao Dayuan muttered. If it was him, he would have already run away. How would he dare to stay in the Dragon God Hall? Li Fang, the commander of the guards of the Holy Dragon City Lord Mansion, has an important matter to discuss with the Hall Master of the Dragon God Hall. But at this moment, a loud roar could be heard. Qin Feiyang was startled. I've heard of this Li Fang. He's one of the 10 commanders of the guards, and he's at the 9th heaven realm. He must be here to report to the Hall Master of the Dragon God Hall about the robbery of the City Lord Mansion. Chao Dayuan said. Qin Feiyang frowned, shouldn't this kind of thing be reported directly to the dragons? Why did he come to the Dragon God Hall? Don't you know? The Hall Master of the Dragon God Hall is not only in charge of the Dragon God Hall, but all the cities in the north are also under his jurisdiction. Chao Dayuan said. There's such a thing. Qin Feiyang was startled. It seems that you really don't know. Simply put, the Dragon God Hall is the manager of our north. As for the dragons, the dragon's homeland is not in our north. Therefore, no matter what happens in the cities, they all come to the Dragon God Hall Master. Chao Dayuan explained. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. You mean the dragon's homeland is not in our north? Yes. Chao Dayuan nodded. Then where is their base camp? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. On the Divine Dragon Island. Chao Dayuan said. Divine Dragon Island? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why did another unfamiliar place pop up? Yes. Our divine land is divided into the north, west, south, and east. Outside are the North Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and East Sea. Inside, there's also the Inland Sea. The Divine Dragon Island is in the Inland Sea. It means that the Divine Dragon Island is in the center of Divine Land. Chao Dayuan said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. It said that the Divine Dragon Island is very big. All the dragons live on the Divine Dragon Island, and humans are forbidden to enter. But there's a special case. It's the Dragon God Palace. As long as you cultivate to the half-step imperishable realm in the Dragon God Palace, you can enter the Divine Dragon Island. This is also one of the reasons why everyone enters the Dragon God Palace. I heard that the resources and cultivation environment of the Divine Dragon Island are better than anywhere else. It even has the inheritance of the power of law. Chao Dayuan said. What? The inheritance of the power of law? Qin Feiyang's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. Chao Dayuan said with a flattering smile, I just heard about it. Whether it's true or not, you have to ask those insiders. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. If the Divine Dragon Island really had the inheritance of the power of law, then this place was really tempting. Phew. Exhaling a long breath, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, It seems that the dragon hunt plan has to be postponed. What do you mean? Chao Dayuan was suspicious. To be honest, I'm not very interested in a divine dragon like the Lord of the Dragon God Palace. What I'm interested in are the young dragons. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Chao Dayuan's face twitched and said, The young dragons are all at the Divine Dragon Island. So, after entering the Divine Dragon Island, we will carry out the dragon hunt plan. Qin Feiyang said. You still want to go to the Divine Dragon Island? When Chao Dayuan heard this, his scalp couldn't help but go numb. How daring was this person? The Divine Dragon Island was the nest of the dragons. Was it a place where humans could set foot? Let's go. I'll take you to a magical place. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Chao Dayuan to the castle. At the entrance and exit square. What? The Holy Dragon City's envoy was killed? The herb field and the treasury were looted? A black-clothed man stood in front of the stone gate and looked at the guard commander Li Fang outside with a face full of shock. It was the new island master of the first island. Li Fang nodded. Go back and tell the great commander to temporarily block this news to avoid causing a commotion. The black-clothed man said in a deep voice. Li Fang asked, blocking the news is a small matter, but how should we deal with this matter? This matter will have to be decided by the Lord of the Temple. Go back and wait for the news. The black-clothed man said. Yes. Li Fang responded respectfully, turned around, opened the altar, and left. What's going on? There's actually someone who dares to loot the Holy Dragon City's City Lord Mansion. The black-clothed man frowned and was about to open the altar and leave, but at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Chapter 2437. The black-clothed man was shocked. He turned to look at the entrance and saw a white figure appear out of thin air. From the figure, he could tell that it was a woman. Her entire body was shrouded in a holy radiance, as if an empress had descended. No one dared to blaspheme her. Behind the woman stood an old man in white. The old man had white hair and a white beard. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was indifferent. He had an ethereal aura that transcended all things. Greetings, Lord Dragon Sovereign. The black-clothed man hurriedly knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. That's right. The woman was Dragon Sovereign. Dragon Sovereign responded coldly and stepped through the stone door with the old man. He landed on the square and said, "Tell the Dragon God Hall Master to come see me immediately." "Yes." The black-clothed man nodded and immediately sent a voice transmission to the Dragon God Hall Master. When the Dragon God Hall Master learned that Dragon Sovereign had personally come, he immediately activated the altar and rushed to the square without stopping. "Greetings, Lord Dragon Sovereign." When he arrived at the square, he immediately knelt on the ground and greeted respectfully. Dragon Sovereign sized up the Dragon God Hall Master for a while and snorted coldly. "Your physical body was really destroyed. You're really promising. I'm incompetent. Please forgive me, Lord Dragon Sovereign." The Dragon God Hall Master's body trembled as he hurriedly cried out. Dragon Sovereign asked, "Where is the young man now?" "He's sleeping in the law enforcement hall." The Dragon God Hall Master said. "Sleeping?" The white-haired old man standing behind Dragon Sovereign was slightly stunned. He looked at Dragon Sovereign and smiled. "He's still in the mood to sleep. It can be seen that this person is very confident." Dragon Sovereign asked, "Then in your opinion, how should we solve this?" "I dare not speak nonsense." The white-haired old man shook his head. When facing Dragon Sovereign, his expression was not like the Dragon God Hall Master's, who was full of reverence for Dragon Sovereign. He appeared to be indifferent. The black-clothed man and the Dragon God Hall Master looked at the white-haired old man with deep fear in their eyes. The black-clothed man bowed. "Hall Master, Dragon Sovereign, Elder Yi, just now, something happened." "What?" The Dragon God Temple Master looked at him suspiciously. "The Holy Dragon City's envoy, the City Lord, and the second commander were all killed. The herb fields and treasury were also plundered." The black-clothed man said. "What?" The Dragon God Palace Lord's expression changed. "Who would be so bold?" "According to the guard commander Li Fang, he's a half-step undying expert." The man in black said. "Half-step undying." The Dragon God Temple Master was shocked. The white-haired old man said, "This method is the same as when the Blackstone City's City Lord's mansion was robbed. Just like Blackrock City." The Dragon God Hall Master stared blankly for a moment before asking in shock, "Old man, you means that the person who plundered the Holy Dragon City was Qin Feiyang?" The white-haired old man smiled but did not answer. "It seems that Qin Feiyang has already entered Holy Dragon City. This kid must be dealt with as soon as possible." Long Zun turned to look at the white-haired old man and said, "I'll leave this matter to you." "Sir, this isn't appropriate. This matter has already been handed over to Her Highness. If this old man interferes now, I'm afraid that Her Highness will be dissatisfied." The white-haired old man said awkwardly. Long Zun said, "She's still just a child. She's no match for Qin Feiyang. If Her Highness hears this, her self-esteem will definitely take a hit." The white-haired old man chuckled. "How can she grow without experiencing a hit?" Long Zun coldly snorted. He looked at the Dragon God Temple Master and said, "Let's go to the law enforcement hall." "Yes." The Dragon God Temple Master respectfully replied and immediately led the dragons and the white-haired old man toward the law enforcement hall. The black-clothed man did not follow and returned to the first island. Long Zun did not conceal his aura, which alarmed everyone in the Dragon God Temple, including Qin Feiyang and the others who were currently in the castle. Long Zun actually came personally. Fire Lotus frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "This means that Long Zun really cares about the Stone of Destiny." "Young master, you can still laugh. We killed the island master. Will the Dragon God Temple Master let it go? After dealing with the youth, the next one will definitely be us." Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan were worried. The gloomy middle-aged Chao Daoyuan was so scared that he was paralyzed on the ground, his entire body trembling. "What are you afraid of?" "At most, we'll fight to the death." The big black wolf clamored. It had already awakened, its body had been repaired, and it was full of energy again. Fight to the death. Qin Feiyang glanced at the big black wolf. This guy was a typical example of fearless ignorance. If the castle was not sealed by the small beast, he would not be afraid of Long Zun. But now, in the face of Long Zun, he really had to retreat. Young man, Qin Feiyang muttered. Li Chang has said, young master, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to escape? No hurry. Let's look at the situation first. Chao Deyuan. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Chao Deyuan. What? Chao Deyuan looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, his entire person was almost scared silly. Send a message to your friend at any time to understand the situation over there. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Chao Deyuan nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and said, those medicinal herbs, crystal vein, spirit vein, and treasures, I'll leave them to you. You don't have to worry about these things. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, turned and entered the cultivation room, sat in front of the desk, and fell into deep thought. The youth's confidence at the square didn't seem to be fake. If the youth really had the strength to fight against Long Zun, then Long Zun's attention might fall on the youth alone, and automatically ignore him. But would it really be like this? Long Zun was the strongest person in the ancient world, and even the ancestor had to retreat. The youth's means were indeed heaven-defying, but would he be on the same level as Long Zun? It seemed that he couldn't place all his hopes on the youth. But now, what could he use to fight against Long Zun? Apart from the sealed ancient castle, Fire Lotus, Hua Yi, and Fu Tu were the strongest at the moment. But with their strength, it was far from enough. If Long Zun really came looking for him, how was he going to resolve this calamity? Big brother. At this time, Big Black Wolf walked in. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, raising his head and looking at it suspiciously. When I woke up previously, Big Sister told me what happened at that time, and I implicated you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so passive now. Big Black Wolf blamed himself. You even risked your life to stand in front of me, how could I be indifferent? Let's talk about it later. Do you think that without these things, the first island master would let us go? He won't. At that time in the square, our attitude towards the Dragon God Palace Master had already announced our death sentence. Qin Feiyang said. Big Black Wolf frowned and said, you mean, the Dragon God Palace Master will kill us sooner or later? Definitely. If you were him, would you tolerate two small fries offending you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course not. I will definitely find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Big Black Wolf said without hesitation. That's right. So this matter has nothing to do with you, no need to blame yourself. Qin Feiyang said. After hearing your words, this emperor's heart feels much better. The Big Black Wolf chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Frankly speaking, when he saw Big Black Wolf risking his life to stand in front of him, he was really touched. He didn't expect this guy to be so loyal. According to his original understanding of Big Black Wolf, he would definitely escape alone when encountering such a crisis. It seemed that there were times when he made a mistake. That's one thing, but we have to think of a way to deal with this. Although the young man is powerful, he's not on our side. Big Black Wolf said. I'm thinking about this as well. As Qin Feiyang spoke, his expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? Big Black Wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang lightly waved his hand, and a palm-sized fire lotus and a 1-meter-long battle sword appeared in front of him, floating in the void. What's this? Big Black Wolf was puzzled. These are my battle souls. I have 3 great battle souls. The purple gold dragon soul, the crimson sword soul, and the 9-leaf fire lotus. These are the crimson sword soul and the 9-leaf fire lotus. Qin Feiyang said. Big Black Wolf studied the crimson sword soul and the 9-leaf fire lotus. He frowned and said, they don't look strong. Why did you summon them? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He asked, you don't think they're strong as well? Of course. Judging by their auras, I can tell they're just ordinary battle souls. Big Black Wolf said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He caressed the Crimson Sword Soul and the Nine-Leaf Fire Lotus and said, I used to be like you. I didn't think they were strong, but, speaking of which, Qin Feiyang seemed to be reminiscing. But what? Big Black Wolf asked. Back at the divine site, I encountered a golden small beast and an ice dragon. Both of them should be stronger than the revered dragons, right? That's because they can easily suppress heaven-defying artifacts. Before Qin Feiyang could finish speaking, Big Black Wolf's eyes widened. He exclaimed in shock, suppress heaven-defying artifacts. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. My goodness. How terrifying are they, then? Big Black Wolf was shocked. I don't know how terrifying they are, but I do know that they seem to be friends of the Creator. Qin Feiyang said. What's that? The Creator's friends? Big Black Wolf's eyes trembled. Why did it sound more terrifying? Even the Creator was involved. It was hard to imagine what Qin Feiyang had experienced in the past. At that time, the ice dragon attacked me. I thought I was dead for sure. However, at that moment, they came out. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the two war souls again. His eyes were filled with gratitude. That time. If it were not for the two war souls' protection, he would have died. And then? Big Black Wolf's curiosity was piqued. Sometimes you're smart, but why are you so stupid at other times? It's not hard to imagine that they protected me. Otherwise, why would I be sitting here talking to you now? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Big Black Wolf smiled sheepishly and looked at the two war souls again. Were they really that powerful? How could they tell? They were very ordinary. If these words came from someone else, it would not believe them even if it was beaten to death. However, since Qin Feiyang said it, it had to be true. Rumble. At this time, an ear-splitting loud noise suddenly sounded. Following closely, the entire Dragon God Palace trembled violently. The mountains and the earth on the various islands were shaking violently. Chapter 2438. What's going on? Big Black Wolf was shocked. Qin Feiyang also stood up. Did the young man and Long Zun fight? Let's go. Qin Feiyang grabbed Big Black Wolf and appeared in the cave. When they ran out of the cave and stood in the sky above the valley, they found that the surrounding void was already filled with people. Everyone's eyes were looking at the depths of the Dragon God Palace. The sound of the battle really came from there. Big Black Wolf said, if he really makes a move, what will the result be? Who knows? Qin Feiyang stared at the depths of the Dragon God Palace. The distance was too far and he couldn't see anything. He could only hear the rolling sounds of battle. Woo-woo. Gradually, gusts of wind swept over like a Category 12 typhoon. Immediately after, a wave of battle surged over like a torrent. They are approaching here. Someone was surprised. I don't think so. Because the speed of the sound is fast, it reached here first. And the battle waves are slower, so it's only now. But isn't this battle a little too frightening? Everyone's face was full of shock. Under this fluctuation, they felt as insignificant as ants. Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf also had the same feeling. Should we go and take a look? Someone suggested. I want to, but we are not qualified to go to other islands. Someone said unwillingly. All of you stay here obediently and don't move. That is not something you are qualified to join in the fun. The black-clothed man suddenly appeared and shouted sternly. This is too much. You actually said that we are not even qualified to join in the fun? There should be a limit to humiliating people. Someone complained in a low voice. The black-clothed man glanced at everyone, and his gaze suddenly fell on Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf. His injuries have healed so quickly. Looking at the lively Big Black Wolf, a hint of surprise flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. Immediately after, the black-clothed man flew towards the man and wolf with a cold light in his eyes. Big Black Wolf looked at the black-clothed man and said, "He is the new island master." "Yes. This person is a bit shrewd. Be careful," Qin Feiyang thought. "Haven't you already seen through his thoughts? What are you afraid of?" The Big Black Wolf sneered. "There's no harm in being careful," Qin Feiyang said. Whoosh! The black-clothed man landed beside Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Li Buer, who do you think will lose in the end, Lord Dragon Sovereign or your friend? I don't dare to make wild guesses. Furthermore, I'm not very familiar with that young man, so I don't know how strong he is." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The man in black said, "You're not familiar with him. Will he help you?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Maybe he's a warm-hearted person who can't bear to see others bully others." The man in black frowned and said, "Are you saying that we, the dragons, are taking advantage of our power to bully others?" I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You dragons are so strong. Who would dare to say anything about you? Didn't you just kill the previous island master?" The man in black sneered. Qin Feiyang said, "But I can't just stand there and not fight back, right?" "That's true. But sometimes, not fighting back is wiser than attacking. Because if you don't fight back, you might be able to keep your life." The man in black smiled. The Big Black Wolf was stunned and laughed. "You're starting to threaten me. Looks like you can't keep up the act anymore." The man in black's expression froze. The Big Black Wolf sneered. "People who think they're smart are actually the stupidest." "What did you say?" The man in black's eyes darkened. "It's not wrong. You came to me and said that you wanted to get along with me peacefully. Wasn't it to calm me down and wait for Long Zun to arrive? Now that Long Zun is here, there's no need to pretend anymore," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The man in black was stunned. To think that Su Zimo saw through it and laughed. "You've truly made me see you in a different light." "I don't feel honored that you've made me see you in a different light. I only feel that it's a humiliation." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "You," the man in black's eyes shone with a shocking killing intent. "If you want to die as well, you can do it." After saying that, Qin Feiyang ignored the man in black and looked into the depths. "Continue being arrogant. The moment that person dies, it'll be the time of your death as well." The black-robed man sneered inwardly. He didn't want to embarrass himself any further and looked into the depths. Something's not right. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his brow. "What's wrong?" The Big Black Wolf was bewildered. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission. "The one fighting with the young man is not Long Zun." "Not Long Zun?" The Big Black Wolf was stunned. "I've met Long Zun more than once. I'm quite familiar with her aura. There's no aura of hers in the battle." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. There were two different auras in the battle. One of them was the aura of the young man. The other aura was quite unfamiliar. The Big Black Wolf frowned and said in surprise, "Could it be the ancestral dragon?" "Not really." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Back in the galaxy, he had seen the dragons of the ancestral dragon, but this aura was completely different. If it wasn't Long Zun or the ancestral dragon, then who could it be? Judging from the aura, this person's strength was definitely not lower than the ancestral dragon. To think that the dragon clan was hiding such a terrifying supreme expert. Qin Feiyang's mood suddenly became heavy. The more he understood the dragons, the more he felt that dragons were terrifying. About 10 breaths later, the battle, the storm, and the sound gradually dissipated. "Is it over? This is too fast." The Big Black Wolf was startled. For such an expert, without 3 days and 3 nights, how could the victor be decided? Let's go. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to fly back to the cave. Don't be arrogant. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The big black wolf grinned at the black-clothed man and chased after Qin Feiyang. Courting death. The black-clothed man clenched his fists. He wanted to make a move, but he didn't have the courage. Because he was alone now. If Qin Feiyang killed him, Long Zun and the Dragon God Palace Lord wouldn't be able to save him in time. Just you wait. Soon, it will be your end. Inside the cave. Big brother, what's the meaning of this Long Zun? Why didn't he make a move? The big black wolf was suspicious. How would I know? Go, let's go find Chao Dayuan. Qin Feiyang brought the big black wolf into the castle. In the hall. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan were sorting out the treasures looted from the city lord's mansion. They didn't seem to be very worried. But Chao Dayuan, who was at the side, was frightened. Where's Fire Lotus? Qin Feiyang glanced at the hall and asked Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. Li Changhe laughed hoarsely. Miss Fire Lotus is outside in the medicine field. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Chao Dayuan. I don't know, what are you afraid of? Long Zun is here in person, how can I not be afraid? Chao Dayuan felt wronged. Long Zun was the empress of the divine continent. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? Only these fearless people in front of him could be so calm. Enough. Send a message to Hong Yi and ask him about the situation. Qin Feiyang said. Let me calm down first. Chao Dayuan took a deep breath to calm the fear in his heart. A moment later. He relaxed a little, walked to a corner, and took out the image crystal. Buzz. After a long time. Hong Yi's virtual image appeared. As soon as he appeared, Hong Yi said fiercely, Brother, you didn't see how exciting the battle was just now. Chao Dayuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled at Hong Yi. I was just about to ask about this. You don't know, that young man is too powerful. Old Yi, do you know? Hong Yi asked. Old Yi? Chao Dayuan was stunned. Yi Zhong, the one who created the Dragon God Palace. He's also the Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Palace. Hong Yi said. So it's him. Chao Dayuan suddenly realized and said in surprise, he's here too. Yes. He was fighting with the young man just now. Yi Zhong's strength is needless to say. Even the ancestral dragons may not be his match without a heaven-defying artifact. But that young man's strength is actually on par with Yi Zhong's. Don't you think he's powerful? Hong Yi said in shock. It can't be. Chao Dayuan was also shocked. Hong Yi said unhappily, I saw it with my own eyes just now. How can it be fake? What about Longzuan? Chao Dayuan asked. Longzuan didn't make a move. And it's only a clone. Hong Yi said. Chao Dayuan asked suspiciously, then how did they settle it? I don't know about that. After the battle, the dragons, Old Yi, the young man, and our Grand Hall Master went to the meeting hall. We're not qualified to enter. Hong Yi shook his head. Chao Dayuan said with a smile, all right, let's have a good gathering when we're free. Okay. Hong Yi nodded. Chao Dayuan turned off the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang. You've heard it. I don't need to say more. Yi Zhong. Grand Hall Master. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Chao Dayuan. Why is there a Grand Hall Master? It's a long story. I'll just say it briefly. It's not only the north that has a Dragon God Palace. There's also a Dragon God Palace in the west, south, and east. And these 4 Dragon God Palaces were all founded by Yi Zhong. As the founder, and with such a strong strength, it's naturally impossible for him to do everything by himself. So, he arranged a Grand Hall Master for each of the 4 Dragon God Palaces. Usually, the affairs of the dragon god palaces are managed by the Grand Hall Masters. And Yi Zhong naturally became the Grand Hall Master and basically didn't care about anything. I've been in the Dragon God Palace for more than 10,000 years. This is the first time I've seen him come to the Dragon God Palace. In the past, I've only heard of his name. Chao Dayuan said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. This Yi Zhong has a very high status among the dragons. It's said that even the great ancestral dragons can't compare to him. The revered dragon thinks highly of him. He usually lives on the Divine Dragon Island. The most important thing is that he's not a divine dragon, but a human. Chao Dayuan said. What? He's actually a human. Big Black Wolf exclaimed. Li Changhe stood up and looked at Big Black Wolf. We've also heard rumors about him. He's indeed a human. There's also a rumor that he's not controlled by the revered dragon and joined the dragons willingly. Wang Daoyuan added. Chapter 2439. How preposterous. Not only did he willingly submit to the dragons, but he also created such a cruel dragon god palace. Is he even worthy of being a human? In this emperor's opinion, he is just a dog by the dragon sovereign's side. The big black wolf angrily roared. Qin Feiyang suspiciously said, everyone has their own ambitions, why are you so agitated? Big brother, can't you see? I am speaking up for you. Look at you now, to destroy the dragons and break the rule of the dragons, how much effort have you put in? Look at this Yi Zhong. The name is quite good, but what about the way he acts? He clearly has the strength, but he wants to rely on the dragons, he is simply a disloyal and unjust bastard. The big black wolf said. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily and said, don't worry about others, just be yourself. I understand. Have a clear conscience. Don't worry, since we are already brothers, this emperor will definitely support you to the end. The big black wolf grinned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, this guy is getting more and more interesting. Young master, before the results are out, we really can't be careless. Yes. It's best to be prepared at any time. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan looked at Qin Feiyang, their expressions very serious. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right then. The two buried their heads and continued to organize the treasures. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then brought Chao Dayuan and the big black wolf out of the ancient castle. Chao Dayuan looked outside the cave, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, why don't you let me stay in your ancient castle? This emperor is puzzled, how did such a coward like you have the courage to come to the Dragon God Palace? The big black wolf looked at Chao Dayuan angrily. It had seen many people who were greedy for life and afraid of death, but it was the first time it met such a coward. You think I am like you? You have heaven-defying divine artifacts, at least escaping won't be a problem. But me? There's nothing. Once I'm abandoned by you, there's only one way out. Chao Dayuan lowered his head, feeling wronged. You win. The big black wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, if you want to stay in the castle, you have to see if you have the qualifications. Chao Dayuan was taken aback and pursed his lips as he said, isn't it just a spatial divine object, still talking about qualifications? You know nothing. Do you know what kind of spatial divine item the castle is? Do you think that divine object in your trashy space can compare to it? The big black wolf was instantly enraged. Don't. There's no need to be angry with him, and there's no need to explain to him. Qin Feiyang stopped the big black wolf. A frog at the bottom of a well. How pathetic. The big black wolf looked disdainfully at Chao Dayuan and did not continue to be angry. It was not worth getting angry with such an ignorant person. Chao Dayuan timidly glanced at the big black wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, then what do we do now? Wait. Qin Feiyang said. Wait for what? Chao Dayuan was puzzled. Wait for news. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the big black wolf and said, go out for a walk. If you have any news, come back and tell me immediately. However, don't go too far. If anything happens, I won't be able to save you in time. It's just asking for information. Can you stop me?" The big black wolf laughed disdainfully, then ran out like a wisp of smoke. Qin Feiyang summoned his crimson sword soul and the nine-leaf fire lotus again. He lowered his head and pondered. 2 war souls. Alas, they're just ordinary war souls. They're useless. Chao Dayuan was shocked when he saw the 2 war souls. Then, he shook his head with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Time passed silently. An hour later. The big black wolf ran into the cave abode in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at it. The big black wolf panted and said, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He said, "Let's hear the good news first, then." "The good news is that Long Zun's clone has left. As for us, nobody mentioned it. I reckon Long Zun didn't think much of it." The big black wolf said. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down. Chao Dayuan heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the big black wolf and asked, "What's the bad news?" The big black wolf glanced at him indifferently. Then, it looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "The bad news is that Yi Zhong stayed behind in the Dragon God Temple. That's nothing. After all, he's the Grand Temple Master of the Dragon God Temple." Chao Dayuan said. "Shut up." The big black wolf glared at him. Chao Dayuan smiled bitterly. However, at the same time, Qin Feiyang frowned again. What was Yi Zhong doing in the Dragon God Temple? If it was just staying in the Dragon God Temple, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the problem is that he actually let the original Temple Master of the Dragon God Temple go to Holy Dragon City. The big black wolf said. What? Let the Temple Master go to Holy Dragon City? Then who will manage the affairs of the Dragon God Temple? Chao Dayuan was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Is there a need to think about it? Yi Zhong will manage it personally." Chao Dayuan shook his head. That's impossible. He's the Grand Temple Master. How can he manage these trivial matters? But isn't the truth already in front of us? The Dragon God Temple Master went to Holy Dragon City. All the affairs of the Dragon God Temple naturally fall on Yi Zhong's head. The big black wolf said. Chao Dayuan was puzzled. Why would he do that? Isn't it troublesome? The big black wolf gnashed its teeth and roared, "Can you shut up? I'm annoyed when I hear you talk." Okay. Chao Dayuan nodded repeatedly. The big black wolf took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. Big brother, what do you think? Yi Zhong stayed in the Dragon God Temple in the north. I think, on one hand, it's to keep an eye on the young man. After all, the young man's methods are too heaven-defying. Someone has to keep an eye on him. On the other hand, he should be coming for me. Qin Feiyang said. The big black wolf grinned and said, "That's what I think too." Then tell me about it. Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. Dragon's princess can't catch you after so long. Long Zun will definitely be anxious. Then what should we do? She can't just go herself and waste time, can she? Moreover, if she personally comes to deal with a descendant of Qin Batian, she won't be able to keep her face. Because others will laugh at her behind her back. Yi Zhong, on the other hand, is strong and resourceful. He's definitely smart. Naturally, Yi Zhong is the best candidate. The big black wolf said. Amazing. I really didn't expect you to be so smart. Qin Feiyang smiled. The big black wolf's words were really beyond his expectations. Child's play. The big black wolf smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang said, "It seems that now, we not only have to guard against princess dragons, but also Yi Zhong." The big black wolf said, "But for now, there won't be any danger. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because of the young man, whether it was the people of the first island or the black-clothed man, they did not dare to attack him. When he had time, he had to thank this person properly because he saved him a lot of trouble. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since the crisis is over, let's go cultivate. What about me? Chao Deyuan could not help but ask hurriedly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and led the big black wolf and Chao Deyuan into the castle. Chao Deyuan's nervous mood finally relaxed. Qin Feiyang said, "Go and help." Okay. Chao Deyuan nodded and immediately ran to Li Changhe's side to help tidy up the treasures. There's a cultivation room upstairs. After tidying it up, you guys can also go and cultivate. As for the soul stone, you can take it from the fire lotus. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Changhe and said with a smile. Thank you, young master. When the two heard this, they were overjoyed and quickly got up to thank him. Why did they enter the Dragon God Palace? It was to get better and more resources. However, even if they entered the Dragon God Palace, the resources were limited. Take whatever they wanted. There was never such a possibility. Unless you were the child of Long Zun. When they were first enslaved by Qin Feiyang, they were quite depressed and missed the opportunity to enter the Dragon God Palace. But now that they heard Qin Feiyang's words, all the negative emotions in their hearts instantly disappeared. Only excitement was left. Because the words, take whatever they want, meant that they would have endless soul stones and resources in the future. This was what they had dreamed of before. Following this person was worth it. What about me? The big black wolf was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang fawningly. Same. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to enter the cultivation room and began to cultivate in seclusion. Awesome. The big black wolf laughed and looked at Chao Deyuan. He said proudly, Kid, are you jealous? Jealous? Unfortunately, this is something you can't get. Li Changhe glanced at Chao Deyuan, their faces full of pride. Chao Deyuan was indeed envious and jealous. And even more regretful. Why was he so stupid at that time and ran to tip them off? If he had served this person wholeheartedly from the beginning, he might have ended up like this big wolf dog and Li Changhe. This difference in thinking, the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Time passed like this, day by day. The Dragon God Palace also gradually regained its peace. Neither the young man nor the black-clothed man came to look for Qin Feiyang again, as if they had been forgotten. However, Fan Yunzhang did look for Qin Feiyang a few times. Of course. He definitely wouldn't come to the Dragon God Palace to look for Qin Feiyang, so he used the image crystal. And his purpose of looking for Qin Feiyang was to persuade Qin Feiyang to complete the task of replacing all the city lords in the north. But every time Fan Yunzhang heard about this, Qin Feiyang would directly turn off the image crystal. He was already too busy with his own affairs, and he still had the mood to care about other people's business. If he had this free time, he might as well cultivate in seclusion. This made Fan Yunzhang very helpless. Later, Fan Yunzhang found Jiang Dafei and asked Jiang Dafei to persuade Qin Feiyang, but it was useless. In the end, Qin Feiyang, who was annoyed by the two of them, directly said that it was useless even if the ancestor came. As a result, the two of them could only give up helplessly. As for Jiang Dafei, he also found the immortal general and got a certificate to confirm his identity to Qin Feiyang. This certificate was also the twin dragon pendant of the mermaid princess. Because in this immortal general's opinion, the twin dragon pendant was the best token. And this immortal general naturally learned from Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei that Qin Feiyang refused this task. Regarding this, he was also very helpless. If it was someone else, he would dare to beat, scold, and force them, but this was the descendant of the Qin emperor, who dared to touch him? He could only persuade him slowly. Or think of another way. Chapter 2440. In the blink of an eye. 3.5 years had passed. For the creatures of the divine land, let alone 3 years, even 300 years, or 3,000 years, was just a blink of an eye. But for Qin Feiyang, it was a very long seclusion. Because more than 10,000 years had passed in the castle. According to the time in the castle, he was already a 10,000-year-old antique. Boom! And on this day, his cultivation had broken through to the perfected Divine Lord realm. To break through to the Divine Lord realm, he needed to consume 4 billion soul stones. According to his refining speed, it would take him about 850 soul stones a day, which would take about 12,000 years. But according to the castle, it would only take him about 1,200 days. In years, it would take him 3.5 years. After the breakthrough, he did not stop and immediately stabilized his realm, preparing to break through to the perfected Divine Lord realm in one go. Because once he broke through to the perfected Divine Lord realm, he could take the Chaos Divine Pill and directly break through to the half-step Divine Lord realm. His cultivation would increase by a lot in an instant. Buzz! But things did not go as planned. The image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. 2 phantoms appeared. It was Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei. Aren't you annoying? When Qin Feiyang saw them, he was ready to turn off the image crystal. Jiang Dafei hurriedly said, "Young lord, don't be anxious. Let us finish." Qin Feiyang frowned and said expressionlessly, "Speak." Jiang Dafei said, "Someone wants to see you." "See me?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, "Who?" "A very important person." Jiang Dafei said. "Yes. It's very important to you." Fan Yunzhang also said. "Very important." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and immediately asked, "Is it the ancestor?" "You'll know when you come." The two of them smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "It's useless even if the ancestor comes." Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. Fan Yunzhang said helplessly, "Anyway, come over first. I'll give you the pill fire." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Where shall we meet?" "Definitely not in the city lord's mansion. Fenghua Tower it is. This subordinate has already booked a room. Room 7 on the 7th floor." Jiang Dafei said. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the image crystal. "Who wants to see me?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself with a puzzled look in his eyes. He stood up, put away the image crystal, and walked out of the cultivation room. Inside the hall, there was no one there. Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, and the big black wolf had already gone into seclusion. He walked out of the hall and stood outside the castle, looking at the medicinal field. Looking at the current medicinal field, Qin Feiyang's face was suddenly filled with shock. In the beginning, this was only a very small medicinal field. But now, the medicine field had almost occupied half of the devil's land. All the medicinal herbs that Qin Feiyang recognized were available here. There were also some that even he didn't recognize. Furthermore, after so many years of growth, the medicinal herbs had also changed greatly. For example, the Nirvana divine tree that he had first encountered was originally only 1 meter tall. But now, it was dozens of feet tall, with lush branches and leaves, like a large umbrella towering into the sky. There were hundreds of Nirvana divine fruits on it. Looking at the essence chi and energy that filled the medicinal field, it was so dense that it had formed a mist. It was just like the sea of clouds in the Dragon God Palace. The medicinal herbs were overflowing with multicolored light. Coupled with the spiritual essence and energy, the demonic land, which was originally fraught with danger, was now like a fairyland. It could be said that cultivating in seclusion in the medicinal field, even without refining soul stones, one's cultivation speed could still increase by leaps and bounds. Just like at this moment, Chao Deyuan was cultivating in the small courtyard next to it. Originally, he was half a step into the immortal realm. After all these years, he had already stepped into the immortal realm. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang walked into the small courtyard and looked at him coldly. Chao Deyuan was shocked and hurriedly opened his eyes. He got up and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Brotherly, Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I don't think I allowed you to cultivate here." Chao Deyuan panicked and said, "Aren't I idle? Besides, more than 10,000 years have passed. What else can I do if I don't cultivate? But don't worry, I didn't take a single soul stone here. You have to have the guts." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and asked, "Where's the fire lotus?" "I don't know. Half a year ago, she left the Devil's Land with the 3 Black Panther brothers." Chao Deyuan shook his head. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and extended his perception infinitely. Swish! In the next moment, he disappeared into thin air from Chao Deyuan's sight. Chao Deyuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the medicinal field around him, his eyes were filled with greed. If these medicinal herbs were all his, how good would that be? The Desert of Death. In the deepest part, 100-story stone pagoda stood tall in the desert. This was the place that the creatures of the Black Tortoise world called the Divine Treasury. In the past, this was the end. But now, there was a vast desert in front of the Divine Treasury. In the sky above the desert, 1 man and 3 beasts scanned the front, their eyes full of surprise. It was the 3 Black Panther brothers and Fire Lotus. The Black Tortoise world has grown a lot. Qin Feiyang walked silently beside Fire Lotus and looked ahead. "Boss." The 3 Black Panther brothers were slightly taken aback and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang excitedly. "You're out." Fire Lotus also smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the 3 Black Panther brothers. He smiled and said, "You've improved a lot." In the past, the 3 Black Panther brothers were perfect monarchs. But now, their cultivation had reached the half-step divine realm. It was all bestowed by Big Sister. Not only did she help us open the door of potential, but she also gave us chaos divine pills. And she let us take any soul stones. The 3 Black Panther brothers' eyes were full of gratitude. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "That means you're very obedient." "That's natural. Big Sister's words are an imperial edict." "Of course. That includes you, boss." The 3 brothers' faces were full of flattery. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He looked at Fire Lotus and said, "What are you doing here?" "I'm observing the changes in the Black Tortoise world." Fire Lotus pointed ahead and said, "Look, after more than 10,000 years of growth, the Black Tortoise world has grown a lot." Qin Feiyang looked up. From the desert, it could be seen that the Black Tortoise world had grown by at least 100 miles. In other words, the Black Tortoise world's current diameter was more than 200 miles. Because the 4 sides of the Black Tortoise world were growing. 100 miles on each side, 200 miles on both sides added together. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes showed a trace of doubt. At the end of the desert was a dark area. "What is that?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, "At first, I didn't know. Later on, I heard from that brat that it's a chaotic zone." "That brat appeared before?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "Yes. He appeared a few times. He seems to be observing the changes in the Black Tortoise world." Fire Lotus nodded. Chaotic zone, Qin Feiyang looked again and frowned. According to him, the chaotic zone is the state before heaven and earth were formed. And inside the chaotic zone, there is an extremely terrifying pressure. Other than the ruler of the world, no one can enter. Fire Lotus said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, "Then I can enter?" "Of course. You are the master of the Black Tortoise world, where can't you go?" Fire Lotus nodded with a smile. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he took a step forward. In front of the chaotic zone, he took a tentative step forward. When he stepped into the chaotic zone, he didn't feel any obstruction or pressure. Thus, his entire body entered the chaotic zone. In front of him, everything was gray and there was nothing. It was dead silent. After observing for a while, Qin Feiyang retreated from the chaotic zone and returned to Fire Lotus's side. How is it inside? Fire Lotus looked at him curiously. There's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It's just as that brat said. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I've tried many times to enter and take a look, but I've never succeeded. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang smiled, and said, since it's clear that the black tortoise world is growing, then there's no need to pay so much attention in the future. You should also cultivate well. Actually, I've been cultivating all this time. Fire Lotus said. You've been cultivating all this time? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why didn't he see it? Fire Lotus smiled faintly. What I'm cultivating is not to increase my cultivation, but to comprehend the profound meaning of laws. Comprehend the profound meaning of laws? Qin Feiyang looked at her in surprise. Yes. There are also strong and weak undead realm experts. And this kind of strength, in addition to divine arts and divine artifacts, there is also the power of laws. A person who controls the power of laws can easily kill a person who doesn't control the power of laws. Fire Lotus explained. You don't need to say this, I can think of it. But what kind of profound meaning of laws are you comprehending? Qin Feiyang was curious. That depends on the opportunity. Fire Lotus said. Opportunity? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. Without a clear goal, how can you comprehend it? The profound meaning of laws is not comparable to others. Only when the profound meaning of laws awakens will you know what kind of power of laws you have. Fire Lotus said. I don't understand. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It's normal that you don't understand now. Because only when you break through to the undead realm can you slowly understand it. Fire Lotus said with a smile. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, let's go back. I still have something to do. Where are you going? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Holy Dragon City. Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei sent a message saying that someone wants to see me. I guess it's my ancestor. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Originally, he had always wanted to have a good chat with his ancestor, but now, he had a headache. Fire Lotus asked with a smile, are you afraid that the Qin Emperor will force you to accept that mission? Of course. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He really didn't have the time. Why couldn't they just let him go? There were so many people in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why couldn't they just let someone else do it? Since the Qin Emperor gave you this mission, it will definitely help you in the future. Why don't you accept it? Fire Lotus persuaded. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, I accept this mission, and you want to help me complete it? Sure. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. She agreed immediately. Wasn't she afraid of trouble at all? This girl. Chapter 2441. In fact, Qin Feiyang could see that Fire Lotus wasn't afraid of trouble. It was all to help him. Otherwise, how could she have the time to care about other people's business? But it was because of this that he was even more unwilling to accept this mission. Because Fire Lotus had already helped him a lot. He couldn't let her waste her energy on these trivial matters. Boom! Just as Qin Feiyang was about to bring Fire Lotus and the three brothers back to the Devil's Land, a terrifying divine power suddenly emerged. What? The three brothers were shocked. How could the Black Tortoise world have such a terrifying divine power? Because this divine power had already surpassed Fire Lotus. It seems to be from the Netherworld Sea. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He looked towards the source of the aura and said in a deep voice. Let's go take a look. Boss Black Panther said. We have to go take a look. He's actually one step ahead of me and broke through to the initial imperishable realm. Fire Lotus laughed. The three brothers looked at Fire Lotus in surprise. Listening to this, Big Sister knew him. Qin Feiyang also suddenly smiled and said, "So it's Hui." After that, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and searched for Hui's location. Soon, he waved his hand and brought Fire Lotus and the three brothers, descending in the sky above a black ocean. Below was the Netherworld Sea, as far as the eye could see. But the strange thing was that the water in the Netherworld Sea was black and emitted a hair-raising aura. Although the Netherworld Sea was one of the forbidden areas of the Black Tortoise world, the creatures of the Black Tortoise world would often risk their lives to enter the Netherworld Sea. Because here, Fire Lotus also hid many divine items. Directly below, there was a small island. The island was filled with rocks and was lifeless. In the center of the island, a young man wearing a fiery robe with long fiery red hair was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. Who else could it be but Hui? That aura was like a volcanic eruption, rolling out. Between heaven and earth, the wind whistled, flying sand and gravel. This momentum not only alarmed Qin Feiyang and the others, but also the entire Black Tortoise world's living beings. Almost all living beings were looking at the Netherworld Sea. Those who were searching for treasures in the Netherworld Sea were even more shocked. Whose aura was it? How could it be so terrifying? Was there such a powerful character in the Black Tortoise world? A huge city was located somewhere in the Black Tortoise world. This was the site of the Vanga League. At this moment, two middle-aged men stood above the city, looking at the Netherworld Sea. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize them as the two guards he had brought into the Black Tortoise world. Pai Lupi, Theta Wang. Due to the Black Tortoise world's time laws, both of their cultivations had improved by leaps and bounds. He also relied on his powerful strength to become the overlord of the Black Tortoise realm. Pai Lupi said in shock, "Theta Wang, this aura is terrifying." "Yeah. It feels like it's already beyond the Nine Heavens realm. I think he's definitely not from the Black Tortoise world." Theta Wang said in a deep voice. "Yeah. There's no such person in the Black Tortoise world. If I'm not wrong, he must be Qin Feiyang's friend." Pai Lupi said. "We can't afford to offend these people. In the future, we'd better send people to guard the Devil's Land. Anyone who dares to enter the Devil's Land will be killed without mercy." Theta Wang said. "I agree." Pai Lupi nodded. The other living beings in the Black Tortoise world didn't know, but they knew very well what kind of people lived in the Devil's Land. They definitely couldn't afford to offend them. The Netherworld Sea. Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus, and Black Panther stood in the air, silently looking at Hui. Hui's aura grew stronger and stronger. About half an hour later. Boom! The island under Hui shattered with a loud bang. The surrounding Netherworld Sea surged with huge waves, and many people were swallowed by the sea. The seawater of the Netherworld Sea had an extremely strong corrosive power. No one who was swept into the sea could escape. They were all corroded by the seawater, and not even their bones were left. Swish! At this moment, Hui opened his eyes, and two rays of light burst out. "Ha! I finally broke through, dragons. Just you wait, I'll find you sooner or later to settle the score." Hui suddenly stood up and laughed. "Not bad," Fire Lotus said. "Huh?" Hui was slightly taken aback. He looked up at the sky and asked in surprise, "Why are you guys here?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "You've caused such a big commotion, how can we not come and take a look?" Hui was stunned. Looking at the rolling Netherworld Sea, he quickly retracted his aura. At this moment, the Netherworld Sea began to slowly calm down. "If you want to break through, then break through. Why do you have to make such a big scene? I wonder how many people have died in vain in the Netherworld Sea." Fire Lotus rolled her eyes. Hui smiled embarrassedly and flew in front of the two of them. He looked at the three Black Leopard brothers and said, "You guys got a new pet?" When he subdued the 3 black leopard brothers, Hua Yi had already gone to cultivate, so he didn't know what had happened during this period of time. Qin Feiyang said, "Not a pet, a partner." Alright, alright, alright. Hua Yi grinned, looked at Fire Lotus, and said, "All these years, did Qin Feiyang bully you?" "What are you talking about? How could he bully me?" Fire Lotus was speechless. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said to Hua Yi, "You don't have to hide it anymore, Qin Dage already knows my identity." Fire Lotus did not send a sound transmission to him. What the hell? Already know? Hua Yi was stunned. Do you really think you can hide it from me? You're the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, you really know how to brag. Qin Feiyang sneered. I'm just afraid of being misunderstood by you. You said I have other intentions. Hua Yi smiled. Then can you tell me now why your aura makes me feel inexplicably familiar? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Hua Yi chuckled, is there a need to think about it? I'm your long-lost brother. Fire Lotus couldn't help but laugh out loud. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This guy was too good at bullshitting. Brother? And long-lost? He really admired this guy's imagination. I won't tease you anymore. Actually, it's because of this. Hua Yi laughed and took out a battle sword from his body. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The battle sword was purple gold in color. But it was only half of it, without a sword tip. When this broken sword appeared, the sense of familiarity became even stronger. Hua Yi smiled, I believe you're not unfamiliar with this broken sword, right? Of course not. Because this broken sword was exactly the same as the broken sword in the ancestral statue's hand. Qin Feiyang was surprised, why is it in your hands? Back then, the battle with the dragons caused my 9 Heavens Palace to suffer heavy losses. Your ancestor felt guilty, so when he left the broken sword in 9 Heavens Palace. Hua Yi said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the broken sword suspiciously. According to Hua Yi, his ancestor left this broken sword as compensation for 9 Heavens Palace. But this broken sword didn't look very strong. As if seeing Qin Feiyang's doubts, Hua Yi smiled, don't be fooled by its appearance. This broken sword has always been sealed, but it's actually a heaven-defying divine artifact. What? A heaven-defying divine artifact? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. However, it wasn't sealed by itself, but by someone. As for who sealed it, your ancestor doesn't know, and of course, I don't know either. All these years, I've tried to undo the seal, but I couldn't do it. Hua Yi rubbed the broken sword and said regretfully. Seal, Qin Feiyang muttered, and said, let me see. Hua Yi handed the broken sword to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand, and his spirit sense rushed towards the broken sword. Don't. Seeing this, Hua Yi's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. Qin Feiyang's spirit sense had already entered the broken sword. Immediately, a mysterious force surged out and instantly shattered Qin Feiyang's spirit sense. Puff! Qin Feiyang's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. Didn't you say you were just looking? Why are you still using your spirit sense to peek? I'll tell you. Even my spirit sense can't peek into the seal inside the broken sword. Hua Yi said. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Fire Lotus said angrily. She only found out about this matter now. Hua Yi said aggrievedly, I originally wanted to say it, but I didn't have the time. Fire Lotus stared at Hua Yi, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked with concern, are you alright? I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, his eyes full of surprise. Why would there be such a powerful seal inside this broken sword? Where did the ancestor get this broken sword? Wait. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. The surprise on his face became even stronger. What's wrong? Fire Lotus was suspicious. I remember that Mu Tianyang said that a divine treasure had once appeared in Great Qin's Sea of Reincarnation. At that time, the Lu family's ancestor obtained the thieving heaven realm. The demon ancestor obtained 3,000 incarnations. Mu Tianyang also obtained the gate of time and space. The ancestor also obtained a divine object, but the ancestor had never mentioned it to anyone. What kind of divine object did he obtain? I've always been puzzled. But now that I think about it, could it be that he obtained this broken sword? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fire Lotus was slightly stunned, and shook her head. I'm afraid you have to ask your ancestor himself, because even Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor didn't know that this broken sword was a heaven-defying divine artifact, which means that your ancestor intentionally hid it. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked down at the broken sword, and returned it to Hua Yi. Forget it. Hua Yi waved his hand. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Back then, he gave me the broken sword because your ancestor wanted to make it up to my 9-heaven palace. But now, Fire Lotus has come back from the dead, and the axe is still here. There's no need to make it up. You are his descendant, so I'll hand it over to you now. You can keep it for yourself, or you can return it to your ancestor in the future. You can deal with it yourself. Hua Yi said. Qin Feiyang hesitated, and shook his head. You should return it to your ancestor personally. Are you saying that I'm not the same? Hua Yi was speechless. Of course not. I am me, and my ancestor is my ancestor. We can't be confused. Besides, this is a gift from my ancestor. If he sees it in my hands, he'll probably think that I took it back by force. Qin Feiyang said and forcefully stuffed it into Hua Yi's hands. All right, I'll keep it for you. Hua Yi smiled helplessly and put away the broken sword. Qin Feiyang said, So, back then, you saw through my identity through the broken sword, and then approached me? Yes. But it was mainly because of Fire Lotus. I was too familiar with her. Even though she was still an undead at that time, and even though she hid her true appearance, I recognized her immediately. So, I approached you to protect her. Hua Yi said. Qin Feiyang said, Then, in the future, should I call you Yi Xiaoyao, or continue to call you Hua Yi? You even know my real name? Hua Yi was stunned. I knew it long ago. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Ha! Hua Yi laughed dryly and waved his hand. It's just a name, you can call me whatever you want. But during the time I was in seclusion, did anything interesting happen? His face was full of curiosity. Chapter 2442. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With a wave of his hand, the 3 men and 3 beasts instantly descended above the medicine field. What's going on? When he saw the medicine field at this moment, Hua Yi's face was full of shock. Compared to when he left, the difference was like heaven and earth. Fire Lotus smiled and said, A lot of things have happened in the years you were gone. Looking at this magnificent medicine field, you can tell that a lot of interesting things must have happened. Tell me quickly. Hua Yi looked at Fire Lotus with interest. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 men and 3 beasts and said with a smile, You guys take your time, I'll go to Holy Dragon City first. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Black Panther asked, Boss, why don't you ask how many crystal veins and soul lines we got this time? How many? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Including the soul lines and crystal veins from Black Rock City, we now have a total of 1,200 soul lines and 2,300 crystal veins. And the soul lines and crystal veins in Black Rock City that were originally below level 9 have now evolved into divine level soul lines and crystal veins. Black Panther said excitedly. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked, Are they all rank 1 and 2? No. Many of the soul lines and crystal veins in Holy Dragon City are rank 3, and there are even more than a dozen rank 5 soul lines and crystal veins. Black Panther said. In other words, the soul lines and crystal veins in the north are at most rank 5? Qin Feiyang said. That's the case for now. But the Dragon God Palace must have soul lines and crystal veins above rank 5. Boss, when are we going to make a move on the Dragon God His Highness? The three Black Panther brothers laughed evilly, looking ready to make a move. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Were these three brothers bandits? Wait. What are you talking about? What Dragon God Palace? Hua Yi looked at them suspiciously. I'll tell you later. The Black Panther boss waved his paw at Hua Yi, then looked at Qin Feiyang, instigating, Boss, for the sake of the Black Tortoise World's billions of lives, the Dragon God's Hall's crystal vein and soul vein must not be let go. Billions? Qin Feiyang was speechless. How could there be so many people in the Black Tortoise World? Let's talk about it later. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Chao Dayuan, who was standing in the courtyard, and said, Come here. As for Chao Dayuan, after Qin Feiyang and the others returned, he had been staring at Hua Yi, his eyes filled with fear. This was because he could feel that the aura Hua Yi was exuding was even stronger than the Fire Lotus. One had to know. The Fire Lotus was a half-step indestructible. If he was stronger than the Fire Lotus, didn't that mean he had already surpassed the half-step undying level? Just how many supreme experts were hidden by this person's side? You didn't hear me. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes, yes, yes. Chao Dayuan quivered and hurriedly ran towards Qin Feiyang. That's right. Qin Feiyang looked at the Fire Lotus and asked, In the City Lord's Mansion's treasury, are there any legendary divine artifacts? No. There are more than a dozen peak-level divine artifacts. However, there are quite a few legendary divine artifacts and divine arts that we plundered in the examination grounds. I've counted. In the examination grounds, we found a total of 125 divine artifacts and 1012 divine arts. Among them, 5 legendary divine artifacts, 16 peak-level divine artifacts, and the rest are not counted. As for divine arts, there are 4 legendary divine arts and 12 peak-level divine artifacts. Fire Lotus said. So many. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't expect there to be 5 legendary divine artifacts and 4 divine arts. Fire Lotus smiled, If you want, I can give them to you now. I don't have time to look at them now. We'll talk about it when we return from the Holy Dragon City. As for the peak-level divine artifacts and divine arts that are above the peak level, as usual, give them to the creatures of the Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and left the Black Tortoise Realm with Chao Dayuan. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang entered Chao Dayuan's spatial divine object. Chao Dayuan immediately opened an altar and descended on the plaza at the entrance. Immediately. His expression was slightly stunned as he saw a futon placed in the middle of the plaza. And on the futon sat a white-haired old man. The white-haired old man had his eyes closed, his expression indifferent, but his aura was unfathomable. Greetings, Lord, may I ask who you are? Chao Dayuan landed on the plaza and bowed respectfully, then looked at the white-haired old man suspiciously. This old man is Yi Zhong. The white-haired old man opened his eyes and laughed hoarsely. You are the Lord Grand Hall Master. Chao Dayuan immediately trembled, and even stuttered when he spoke. Although he had often heard of Yi Zhong's name, this was the first time he had seen him in person. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded. Chao Dayuan almost collapsed, it was actually this peerless figure, and said, What are you sitting here for? Of course it's to guard the Dragon God Palace. Are you going out for something? Yi Zhong said. Yes. Chao Dayuan nodded. Yi Zhong said, It's not very peaceful outside recently, don't stay too long. Yes. Chao Dayuan was flattered and nodded his head, then walked towards the stone door while sizing up Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong also closed his eyes, looking harmless and without the slightest bit of arrogance. Should I tell him about what happened to Qin Feiyang here? Suddenly, Chao Dayuan had this thought. However, after struggling for a moment, he still gave up. First of all, Qin Feiyang not only had Fire Lotus by his side, but also someone stronger than Fire Lotus. Secondly, there was also that young man. That young man's strength was on par with Yi Zhong. So even if he told Yi Zhong probably wouldn't be able to kill Qin Feiyang. In this way, the only one who would be unlucky in the end would be him. Because Qin Feiyang would not let him go. After leaving the Dragon God Palace, Chao Dayuan quickly rushed down the stone stairs, found an empty mountain peak, and called Qin Feiyang out from the space divine object. After Qin Feiyang came out, he looked at Chao Dayuan and said indifferently, "You should be glad that you didn't tell Yi Zhong, otherwise, you would be a corpse now." Chao Dayuan looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. How did this person know what he was thinking? "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He heard every word of the conversation between Chao Dayuan and Yi Zhong in the space divine object, but because he didn't use the slave seal to control Chao Dayuan, he actually didn't know what Chao Dayuan was thinking. Just now, he was purely bluffing Chao Dayuan. Because a person like Chao Dayuan, facing a peerless figure like Yi Zhong, would very likely have thoughts of betraying him, so he scared him. But he didn't expect Chao Dayuan to really have such thoughts. Because Chao Dayuan's reaction just now was enough to prove this point. "Brotherly, no, Lord Qin, don't be angry, I did think about it, but I will do it. I won't dare to do it again in the future, please, don't kill me." Looking at Qin Feiyang's cold expression, Chao Dayuan immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Huff. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said indifferently, "You know Fenghua Tower?" "Yes." Chao Dayuan nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Take me there immediately." After saying that, he swallowed an illusory form pill and slightly changed his appearance. Okay. Chao Dayuan also changed his appearance, then opened an altar and retreated to the side, waiting for Qin Feiyang to step on the altar before jumping up. Now, he didn't dare to have any thoughts. This person was too scary, as if he could see through everything. Holy Dragon City. It was as prosperous and lively as ever. Although more than 3 years ago, Qin Feiyang ransacked the City Lord mansion and killed the dragon's messenger, the City Lord, and the second commander, because His Highness the Dragon God ordered to block this news, no one knew about it until now. Fenghua Tower. It was actually a restaurant, but it wasn't an ordinary one. In Holy Dragon City, this Fenghua Tower was the most famous and also had a grade. Those who entered the Fenghua brothel were all big shots with reputations and prestige. "Guests, please come in." When Qin Feiyang and Chao Dayuan arrived at the entrance of Fenghua Tower, a waiter immediately came up to them. "We've already made an appointment. 7th floor, 7th room." Chao Dayuan said. The waiter was stunned and smiled, "Okay, I'll bring you two up." "No need, I know the place." Chao Dayuan waved his hand. "Okay then. Please help yourself." The waiter nodded and went to the next guest. 7th floor. Inside the 7th private room. 2 middle-aged men in ordinary clothes sat in front of the coffee table, looking extremely anxious. Why haven't they come yet? Could it be that young lord stood us up? The two of them were Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei, but they had changed their appearances. After all, Jiang Dafei's status in Holy Dragon City was not low. If they came to Fenghua Tower with their real faces, it would definitely attract attention. "Stand us up." "Don't say it, maybe it's really possible. Our young lord is too hard to predict." Jiang Dafei sighed. In the past 3 years, Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang had a lot of private contact, so they were quite familiar with each other now. Dong! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The two of them were stunned and looked at the door at the same time. When they came back to their senses, the two of them hurried over. When Fan Yunzhang opened the door, he saw 2 unfamiliar faces standing outside. "You are..." Fan Yunzhang asked with a trace of vigilance. Qin Feiyang said, "What do you think?" With that, he went straight into the room. Chao Dayuan hurried in as well. Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei looked at each other, closed the door, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They did not let down their guard. Qin Feiyang looked around the room. Not only was there a tea room, but there was also a separate dining room and bedroom. The decoration was also very luxurious. Qin Feiyang walked into the tea room and sat beside the coffee table. He looked at Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei, took out a facial restoration pill, and threw it into his mouth. Soon, his true appearance was restored. "Greetings, young lord." When the two of them saw him, they immediately knelt down and saluted. And they also took the facial restoration pill and restored their true appearance. "Get up. When you see me in the future, you don't need to be so formal. Be casual." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. "Yes." The two of them got up. "Sit down." Qin Feiyang smiled. The two of them hurried over and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. Then Fan Yunzhang picked up the teapot and poured tea for Qin Feiyang. Chao Dayuan was very sensible and stood respectfully behind Qin Feiyang. "Young lord, we heard that you like tea very much, so we specially brought some good tea for you to taste." Fan Yunzhang laughed. Qin Feiyang looked at the teacup, picked it up and put it at the tip of his nose. Suddenly, the fragrance of the tea assailed his nostrils. Then he took another sip, tasted it carefully for a while, nodded and smiled. "It's not bitter or astringent, the tea is mellow and mellow. It's indeed good tea." Looking at Qin Feiyang's satisfied expression, the two of them couldn't help but laugh. "Don't think that just because you brought some good tea, I will agree to take on that boring task. Tell me, who wants to see me?" Qin Feiyang put down the teacup and said lightly. When he scanned the room earlier, he didn't see anyone else. Hearing that, the smile on the two of their faces immediately froze, and they felt extremely helpless. This young lord treated people really well. Easygoing, kind. He didn't put on any airs. But why was he so stubborn? Chapter 2443. Fan Yunzhang said, "The person who wants to see you hasn't arrived yet." "Hasn't arrived yet? Can't you show some sincerity?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Judging from the way Fan Yunzhang addressed him, he shouldn't be an ancestor. Because the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace would definitely address their ancestors as Dizun. Wait. Could it be a divine general? Fan Yunzhang took out 6 jade boxes from his interspatial ring and said respectfully, "Young master, this is the elixir fire you want. Please take a look." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 6 boxes opened. Then a wave of hot fire surged out. The entire room seemed to have turned into a big furnace. There was a cluster of elixir fire in each of the 6 boxes. There was a normal elixir fire and a bone-white elixir fire. The 6 clusters of elixir fire gave out different auras. 3 clusters of first-grade elixir fire and 3 clusters of second-grade elixir fire. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and sent the 6 boxes to the cultivation room in the castle. In this way, the netherworld demonic flame could be upgraded to a 3rd-grade elixir fire. Based on the current situation, when the netherworld demonic flame was upgraded to a 3rd-grade elixir fire, it should be able to refine 9.5 elixir patterns. Because the current netherworld demonic flame could refine 8.5 elixir patterns with a 2nd-grade elixir furnace. Wait a minute. 9.5, then I'll be able to refine a divine level elixir with just half a elixir pattern? Qin Feiyang mumbled. In other words, when the netherworld demonic flame evolved to a 3rd-grade divine fire and found a 3rd-grade elixir furnace, wouldn't he be able to refine a divine level elixir? Jiang Dafei. With this thought, Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Dafei. When he went to the treasure pavilion in Blackstone City, there was no 3rd-grade elixir furnace, so Fan Yunzhang couldn't help. But the Holy Dragon City was different. As the largest city in the north, the Holy Dragon City must have better elixir fires and elixir furnaces. What's wrong, young master? Jiang Dafei looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang asked, who is the current city lord of Holy Dragon City? I haven't decided yet. I'm trying to get it. Jiang Dafei said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. You want to be the city lord? Since there is such an opportunity, this subordinate will definitely not let it go. Jiang Dafei laughed. Young lord, there's something you don't know. Although Brother Jiang is not the city lord yet, he is currently in charge of all the affairs of the city lord's mansion. Actually, I'm no different from the city lord. Fan Yun laughed. There's still a difference between a substitute and a real city lord. It's a pity that the young lord refused to help. Otherwise, I would have become the city lord by now. Jiang Dafei shook his head regretfully. Fan Yunzhang looked at Qin Feiyang. He wanted to know how Qin Feiyang would react if he heard this. But the result was very disappointing. Qin Feiyang remained indifferent. He looked at the two of them indifferently and said, what's the point of you echoing each other here? The two of them smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, nothing could escape the young lord's eyes. Qin Feiyang said, since it's a substitute, I have a certain amount of authority. Help me find a third-grade divine furnace. Jiang Dafei looked at Fan Yunzhang when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. Young lord, please take a look. Jiang Dafei waved his hand, and a pill furnace suddenly appeared. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the pill furnace suspiciously. The pill furnace was bronze in color, with 3 legs and 2 handles. A fiery red bull was engraved on it, shining with a dazzling treasure light. Qin Feiyang got up and walked to the pill furnace. This pill furnace was actually a third-grade divine furnace. Old Fan told me long ago that you needed a pill fire and a pill furnace. So when I was free, I went to the treasure pavilion to auction a third-grade divine furnace. Jiang Dafei smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in a daze. Not bad. Without saying anything, they knew what he wanted. Fan Yunzhang smiled ingratiatingly. Young lord, we're so considerate of you, aren't we? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He returned to his seat and said, everything else is fine, but the task is off the table. So it was premeditated. There was indeed no free lunch in this world. The two of them smiled bitterly. This furnace is called the Fire Bull Furnace. You can use it first. When I have enough money, I'll buy a 4th-grade or 5th-grade divine furnace for you. Jiang Dafei handed the pill furnace to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, Holy Dragon City has 4th-grade and 5th-grade divine furnaces. Of course. But it's very expensive. Jiang Dafei said. How much? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The 4th-grade and 5th-grade divine furnaces cost at least 1 trillion divine crystals. Jiang Dafei said. 1 trillion? That's not a lot. You're the acting city lord after all. You don't even have that much divine crystals. Qin Feiyang frowned. When Jiang Dafei heard this, the bitter smile on his face deepened. Young lord, don't forget that the city lord mansion's treasure vault and herb field were robbed by you. Not a single word was left. Let's talk about it later. Even if you didn't rob the treasure vault and herb field, the sect master of the Dragon God Palace wouldn't dare to use them privately. As for Brother Jiang himself, although he used to be the second commander, he relied on his salary to survive and didn't have any savings at all. Fan Yunzhang explained. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled and said, then it's not easy for you guys. Fan Yunzhang shook his head and sighed. We're the lowest members of the Dragon Slayer Palace. It's already not easy to fill our stomachs. Yeah. We can't compare to you, young lord. Jiang Dafei nodded with indescribable bitterness. Based on what you're saying, as the young hall master, I can get whatever I want. Qin Feiyang frowned. We wouldn't dare. The two hurriedly waved their hands. I think that's what you mean. Although both of my ancestors were thearchs of the Dragon Slayer Palace, I've never asked them for a single divine crystal. Everything that I have now was earned by my own hands. Qin Feiyang said. One of his ancestors was Qin Batian and the other was Lu Zhengyang. We know. Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang smiled. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two and got up. Since the divine general isn't here yet, I'll go to the castle first. Then, he took the flaming bull cauldron and disappeared. Divine general. Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang looked at each other. Did the young lord think that the divine general wanted to see him? Inside the castle's cultivation room. Qin Feiyang put down the pill furnace and lowered his head to ponder. After a while, Qin Feiyang turned around and walked to the door. He shouted towards the outside, Huo Yan, come here for a bit. Soon. Fire Lotus walked into the castle and looked at Qin Feiyang. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang asked, how many soul stones and divine crystals do we have now? Too many, I haven't counted. Fire Lotus shook her head. A day outside was 10 years in the castle. Qin Feiyang had been in seclusion for more than 10,000 years, and he had already accumulated a large number of soul stones and divine crystals. Take a rank 1 divine level soul line for example. A rank 1 divine level soul line could produce 10,000 soul stones a year. In other words, a single rank 1 god-class soul line had produced more than 120 million soul stones in the past 12,000 years. And now, there were more than 1,000 soul lines in the Black Tortoise world, and there were even rank 2, 3, 4, and 5 soul lines. Calculating carefully, the number of soul stones he had now exceeded 100 billion. Not to mention divine crystals. The annual production of a crystal vein was even higher than soul stones. For example, a rank 1 divine level crystal vein produced 10 times more soul stones a year, 100,000. Then now, he should have more than 1 trillion divine crystals. Hearing these two numbers, Qin Feiyang himself was also shocked. He didn't expect that in just a few years, he would have such a huge amount of wealth. But he knew. This was all thanks to the castle. Without the castle's time formation, 100 billion soul stones, 1 trillion divine crystals. It was all a dream. Like this. Collect all the soul stones and divine crystals. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Fire Lotus. What? Give it to Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang smiled, since they are working for me, I naturally can't treat them unfairly. Fire Lotus frowned, but there's no need to give it all to them. It's okay. Anyway, these crystal veins and soul veins are produced every day. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Alright then. But I still have to keep some soul stones. After all, now, not only you and the white-eyed wolf, but also the big black wolf, the 3 Black Panther brothers, and Li Changhe. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang smiled, do as you see fit. Okay. I'll go collect them now. With that, Fire Lotus turned and left. Qin Feiyang also turned and walked to the altar, taking out the 3 first-grade divine fires. After the netherworld demonic flame devoured them, it directly advanced to a 2nd-grade divine fire. Qin Feiyang tried to use the original 2nd-grade divine furnace to refine a healing pill. As expected, he refined 9 pill veins. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang was looking forward to it. Divine pill. He would be able to refine this kind of legendary elixir immediately, how could he not be excited? He took out the 3 2nd-grade divine fires. When the netherworld demonic flame advanced to a 3rd grade, he would use the fire ox cauldron that Jiang Dafei gave him to refine a healing pill. The level of the pill cauldron and pill fire had both advanced by a level. The divine pill definitely could not run away. But when the healing pill came out, he was stunned. This healing pill actually did not have a dragon-shaped pill chi, but 10 pill veins. 10 pill veins? What was going on? Didn't pills have at most 9 pill veins? Wait. He remembered that Zhao Tai Lai and the others said that when he opened the door of rebirth and fell into a state of near death, the divine-level guardian fire python came to save him with a divine pill. As for that medicinal pill, there were 10 dragon-shaped core qi. Since there were 10 dragon-shaped pill qi, then the highest number of pill veins should also be 10. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang could not help but smile bitterly. In the past, the alchemists he met, except for his ancestor, none of them could refine divine-level elixirs. And his ancestor did not tell him. So much so that he mistakenly thought that the highest number of pill veins was 9. In that case, if he wanted to refine divine-level elixirs, he had to raise the netherworld demonic flame to a 4th grade. The pill cauldron also had to be a 4th grade. 4th grade, gradually. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. 4th grade divine cauldron and divine fire were nothing to his current financial resources. Moreover, what the netherworld demonic flame needed to devour now was not 4th grade divine fire, but only 3 3rd grade divine fires. Chapter 2444. This matter couldn't be delayed. He had to let Jiang Dafei and the others deal with it as soon as possible. In the past, Qin Feiyang wasn't so eager. But now, he was just one step away. Everyone was like this. When there was a long way to go, they wouldn't think about it. But when the goal was close at hand, the strong desire was unprecedented. Qin Feiyang was in such a mood now. He couldn't wait to find the alchemy fire and the alchemy furnace and refine a divine-level alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang left the cultivation room and quickly walked out of the castle. Fire Lotus came up to him. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus was holding a qiankuan bag in her hand. Looking at Qin Feiyang's anxious look, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Then she handed the qiankuan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the qiankuan bag and opened it. There was nothing inside, only qiankuan bags. He didn't know how many there were. Not only the divine crystals and soul stones under the herb field, but also the divine crystals and soul stones looted from the city lord's mansion. Fire Lotus said. "How many soul stones did we leave?" Qin Feiyang asked. "About 100 billion. Fire Lotus said. "That's enough." Qin Feiyang smiled and appeared in the tea room with the qiankuan bag. "Young lord." Jiang Dafei and Fire Lotus immediately bowed. "Here you are." Qin Feiyang threw the qiankuan bag to them. Jiang Dafei grabbed the qiankuan bag and checked it. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he asked suspiciously, "What's inside?" "Soul stones, divine crystals." Qin Feiyang sat on the chair and took a sip of tea. "What?" The two were shocked. How many divine crystals and soul stones were there in so many qiankuan bags? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You won't lose out if you follow me. That's for sure. We've never doubted young lord's kindness to us." The two of them were so excited that their faces were blooming with smiles. "I'm not a saint. Since I've put in so much effort, I'll definitely get something in return," Qin Feiyang said. The two of them were stunned for a moment before replying in unison, "Please give us your orders. Within an hour, find me 3 grade 3 divine flames and a grade 4 divine furnace." Qin Feiyang said. "No problem. With this wealth, it'll be a piece of cake. Wait here, we'll go to the treasure pavilion now." Jiang Dafei patted his chest and made a solemn vow. Then, he dragged Fan Yunzhang toward the door. "Right. The person who wants to see you should be here soon." Jiang Dafei turned his head and said something to Qin Feiyang. Then, he opened the door and ran out with Fan Yunzhang happily, closing the door behind him. Chao Deyuan, who was at the side, could only feel envy. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to him. He took out the medicinal pill with 10 veins and played with it while drinking tea. "Is this real?" Chao Dayuan rubbed his eyes and looked at the elixir in Qin Feiyang's hand. 1, 2, 3. It was actually 10 patterns. Oh my god. How terrifying was this person's attainments in alchemy? The longer he followed Qin Feiyang, the more terrified he felt and the more regretful he felt. He only hated that he was too stupid back then. Dong! About a few hundred breaths passed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Open the door. Qin Feiyang glanced at the door and said to Chao Dayuan. Chao Dayuan immediately trotted over and opened the door. Immediately, 2 old faces entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. They were 2 old women. White hair at the temples. Their bodies were bent. They both had a cane in their hands. Chao Dayuan retreated to the side and said, "Lords, please come in." The 2 old women walked in, glanced at the private room, and walked directly to the tea room. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. Who was this? Chao Dayuan also closed the door and looked at the 2 old women suspiciously. Their cultivation bases were not very high. They were only at the great god realm. There was no aggressive aura on them. However, when they saw Qin Feiyang sitting leisurely at the tea table and not getting up to greet them, one of the old women couldn't help but feel angry. Swish! Immediately after, the old woman went forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's face, slapping him and saying, "You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. Seeing that we're here, you still don't get up to greet us?" Ah! Chao Dayuan looked at this scene in shock. Qin Feiyang himself was also stunned. How could there be such a rude person? Pulling others' ears as soon as he came up. The other old woman shook her head with a wry smile and said, "Sister Rushwang, don't be like this." Sister Rushwang? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the old woman in surprise. Feeling sorry for him. "You little girl, you only know how to protect him." The old woman rolled her eyes and then let go of Qin Feiyang's slap. Sitting opposite Qin Feiyang, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why aren't you pouring us tea?" Oh. Qin Feiyang nodded and instinctively picked up the teapot, but suddenly frowned and said angrily, "Why? Don't you have hands?" The old woman looked at Qin Feiyang and said unhappily, "Isn't pouring tea for the elderly the most basic etiquette? Don't take advantage of your seniority." Qin Feiyang snorted and said, "Show your true form." Guess. The old woman smiled mockingly. Is there a need to guess? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The 2 old women looked at each other and smiled, then took a facial restoration pill. Soon, the 2 beautiful women appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. It was Qin Rushwang and the mermaid princess. Chao Dayuan, who was standing at the side, was stunned. There was actually such a beautiful woman in this world. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 and shook his head. I really didn't expect that it would be the 2 of you who came to see me. Am I not welcome? The mermaid princess said. Of course. Qin Feiyang stood up and opened his arms. The mermaid princess did not care about Qin Rushwang and Chao Dayuan. She walked forward and hugged Qin Feiyang. What does this have to do with anything? Chao Dayuan was dumbfounded. The mermaid princess hugged Qin Feiyang's waist tightly and whispered, "I miss you." "I miss you too." Qin Feiyang nodded, and his eyes were very tender. He asked softly, "How have you been these years?" "Very good. Everyone takes good care of me. Especially the 5 ancestors." The mermaid princess nodded. 5 ancestors? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why were there so many of them? The first mermaid emperor, the first black-winged emperor, and the first white-winged emperor are all her ancestors. Qin Rushwang said. What about the other 2? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Qin Rushwang said, Of course it's my father and uncle Lu Zhengyang. Ancestors? Lu Zhengyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Qin Rushwang teased, She will become your wife sooner or later. Your ancestors are her ancestors, aren't they? Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, that's true. Hearing the conversation between the two, the mermaid princess could not help but blush. Qin Feiyang could not help but be mesmerized for a moment. Qin Rushuang coughed dryly and said, let me tell you, don't mess around in public. Even Qin Feiyang's face couldn't help but turn red. Alright. Just a hug for a while will do. Let's get down to business. Qin Rushuang said. Qin Feiyang let go of the mermaid princess and pulled the mermaid princess to sit together. He looked at Qin Rushuang and hugged the mermaid princess. He smiled and said, girl, we really can't show off our love like this in the future. Otherwise, some old people will feel stifled. The mermaid princess burst out laughing. Bastard, who are you calling an old person? Qin Rushuang suddenly stood up, so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. You're still single at this age. According to the secular world, you're already an old leftover woman. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Qin Feiyang. Qin Rushuang gritted her teeth. Sister Rushuang, don't be angry. It's bad for your health. The mermaid princess quickly stood up and comforted her. Keep him in check. Qin Rushuang glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang, and then returned to her seat angrily. The mermaid princess smiled helplessly and looked at Qin Feiyang. Feiyang, we came to you this time because of that mission. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the mermaid princess and then at Qin Rushuang, frowning. After all this, you're here to persuade me? Not really. We're here because we miss you too much. This is just a side trip. The mermaid princess said. Only a ghost would miss him. Qin Rushuang snorted. The mermaid princess could not help but laugh. Feiyang, this mission was actually given to you by our ancestors. You can't let them down. Don't mention it. I'm still very uncomfortable in my heart. Why can you, even Mu Tianyang and the others, go directly to the dragon-slaying palace, but I have to be left outside? Qin Feiyang said. Qin Rushuang frowned and said, Father is doing this for your own good. I admit that. He definitely won't harm me. But think about it. Since we met in the Sea of Sky Dragons, how many words have we spoken to each other? If it were you, would you feel comfortable? Qin Feiyang said. Qin Rushuang smiled helplessly. Alright, it's not like we won't see each other in the future. There's still plenty of time. We'll talk about it later. Although you didn't enter the dragon-slaying palace, our ancestors didn't forget about you. Just like your current status as the young Supreme Lord. It's something that countless people in the dragon-slaying palace dream of. The mermaid princess said. And in order to make you the young Supreme Lord of the dragon-slaying palace, Father and Uncle Lu are under a lot of pressure. Because compared to the other 3 young Supreme Lords, your cultivation is too weak. If you don't do it now, how will Father and Uncle Lu face the others in the dragon-slaying palace in the future? Qin Rushuang said. I know that too. But I'm really busy now. The black tortoise world is in the process of growing. I have a lot of things to deal with myself, and I still have to cultivate. How can I have time to care about other things? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. The black tortoise world is growing. Qin Rushuang looked at him suspiciously. Yes. The black tortoise world is now bigger than before. The overall strength of the black tortoise world has also increased by several levels. Fortunately, the fire lotus has been helping me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. The fire lotus is still there. The mermaid princess was stunned. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, he said in amusement, What's with that look? Qin Rushuang said, Don't you understand? Love grows with time. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at her. Wasn't she just blindly making a fuss? Chapter 2445. The mermaid princess giggled. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. I don't mind. It's normal for men to have multiple wives. Besides, I'm quite happy to have one more person to help me take care of you. Silly girl. Qin Feiyang flicked her forehead and looked at the two girls. Let me think about this mission. No. You have to give us an answer now. Qin Rushuang shook her head. The mermaid princess smiled. And you can't refuse. So you're saying that I still have a choice? Qin Feiyang frowned. No. This is a mission given to us by father. We have to complete it. The two girls said. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Our ancestors are really something. They let you persuade them. Don't blame father. He's doing this to give you a chance to cultivate your force. This way, you'll have a say in the dragon-slaying palace in the future. I'll tell you the truth. The other three young lords are doing the same thing now. Qin Rushuang said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. It's just that they're not in the north. They've entered the Dragon God Palace in the west, south, and east respectively. In short, this is an invisible competition. It's about your position in the dragon-slaying palace in the future. Qin Rushuang said. I see. No wonder Fan Yunzhang said that sometimes, it's better to fight for it. Qin Feiyang whispered. We all know that you're afraid of trouble. But at this time, you can't act according to your temper. Because if you can control the north, not only will it be useful for you, but it'll also be of great help to father. Qin Rushuang said. The mermaid princess nodded. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at the two. You've come in person. If I still refuse, won't you be sad? All right, I'll reluctantly agree. That's right. Qin Rushuang smiled. Qin Feiyang waved and said, You can go. Go? Qin Rushuang was stunned. Yeah. I've already agreed. Why are you still here? Qin Feiyang said. What a heartless bastard. Qin Rushuang glared at Qin Feiyang, then got up and grabbed the mermaid princess, saying, Sister, let's go. Qin Feiyang hurriedly hugged the mermaid princess. He looked at Qin Rushuang and said, I told you to go alone. Qin Rushuang was stunned and said angrily, Brat, don't go too far. Can't you just understand? We haven't seen each other for so long, of course, you understand. As Qin Feiyang spoke, he gave Qin Rushuang an ambiguous look. Qin Rushuang's face darkened. Don't even think about it before we're married. Your thoughts are so dirty. I just want to be alone with her for a few days. You actually thought of such a thing. It seems that the thinking of old people is still different from us young people. Qin Feiyang joked. Bastard. Qin Rushuang raised her fist and threw it at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang got up and ran. Don't run if you dare. I'd be a fool if I didn't run. Watching the two of them, one running in front and the other chasing from behind, the mermaid princess could not help but shake her head and laugh. Chao Dayuan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. In his impression, Qin Feiyang was a swift and decisive person who handled matters calmly. He did not expect that there was such a side to him. That's not right. How did your cultivation become so strong? Hold it, hold it. This is unbelievable. You're actually a great perfection paragon. Until then. Qin Feiyang finally noticed Qin Rushuang's cultivation and hurriedly waved his hand. Qin Rushuang slapped Qin Feiyang on the head, her face full of pride. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Rushuang and then at the mermaid princess. He was stunned. This little girl was also a great perfection paragon. What was going on? Qin Feiyang walked to the mermaid princess and carefully checked. She was really a great perfection paragon. The mermaid princess smiled and said, The dragon-slaying palace has a space divine object. The time formation inside is much more powerful than the ancient castle. How powerful? 10 years in a day. Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's not right. Even if it was 10 years in a day, it couldn't be that fast. Because the ancient castle's time rule was also 10 years in a day, and now, he had just broken through to a consummate divine lord. The mermaid princess said, 50 years in a day. No way. Qin Feiyang was stunned. 50 years in a day. That was 5 times faster than the ancient castle. Chao Deyuan, who was next to him, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. 50 years in a day, how incredible was that? How is it? It's much better than your ancient castle that takes 10 years in a day. You must be envious. Now, do you regret that you didn't go to the dragon-slaying palace crying and screaming? Qin Rushuang looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. She also learned about the changes in the ancient castle from the divine general. As for the divine general, she naturally learned about it from Fan Yunzhang. Because Fan Yunzhang had been to the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang also told him about it. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to Qin Rushuang's words. 50 years in a day, that was too scary. If the white-eyed wolf knew about it, it would definitely be devastated. Because Qin Rushuang and the others left, the white-eyed wolf was very unhappy. When the ancient castle was unsealed and the time rule changed, it gloated and laughed at Qin Rushuang and the others. But now, it suddenly found out that Qin Rushuang and the others were actually cultivating in a space divine object that lasted 50 years a day. It would definitely go crazy. It was too shocking. It was too unbelievable. The ancient castle really couldn't compare. Qin Rushuang said proudly, when we break through to the 9 heavens realm, I guess you'll still be a divine lord. Am I that unbearable? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, what about old Zhao and the others? To be honest, he was a little envious. They're definitely stronger than you. They're about to break through to the perfected paragon god level. Especially the blood Kirin. It's already breaking through to the perfected paragon god level. Qin Rushuang said. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. These guys were also running too fast, right? They already left him a major realm behind. Didn't that mean he had to work harder? He regretted it. Why did he take on this mission in a moment of weakness? Wasn't it a waste of time? Swoosh. Right at this moment, 2 middle-aged men appeared out of thin air. They were Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang in disguise. The 2 of them were directly teleported over through the altar. Greetings, ladies. The 2 of them immediately bowed when they saw Qin Rushuang and the mermaid princess. You know us? Qin Rushuang was surprised. Jiang Dafei said, the divine general told us. Of course, we know you. I see. Then you have to help Feiyang in the future. Qin Rushuang said. As the apple of the Qin Emperor's eye, her status in the Dragon Slayer Palace was naturally quite high. She was even higher than Qin Feiyang, the young master. We will. The 2 of them nodded respectfully. Qin Rushuang nodded and fell silent. Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang walked up to Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, young master, we did not disappoint you. Then, Jiang Dafei took out 3 iron boxes and a bronze cauldron. Qin Feiyang confirmed and sent the alchemy fire and bronze cauldron to the ancient castle. He looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, very good. In the future, continue to help me keep an eye on 4th grade divine fires and 5th grade divine furnaces. Yes. The 2 of them nodded. Fan Yunzhang looked at Qin Rushuang and Fan Yunzhang and asked, young master, what about the mission? 2 influential lobbyists came here. How can I refuse? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Just as the divine general expected, Fan Yunzhang laughed. Cough, cough. Jiang Dafei quickly coughed. Fan Yunzhang was stunned. Then, his expression changed slightly and he quickly shut his mouth. What the hell? This has something to do with the divine general. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and frowned. This, the 2 of them stammered. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted. Yes. If you don't accept the mission, the Divine General can't do anything. So, he thought of asking the two ladies to persuade you. And he said that it would definitely work. Jiang Dafei lowered his head and said. Great. You actually followed him and schemed against me behind my back. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. The two of them hurriedly said, Young master, we had no choice. We could only do this. Qin Feiyang glared at the two of them and waved his hand. Go, go. As for you, Jiang Dafei, the two of them were about to leave, but when they heard Qin Feiyang had something else to say, they stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. The city lord and the second commander are dead. If you still don't have the ability to get the position of the city lord of Holy Dragon City, it means that you're not very capable. Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Dafei and said. Jiang Dafei's eyes trembled slightly. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. I'll do my best. Jiang Dafei nodded. How could he not understand when he had made it so clear? If he couldn't get the position of the city lord of Holy Dragon City, he would lose his value. Then, he would have to take back the soul stones and divine crystals that he had given him. He might even lose his life. Qin Feiyang said, You two can divide the soul stones and divine crystals among yourselves. Yes. The two of them responded respectfully, then turned and ran out as if they were running for their lives. Qin Rushuang said, Then we'll be leaving too. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Rushuang, then at the mermaid princess, and said reluctantly, Can't you stay with me for a few days? I want to as well. But the ancestor has instructed that we must leave immediately after completing the mission. Because our identities are very sensitive now. If the dragons find out, we'll be in danger. The mermaid princess's face was also full of reluctance. All right. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said, Take care of yourself. You too. The mermaid princess nodded and said. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Qin Rushuang. He said, I'll leave her to you. Don't let anyone bully her. Do I need you to tell me that? Qin Rushuang rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and activated a teleportation altar. I'm really leaving. The mermaid princess grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and looked up at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded and reached out to gently tidy up the mermaid princess's messy hair on her forehead. What are you two doing? It's not like you're parting forever. Qin Rushuang was speechless. She grabbed the mermaid princess and leaped onto the altar. Be careful. The mermaid princess said worriedly. I will. Qin Feiyang smiled. Soon. The two of them disappeared. The teleportation altar also disappeared. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and put away his disappointment. He brought Chao Dayuan and entered the castle. Chapter 2446. Cultivation Room. Qin Feiyang ignored Chao Dayuan, opened the iron box, and took out the 3 third-grade divine fires. The nether devil flame immediately pounced. Boom! The next moment. The nether devil flame's aura soared. This is... Chao Dayuan was surprised. What kind of alchemy fire was this? It could actually evolve by devouring other alchemy fires? When the nether devil flame rose to 4th grade, Qin Feiyang immediately used the bronze cauldron to refine pills. The nether devil flame was 4th grade, and the bronze cauldron was also 4th grade. This time, he could definitely refine a divine pill. He was filled with anticipation as he refined a healing pill. Roar! But when the healing pill came out of the cauldron, there was a series of dragon roars. What's going on? Huo Yan, Hui Yi, and He Bao heard the commotion and ran in. They looked at the bronze cauldron in bewilderment and saw an elixir flying out and being caught by Qin Feiyang. Although it was short-lived, they could clearly see that there was a dragon-shaped pill aura on the pill. A divine pill. The 2 men and 3 beasts immediately ran to Qin Feiyang's side and stared at Qin Feiyang's hand. Chao Dayuan was the same. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Why do I see that you guys are more excited than me? Don't talk nonsense, let us see." Hua Yi urged. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and slowly opened his palm. The healing pill immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There was a dragon-shaped pill aura on it, like a real baby dragon. "It's really a divine pill." Chao Dayuan was stunned. This person could actually refine a divine pill. A heaven-defying divine artifact, the dragon-slaying temple's young lord, a divine pill. How many secrets did he have that no one knew? "Boss, you're amazing." The three Black Panther brothers were full of admiration. This was the first time they had seen a divine pill in their lives. Hua Yi said in surprise, "I wonder how effective this divine healing pill is." "Isn't it simple? We'll know when we find someone to test it." The three Black Panther brothers looked at Chao Dayuan. "Why are you looking at me?" Chao Dayuan panicked. "Don't panic. This is boss's first time concocting a divine pill. You should feel honored that I'm giving you the first divine pill I've refined." The Black Panther three brothers chuckled and immediately swarmed up, giving Chao Dayuan a good beating. "Stop. I don't want this honor." Chao Dayuan roared. "You still don't want it? You really don't know what's good for you." The three Black Panther brothers were furious. They became even more ferocious and merciless. "Ah!" Accompanied by a shrill scream, Chao Dayuan was soon beaten black and blue. Even his two arms had been shattered. "I'm begging you, stop hitting me. I want it, I want it, I want it, okay?" Chao Dayuan shouted weakly. How could there be such a person who didn't want to force others to do it? Wouldn't it have been fine if you had done this earlier? Why do you have to go against us? The three Black Panther brothers pursed their lips. The third Black Panther ran in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, give me the healing pill." Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and threw the healing pill to him. The third Black Panther grabbed the healing pill and ran to Chao Dayuan's side, stuffing it into Chao Dayuan's mouth. As soon as the pill entered Chao Dayuan's mouth, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the arms that he had lost were being regenerated. Fire Lotus said in surprise, "This effect is not bad. It's almost comparable to the divine pill of life." "Yes." Hua Yi nodded and said with a smile, "After all, it's a divine pill. The effect is definitely different." The Black Panther said, "If it's a divine pill of life, won't such injuries be healed in an instant?" "Instant recovery is a bit exaggerated. It will take some time more or less. But I believe that 10 divine pills of life can definitely heal in an instant." Fire Lotus said with a smile. 10. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was already rare to be able to refine a divine pill with a dragon-shaped divine pill of life, let alone 10. Qin Feiyang, if pills like Chaos Divine Pills and Nirvana Divine Pills are replaced with divine pills, will the effects change? Hua Yi asked curiously. Chaos Divine Pills? Nirvana Divine Pills? Qin Feiyang paused for a moment and shook his head. There's no record of this in the alchemy mantra. After that, he turned around and checked the alchemy mantra. There was indeed no record of such information. Fire Lotus said, "Since the healing pill has changed, then these pills should also change. I'm not sure about the Chaos Divine Pills. Because the Chaos Divine Pills are used to increase cultivation. But the Nirvana Divine Pills, these pills are used to open the door of potential. I don't think there will be much change. After all, there's only one door of potential in each cultivation level." Qin Feiyang said. "Then let's try the Chaos Divine Pills first. Maybe we can break through 2 levels now." Fire Lotus said expectantly. 2 levels? You're dreaming too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Fire Lotus said, "How will we know if we don't try?" "All right. I'll try refining 1. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus immediately took out a set of medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and started to refine pills. Hui, Fire Lotus, and the three Black Panther brothers took the initiative to retreat and maintain a distance. As the spiritual liquid of several medicinal herbs was refined one after another, the Chaos Divine Pill was finally out of the furnace. There was also a dragon-shaped pill Qi on it. Who should I try it on? Qin Feiyang asked. Hui said, of course it's you. Here, except for Qin Feiyang, everyone's cultivation had surpassed the Divine Lord level. That's not good. I'm now a consummate Divine Lord. If I can't break through 2 levels, my cultivation will be stuck at the consummate Divine Lord level. Qin Feiyang frowned. Does that matter? Hui was suspicious. Of course it does. A consummate Divine Lord needs 8 billion soul stones to break through to the half-step Supreme God level. A consummate Divine Lord only needs 600,000 soul stones to break through to the consummate Divine Lord level. When I cultivate to the consummate Divine Lord level, I'll take the Chaos Divine Pill and break through to the half-step Supreme God level. It'll save me a lot of time. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Hui nodded and frowned. But the problem is, only you and the White-Eyed Wolf are Divine Lords. The Black Tortoise world has given birth to some Divine Lords, but we can't let them get such a good pill. Fire Lotus smiled. The White-Eyed Wolf? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and patted his head. Yes, let's go find the White-Eyed Wolf. Immediately. A group of people rushed to the outside of the White-Eyed Wolf's cultivation room. Dong! Qin Feiyang knocked on the door a few times. Get lost! However, a furious shout could be heard from the inside. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. After being in seclusion for so many years, his temper had changed. He said, "It's me." There was a moment of silence. The stone door slowly opened. The White-Eyed Wolf finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Its fur was golden, and its eyes looked as if they were cast in gold. What was even more surprising was, on its back, there were 2 golden wings. In the middle of the White-Eyed Wolf's eyebrows, there was a blood-red pattern. They looked like the wings of a fire phoenix. This was the change the White-Eyed Wolf had after breaking through to the false god level. It was extremely handsome. But until now, Qin Feiyang still didn't know why the White-Eyed Wolf had become like this. He had asked before, but the White-Eyed Wolf just kept him in suspense. The White-Eyed Wolf glanced at Chao Deyuan and the 3 Black Leopard brothers, picked its nose, and said, "Not bad, you got so many little brothers." "We're little brothers." "Then what are you?" It was the first time they had seen the White-Eyed Wolf. Not only them, but Big Black Wolf and Li Changhe had also never seen the White-Eyed Wolf in person. Wow! The White-Eyed Wolf looked at the 3 Black Leopard brothers in surprise. These 3 guys didn't understand the situation. Who was the boss here? Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf. He said, "You've been in seclusion for so long, but your cultivation hasn't improved much. Are you blind? You call a consummate Divine Lord not improving?" The White-Eyed Wolf rolled its eyes. "You've been in seclusion every day. What kind of improvement is that? Look at me. I've been busy, but I've already become a consummate Divine Lord." Qin Feiyang pouted. "Then why don't you say that you used to be stronger than me? We'll talk about it later. I've already become a peak consummate Divine Lord, and I'll soon become a consummate Divine Lord. When the time comes, I'll take a Chaos Divine Pill and become an ultimate god. Kid, take your time to catch up." The White-Eyed Wolf looked disdainful. "You're about to break through." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Of course. Do you think I've been in seclusion all these years for fun?" The White-Eyed Wolf snorted. "Fine." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and put the Chaos Divine Pill in front of the White-Eyed Wolf. He said, "Look." "Damn, a divine pill?" The White-Eyed Wolf was surprised. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You made it?" The White-Eyed Wolf asked. "Who else could it be?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. The white-eyed wolf exclaimed, "Little brother, not bad." He actually called boss little brother. Big sister, where did this guy come from? Why do I feel that he's so amazing? The three Black Panther brothers looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. You don't know this, but the white-eyed wolf was the first to follow Chin Dage. I think it was when Chin Dage was 15 years old. They went through fire and water together and never left each other. So, the two of them are very close. Let's put it this way, they're closer than brothers, so don't be presumptuous in front of him in the future. Fire Lotus laughed secretly. I see. The three Black Panther brothers suddenly understood. It seemed that they had one more person to curry favor with. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This is a Chaos Divine Pellet. Take it, a divine-grade Chaos Divine Pellet can help you break through 2 minor realms." The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Are you sure?" "Of course. Based on our relationship, why would I lie to you?" Qin Feiyang's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat. He solemnly nodded. Hua Yi, Fire Lotus, and the three Black Panther brothers looked at each other. Why didn't they know that this Chaos Divine Pill could help them break through 2 small realms? Wasn't this deliberately tricking the white-eyed wolf? Sure enough. The closer one was, the easier it was to be tricked. The white-eyed wolf believed it and stuffed the Chaos Divine Pill into his mouth without the slightest doubt. Although he was about to break through to the Perfection Monarch God realm, he still needed some time. Since he could break through directly, why would he waste time cultivating? Chapter 2447. Step back, step back. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shouted. You're a scammer. If it doesn't break through 2 small realms later, you'll see how it will settle the score with you. Hua Yi gloatingly transmitted his voice. If it didn't break through 2 small realms, the white-eyed wolf's cultivation would naturally stop at Perfect Monarch God. In other words, it was already about to break through to Perfect Monarch God. Once it broke through, it would take the Chaos Divine Pill and step into Half-Step Supreme God. And now, if it couldn't break through 2 small realms after taking the Chaos Divine Pill in advance, then it wouldn't be able to take the Chaos Divine Pill again. In other words, how much time would it waste to cultivate to Half-Step Supreme God step by step? With the white-eyed wolf's character, once it knew that it had been scammed, it would never have a day of peace. Don't gloat. When the time comes, I'll say that you instigated it. Qin Feiyang secretly said. I instigated it. Hua Yi was slightly taken aback, and suddenly he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Boom! All of a sudden, the white-eyed wolf's aura rushed out uncontrollably and immediately soared. In less than 5 breaths, its cultivation had successfully stepped into Perfect Monarch God. But its aura didn't stop. It was still soaring. Can it really break through 2 small realms? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. In the end, it turned out that this was true. The white-eyed wolf's aura didn't stop at all and crazily soared all the way. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled explosion came from its body. This loud sound was the sound of the shackles between Monarch God and Supreme God being broken. In other words, the white-eyed wolf succeeded. It was also at this moment the white-eyed wolf's soaring aura finally stopped. In a situation like this where it crossed realms, it was impossible to break through directly. After breaking through the shackles, it still needed to cultivate by itself. But it wouldn't take long. For Half-Step Supreme God, it would only take a year and a half. In other words, the white-eyed wolf only needed to cultivate for a year and a half to step into Half-Step Supreme God. A year and a half was nothing to cultivators. Even with the Soul Stone, it would take more than 10,000 years to break through from a perfect Sir God to a Half-Step Supreme God. Compared to over 10,000 years, a year and a half was not even a drop in the ocean. Especially in the castle. It would only take 2 hours. Sure. The white-eyed wolf was extremely excited. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, quickly go and refine the Nirvana Divine Pill. After opening the door of potential, I will go and cultivate. It's really not bad. Qin Feiyang murmured. His heart was filled with excitement. The white-eyed wolf was the best proof. Now, he could boldly consume it and, like the white-eyed wolf, break through to the half-step transcendent god level. Let's go, let's continue refining pills. Qin Feiyang chuckled and turned to enter the cultivation room. A short while later, 2 Nirvana Divine Pills and 1 Chaos Divine Pill came out of the furnace. Both of them had dragon-shaped pill chi. You helped the white-eyed wolf open the door of potential. Qin Feiyang handed a Nirvana Divine Pill to Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus walked out with the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and consumed the Chaos Divine Pill. Hua Yi, the 3 Black Panther brothers, and Chao Dayuan all watched from the side. Boom! Soon, his aura also burst out uncontrollably and soared all the way. I'm so envious. Chao Dayuan muttered. Back then, it took a lot of time to break through to the half-step Sir God level. But now, this man and wolf only used 1 pill to break through 2 small realms. Comparisons are odious. This saying was indeed true. The 3 Black Panther brothers were also filled with emotions. If they didn't follow this person back then, they might not be able to step into the half-step transcendent god level even after a few thousand years. Fate was so wonderful. A single mistake could change the fate of a lifetime. Compared to Chao Dayuan, they were much luckier. This was because the difference in treatment was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Finally, Qin Feiyang's cultivation base broke through to the perfect Sir God level. His aura was still soaring. This feeling of consecutive breakthroughs is so cool. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was especially excited. Because he hadn't experienced this kind of satisfaction brought about by consecutive breakthroughs for a long time. The last time he broke through consecutively was when he took the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Pill. And the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood Pill, 5 Elements Universe Pill, and 4 Symbols Infinite Divine Pill could only increase his cultivation by 1 small realm. Perhaps, if these 3 pills were exchanged for divine pills, they could probably increase his cultivation base by 2 small realms. But at that time, he couldn't refine divine pills. However, the past was the past. There was no need to regret. Cherish the present. Boom! His aura became stronger and stronger. However, just as he was about to break through the shackles, the soaring aura suddenly stopped. Then his aura receded like the tide. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hua Yi, the 3 Black Panther brothers, and Chao Dayuan also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. What was going on? Could it be that the breakthrough failed? But it was impossible. The white-eyed wolf had succeeded before. Hua Yi asked, Qin Feiyang, is there a problem somewhere? How would I know? Qin Feiyang frowned and sensed the energy in his body, only to find that the energy of the Chaos Divine Pill had already dissipated. Did he really fail? But that wasn't right. Didn't the white-eyed wolf break through 2 small realms in a row? Could it be because the white-eyed wolf is about to break through to the perfect Divine Lord realm, so the energy of the Chaos Divine Pill is just enough for him to break through to the half-step Divine Lord realm? Hua Yi frowned. It doesn't make sense. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Because the energy of the Chaos Divine Pill had not been used up. In other words, success or failure had nothing to do with energy or cultivation. Could it be luck? He couldn't be so unlucky. Awoo. At this time, there was a deafening wolf howl outside. Qin Feiyang got up and walked out of the cultivation room. He saw that the white-eyed wolf had already broken through the Divine Lord realm and successfully opened the door of potential. When they saw Qin Feiyang, the Fire Lotus and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. What was going on with his cultivation? Why did he stop at the perfect divine lord realm? He failed. Hua Yi smiled helplessly. Failed? How is that possible? Didn't he just say that he would definitely break through 2 small realms? The white-eyed wolf looked at Hua Yi and said. He lied to you. Before this, he didn't know the effect of the divine-level chaos divine pill at all. Hua Yi said. He didn't know. Then isn't he using me as a lab rat? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Ahem. Hua Yi coughed dryly and nodded. That's a bit of it. Little Qin Zi, you bastard. The white-eyed wolf suddenly burned with anger and rushed toward Qin Feiyang with bared fangs and brandished claws. Hua Yi had a face full of schadenfreude. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf braked and stopped, looking at Qin Feiyang. What's going on? He actually held back and didn't make a move. This isn't the white-eyed wolf's character. Hua Yi muttered. The white-eyed wolf suddenly grinned and also gloated. Screw him then. Anyway, I've already succeeded. It doesn't matter. And from this incident, it proves that my character is better than his. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Are you jealous? Jealous? Hate? Ha, you want to screw me over, but in the end, you screwed yourself over. You can slowly be annoyed. I'm going to cultivate. Bye. The ingrate smiled mischievously at Qin Feiyang. Then, he walked with small steps while humming a little tune. He proudly entered the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. There was no other way. This guy should be showing off. Who told him to fail? But what was going on? Qin Feiyang couldn't figure out the reason for his failure. It couldn't be because of his character. It seemed that his character wasn't that bad. No. I have to find out the reason. Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at Fire Lotus. Girl, give me 10 sets of herbs and then go to the Black Tortoise world to find 10 Sir Gods. I want to try. Okay. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. She took out 10 sets of herbs and handed them to Qin Feiyang. Then, she turned and left the castle, disappearing. Qin Feiyang also entered the cultivation room and started refining pills. Not long later, Fire Lotus returned with 10 people. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was all at the half-step Sir God level. In the Black Tortoise world, a half-step Sir God was already considered a top expert. Therefore, their status in the Black Tortoise world was not low. But at this moment, standing in the castle hall, their eyes were filled with fear. Wasn't this the Devil's Land? Why was there not only an astonishing medicinal field here, but also an ancient castle? Duh. Along with the sound of footsteps, Qin Feiyang and his group walked out of the cultivation room. The 10 people were shocked. They couldn't see through the cultivation of these people. No wonder Pai Lupi and Theta Wang ordered that no one was allowed to enter the Devil's Land. It turned out that there was such a terrifying group of people hidden there. Wait. He seems familiar. Suddenly, the 10 of them stared at Qin Feiyang with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. It's him. Qin Feiyang who destroyed the Vanga League and Fengtian Palace back then. One of the old men exclaimed. Actually, to the Black Tortoise world, the name Qin Feiyang was not unfamiliar. Because not only had Qin Feiyang wandered in the Black Tortoise world back then, he had also been seen when the Gate of Rebirth was opened and the living beings in the Black Tortoise world were revived. In the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang was a legend. However, no one in the Black Tortoise world knew that Qin Feiyang was the master of the Black Tortoise world. They also didn't know that the divine treasures and divine items that suddenly appeared in these years were given to them by Qin Feiyang. Hello. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The 10 people's faces were full of panic. Don't be afraid. I didn't ask you to come here to hurt you. On the contrary, I'm here to give you good fortune. Qin Feiyang chuckled. With a wave of his hand, 10 chaos divine pills appeared. Dragon-shaped core energy. They're all divine pills. The 10 people were shocked. In the ancient world, divine pills were rare, let alone in the Black Tortoise world. In the eyes of the living beings in the Black Tortoise world, divine pills were legendary items. And now, 10 divine pills appeared at once. One could imagine how big of an impact it would have on them. Each of you will take one now. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is there such a good thing? The 10 people were stunned and their eyes became vigilant. Who knew what kind of pill it was? What if it was poisonous? Hurry up. Or we'll kill you. The 3 black leopard brothers released their auras and ferocious auras. They were all half-step to the divine realm. Their auras were no doubt comparable to the might of the heavens to the 10 half-step divine lords. The 10 people's eyes trembled. They could only bite the bullet and stuff the pills into their mouths.
Chapter 1964. Wu Zuan fell silent as he considered the pros and cons. You can refuse, but you will end up the same as the other 4 nations. Even if you let Jin Yang return now, I will still kill her. The man raised his eyebrows as his eerie voice resounded in the study. However, I have long heard of Princess Jin Yang's name and have admired her for a long time. If you agree, Jin Yang will be the object of your marriage. No. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. We do not agree. Jin Yang is not an object of exchange. We will not use her as a bargaining chip. Although Qin Feiyang was muddle-headed, snobbish, and greedy, he truly loved his daughter dearly. Furthermore, Jin Yang was the hope of the Golden Sun country. How could he abandon her? I can agree to this condition on behalf of your majesty. At this moment, Wu Zuan spoke up. Lord Wu Zuan. Qin Feiyang's face turned ashen. You cannot treat Jin Yang like this. Your majesty, I know that you love Jin Yang, but she is just a woman. Do you want her to inherit the Golden Sun country? Before this old man had already told Jin Yang that she had to obtain the first rank in this 4-nation youth competition. Otherwise, this old man would let her marry the emperors of the 3 nations. With Jin Yang's status, she must be the empress of any nation. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. He had not expected Wu Zuan to say such a thing to Jin Yang. Of course, I was just trying to scare Jin Yang. The emperors of the 3 nations are not qualified to marry someone who can marry Jin Yang. Thus, I forced her to do her best to win first place. Wu Zuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and continued, and now, the Freedom Alliance's leader is willing to marry Jin Yang. Why should we not agree? Qin Feiyang's legs turned to jelly as he fell to the ground. His face was pale. In front of others, the experts of the Golden Sun country would give him face. However, behind the scenes, he did not have the right to make decisions in the Golden Sun country. I think you are mistaken. Just as Qin Feiyang was in despair, the man smiled coldly. I only want Jin Yang to be my woman, not to marry her. The only one who can be my wife is Yin Yuqing. Only she is worthy of my love. The other women can only be concubines. Wu Zuan's expression was somewhat unsightly, but the Freedom Alliance was getting stronger and stronger. In addition, this man possessed such a powerful secret technique. It was not up to him to choose. Therefore, Wu Zuan gritted his teeth. Okay. Lord Wu Zuan. Qin Feiyang could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Wu Zuan did not seem to notice his gaze and turned back to the man. Can we summon back the princes of Jinyang country? The man glanced at Wu Zuan coldly. With the Freedom Alliance as your backing, what do you need those princes to do? In other words, it was impossible for the princes to stay in Jinyang country anymore. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. His face was filled with pain. Not only had he lost so many sons in this scheme, but he had also lost his most beloved daughter. The funny thing was that he didn't have the ability to save his daughter. That's right. Is there a lady in white beside the second prince of the kingdom of Tianqi? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. That lady looks too much like Qing. When the time comes, send her to my bed. Even if he could not obtain Yin Yuqing, finding a substitute was not a bad idea. Who asked him to love that cruel woman so much? Chapter 1965. Don't worry, Alliance Leader. When the time comes, I will definitely give that woman to you as a gift. Wu Zuan replied expressionlessly. The man laughed. He flicked his sleeves, turned around, and walked towards the door. The people of the Freedom Alliance have already entered Nemesis Forest. If the Golden Sun country really wants to submit to me, then send people there to kill the geniuses of the three countries. His order was equivalent to forcing the Golden Sun country to become enemies with the three countries. Qing Feiyang's face paled even more, and his body was extremely weak. What did it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? No one knew it better than him. Your Majesty, this is an opportunity. Wu Zuan looked at Qing Feiyang. If the Golden Sun country sends people there, we might be able to save the lives of those princes. Compared to the Golden Sun country, Wu Zuan was willing to give up the lives of those geniuses. But it would be best to have a chance to keep them alive. All right. Qing Feiyang opened his eyes, and his voice was weak. Lord Wu Zuan, this time, you will personally lead the way, and bring Jin Yang back. Wu Zuan did not speak. The Freedom Alliance was no longer the same as before. Back then, the Freedom Alliance was only for self-preservation. Now, the Freedom Alliance was aggressive. If they wanted to survive on this mainland, they had to be willing to give up. Your Majesty, don't worry. Jin Yang is far better off following the leader of the Freedom Alliance than anyone else. Jin Yang was going to marry sooner or later, and no one in the four countries was worthy of her. Therefore, the leader of the Freedom Alliance was definitely her best choice. Bang! At this moment, the sound of someone kicking a stone came from outside the door. Wu Zuan's eyes flashed sharply as he shouted, "Who is it?" Panic flashed across the face of the person outside the door. He turned around and wanted to escape, but very quickly, Wu Zuan and Qing Feiyang both ran out. The Empress? Qing Feiyang was stunned. The Empress had come with them to Wind Cloud City, but they did not expect that their conversation would be discovered by the Empress. In fact, when the leader of the Freedom Alliance was still around, he had already sensed the presence of the Empress. However, he didn't take this weak woman seriously, nor did he wish to taint his hands with her blood. Therefore, he did not bring up the Empress. Empress, go back. Qing Feiyang's voice was filled with anxiety. The Empress's pale face was filled with fear as she knelt down. Your Majesty, do you not know Jin Yang's character? Forcing her to marry a man she does not love is equivalent to asking her to die. Empress, this is a matter between men. Don't get involved. Guards, lock her up. Qing Feiyang glanced at Wu Zuan, who was standing at the side, and hurriedly gave the Empress a look. Although Qing Feiyang was brainless and overbearing, he had true feelings for the Empress. No, Your Majesty, I beg you to retract your order. Otherwise, I would rather die than watch my daughter marry the Freedom Alliance. What pained her even more was that in order to live, Qing Feiyang didn't even care about his daughter's happiness. A look of struggle flashed across Qing Feiyang's eyes, and Wu Zuan happened to notice it. Your Majesty, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. Moreover, you are marrying Jin Yang to the Freedom Alliance for the sake of the entire Jin Yang country. As for this woman, she has obviously interfered with Your Majesties. Wu Zuan's eyes were cold and murderous. Chapter 1966. Feeling Wu Zuan's murderous aura, Qing Feiyang panicked. Lord Wu Zuan, the Empress is not sensible. I will keep a close watch on her and prevent her from interfering with official matters. Lord Wu Zuan, please. Before Qing Feiyang could finish speaking, Wu Zuan had already made his move. His body quickly flashed in front of the Empress, his sharp claws fiercely piercing through her chest. Under her unwilling and resentful gaze, he dug out her heart. Bang! The Empress fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with a grievance. No! Qing Feiyang's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed at the top of his lungs. He clenched his fists tightly and asked in a furious voice, "Your Excellency Wuzuan, the Empress can't interfere with my decision." "Why did you kill her?" "Your Majesty, I've long felt that this woman would be able to move you. It's just that she didn't go too far before, so I turned a blind eye. But now, this matter concerns the entire Jinyang country. I won't allow you to struggle like this." Wuzuan's expression was cold as he glanced at the woman in the pool of blood with disgust. "Moreover, as the emperor, isn't it easy for you to marry an empress? A disobedient woman can only end up like this." Qing Feiyang took a deep breath. "If Jinyang finds out about this, do you think she will still listen to our arrangements and marry the leader of the Freedom Alliance? If the empress is still alive, we can still use her to threaten her." At this moment, Qing Feiyang's heart was trembling. He closed his eyes, and his pale face was drained of blood. He regretted it. He regretted forming a relationship with the Freedom Alliance. Otherwise, not only would he have stuck to his daughter, but even his wife would not have died. Only we know about the Empress' death. How would Jinyang know? When the time comes, we can say that the Empress was captured by the Freedom Alliance. We can use this to force her and guarantee that Jinyang will marry into the Freedom Alliance. Wuzuan had already thought of an excuse, and his face was filled with a confident smile. Qing Feiyang closed his eyes slightly. There was an unconcealable pain between his brows, but in the face of the powerful Lord Wuzuan, he could not resist at all. "Your Majesty, you saw what happened to the Empress. If you dare to say anything to Jinyang, I guarantee that he will not live," Wuzuan threatened. Qing Feiyang's body trembled. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "Not only am I a father, I am also the emperor of Jinyang country. For the sake of Jinyang country, I will not speak carelessly." "I hope so." Wuzuan smiled coldly as he waved his sleeves and walked out of the courtyard. After Wuzuan left, Qing Feiyang's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought the Empress here." At this moment, no one noticed that when the Empress died, her eyes were fixed on a corner not far away. In the corner, a palace maid covered her mouth tightly, not allowing herself to cry out. Tears flowed down her eyes as she looked at the Empress in the pool of blood without blinking. In reality, before this, the Empress was not eavesdropping alone outside. There was also this palace maid here at the same time. Wuzuan's SSA King and said, and she said, and said's Chent, she, and said, King. Chen's King, and T, of course, she did not do this to save the maid. She just hoped that someone could send a message to Jinyang. It was also because of the Empress's actions that this palace maid was not discovered from beginning to end. Chapter 1967. No, I have to look for the princess. After Wuzuan and Qing Feiyang left, the palace maid quickly ran out of the relay station. But she had only taken a few steps when she bumped into Mo Qianqing, who was coming towards her. Mo Qianqing was furious when he realized that Yun Luofeng had left him behind. Now that he had bumped into the palace maid, he shouted angrily, "Are you from the kingdom of Tianqi?" "You." The palace maid stood up and looked at the young man in front of her. She thought for a moment and asked, "Are you from the kingdom of Tianqi?" It was no secret that only 4 people from the kingdom of Tianqi had come to Windcloud City. Naturally, the palace maid had gone to watch the commotion and remembered the young man standing next to Yun Luofeng. Suddenly, the palace maid seemed to recall something and said hurriedly, "Since you are from the kingdom of Tianqi, hurry to Nemesis Forest." Nemesis Forest? Mo Qianqing tilted his head in confusion. The geniuses from the 4 nations are going to Nemesis Forest to participate in the competition. However, this competition is a conspiracy by the Freedom Alliance. All the geniuses in Nemesis Forest will be in danger. When the palace maid finished speaking, Mo Qianqing's expression changed drastically. A vicious aura emerged from his body and he dashed out of the relay station with a swoosh. This palace maid was too stupid. She only knew that Mo Qianqing was from the kingdom of Tianqi, but she did not know if Mo Qianqing had been recruited by Qing Feiyang. Hence, she had told him this secret. If it had been someone else, she might have suffered the calamity of having her entire family annihilated. Unfortunately, the palace maid had no other choice. She did not know how long it would take for her to reach Nemesis Forest with her speed. However, Mo Qianqing had coincidentally bumped into her at this time. She seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw and told him about this matter. Now that she saw Mo Qianqing leave, the palace maid finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, she did not relax because of this and hurriedly walked out. Nemesis Forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Many geniuses had already rushed into the forest. As they looked at the dense forest, those who had experienced countless difficulties would feel timid. "Your Highness." Suddenly, a guard moved closer to Jin Yang and whispered, "His Majesty just sent a letter. He told you not to enter Nemesis Forest." Jin Yang was stunned and his eyes were filled with astonishment. "Why? This competition is so important, why do you want me to withdraw?" Lord Wuzun had said that if she did not win the championship, he would order her to marry the emperors of the 4 countries. However, she had always been proud and arrogant. How could she be willing to share a husband with another woman? So, in order to not be randomly assigned by Wuzun, she could only win and not lose. "I don't know either. It was His Majesty's order for you to leave secretly and not tell anyone. Not even my royal brothers? This is His Majesty's order." Jin Yang fell silent. Ever since then, she had felt a little flustered, as if something had happened. But now, in the face of such an important competition, Father Emperor had actually asked her to withdraw from the competition. Furthermore, he didn't want to let her brothers know. Jin Yang took a deep breath and said, "I understand. You will leave soon." "Your Highness, now you." Jin Yang didn't say anything and slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng. When Qi Su and the others saw Jin Yang approaching, their eyes turned cold and vigilant, as if they were afraid that she would suddenly attack them. After all, they were now in Nemesis Forest. According to the rules, the geniuses could attack each other. Chapter 1968. "What's your name?" Jin Yang looked at Yun Luofeng and asked. Yun Luofeng glanced at Jin Yang and slightly curled the corners of her lips. "Yun Luofeng. I admire you. If there's a chance, I must challenge you to a battle." Jin Yang's cold brows carried a hint of arrogance and her tone was even more domineering. Her high-pitched voice fell into everyone's ears. The guards, who had thought that Jin Yang wanted to say something, heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. The princess had always been belligerent. It was normal for her to issue a challenge. However, they did not understand why the princess would be so interested in this woman. Could it be that she could fight against the princess? Jin Yang lowered his eyes and deliberately lowered his voice. "My imperial father has ordered me to retreat. He doesn't want me to tell anyone about this. Be careful when you're in Nemesis Forest. I have a feeling that something is about to happen." Her voice was very soft, so soft that only Yun Luofeng, Qi Su, and the others could hear it. After saying this, Jin Yang turned around and left. From the first time she saw Yun Luofeng, she had treated this woman as her opponent. It did not matter if they became friends or enemies in the future. She did not want this woman to die in Nemesis Forest. "Miss Yun, what does she mean by this?" Qi Su was stunned and asked in confusion. Yun Luofeng gently narrowed her eyes. "After you enter Nemesis Forest, be careful. Princess Jin Yang would not have reminded us of this for no reason." In reality, before this, Yun Luofeng had not felt much about Jin Yang. But now, she had reminded her. If what Jin Yang had said was true, then this competition would not be so simple. "We can go now." Jin Yang walked in front of the guards and calmly looked at the rest of the people from Jin Sun country. "I have something to do and have to leave. You can enter Nemesis Forest first. I will be back soon." The rest of the people from Jin Sun country did not notice the strangeness in Jin Yang's words. Furthermore, from their point of view, no matter what happened, Jin Yang would not abandon such an important competition. Jin Yang did not have much affection for these princes. In fact, she hated them. As such, she did not warn them and walked down the mountain on her own. At that moment, Jin Yang still didn't know that because of her warning to Yun Luofeng, a hand would drag her out of the wolf's den the instant she fell into it in the future. Jin Yang's departure did not cause too much of a stir among the geniuses. To them, it was best if Jin Yang didn't participate in the competition. That way, they would have a chance to win first place. On the contrary, Yun Luofeng was in deep thought because of Jin Yang's words, second imperial brother. Qi Yu curled the corners of his lips and gently walked towards Qi Ling. He then raised his head arrogantly, "You'd better be careful in this nemesis forest. Otherwise, I'm afraid that not even your bones will be left." Ha ha ha. Qi Yu laughed and led the army behind him into the forest. Qi Ling acted as if he did not hear him. His eyelids did not even twitch, as if he had completely ignored his existence. "Let's go too." Everyone had already walked in. Yun Luofeng glanced at the few people behind him, then his gaze landed on Mu Shuoxin's face. "You can come with us." Mu Shuoxin was overjoyed and quickly nodded, "Okay." Of course, when Yun Luofeng's words fell into the ears of the people from the other countries, they thought that she was timid and wanted to rely on the soldiers of Drifting Wind Country to show off her might. Chapter 1969. At this moment, it was exceptionally quiet in Nemesis Forest. Even the sound of their footsteps on the ground could be heard clearly. Even though they had encountered countless spiritual beasts along the way, before Yun Luofeng could make a move, Qi Ling and the rest had already dealt with the spiritual beasts. "We haven't been able to find where the jade seal has been hidden along the way. If we continue, I'm afraid that we will reach the depths of Nemesis Forest." Qi Su glanced at Yun Luofeng and slowly asked, "Miss Yun, should we continue?" Yun Luofeng looked at the empty space behind her. She could sense a familiar aura in the space behind her and gently raised the corners of her lips. "Let's continue." It was as if Yun Xiao following behind her would make her fearless. "All right." Qi Su and the rest no longer hesitated and nodded in response. Hence, the group did not stop and continued to walk deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the stronger the spiritual beasts they encountered. Yun Luofeng slowly retracted her emotions and no longer let her guard down like before. "Miss Yun, look." Suddenly, Qi Su pointed at a giant bird flying in the sky. His eyes were filled with excitement. "Look, isn't that bird holding a jade seal in its beak?" Hearing this, Yun Luofeng raised her head and looked. At that moment, the image of a giant, fiery-colored bird flying across the sky was reflected in her eyes. What was even more clear was the jade seal in the bird's beak. The bird must have unintentionally picked up the jade seal in the forest but did not know what it was used for. Hence, it left with it in its beak and coincidentally flew right in front of them. "Qi Su, take down this firebird." "All right." Qi Su raised his hand and a wave of spiritual energy gathered in his palm, turning into a sharp sword which shot towards the bird with a loud bang. In that instant, the bird let out a mournful cry and fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. In reality, along the way, Qi Su and the rest had held back their strength. Only against spiritual beasts that wanted to kill them would he give them a taste of their own medicine. For spiritual beasts like the bird that did not provoke them, he only injured them and did not kill them. It really is the Jade Seal. This is the Jade Seal of Drifting Wind Country. Mu Shuoxin's heart flashed with joy. She quickly walked up to Qi Su and curled the corners of her lips. "Miss Yun," Mu Shuoxin thought for a moment and handed the Jade Seal to Yun Luofeng. "I'll give this Jade Seal to you. Compared to someone else ruling the 4 countries, would rather you be the one." Yun Luofeng did not stand on ceremony with her and kept the Jade Seal. "Let's continue." They didn't know if it was because they were lucky, but after a while, they found a cave. Behind the cave was the Imperial Jade Seal of Jinyang Country. It didn't take much effort for them to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. There were only 4 Jade Seals in total, and Yun Luofeng had already obtained 2. This meant that she already had a 50% chance of winning. Just as they continued to move forward, they suddenly found that the people of Jinyang Country and Xiao Zishuan of the Purple Moon Country were already fighting. Xiao Zishuan, hand over the jade seal. The prince of Jinyang country's face was cold and stern as he shouted. If you want the jade seal, then come and get it. If you don't have the ability, then what is the point? Qiao Zishuan said fearlessly. Chapter 1970. If the Golden Sun Princess was still here, he would be a little afraid. However, the Golden Sun Princess has not entered Nemesis Forest yet. Why would he be afraid of the person in front of him? Qiao Zishuan, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Prince of the Golden Sun Country sneered and said contemptuously. Qiao Zishuan wanted to go back, but at this moment, he saw Yun Luofeng and the others appear in his line of sight. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered, Qingli, the teams from the Tianqi country and Drifting Wind country have also arrived. They must also have the Jade Seal. How about we join forces to deal with them? At the thought of Yun Shao killing Qiao Yefeng, Qiao Zishuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Prince of the Golden Sun Country, Qingli, looked at Yun Luofeng, obviously thinking about Qiao Zishuan's proposal. After a long time, he said, if that's the case, then let's snatch the thing in her hands first. The four countries had gathered. Apart from the people brought by Qiyu, everyone else had arrived. It was obvious that the Drifting Wind country and the Tianqi country were on the same side, and the Golden Sun country and the Purple Moon country had formed an alliance. Yun Luofeng crossed his arms over his chest. The smile on his lips was lazy and evil as he leaned lazily against the ancient tree behind him. Are you sure you want to fight now? Humph. Qiao Zishuan snorted coldly. If you know what's good for you and hand over the Jade Seal, we will spare your life. In Nemesis Forest, there were endless dangers. Therefore, even if he killed Yun Luofeng here, no one would know. Yun Luofeng put down his arms and smiled faintly. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance, Yun Yi. Whoosh. In an instant, a light flashed and Yun Yi's burly body landed heavily on the ground, his face expressionless. Heavenly God? He did not hide his aura at all and everyone present was stunned. Qiao Zishuan gritted his teeth. Mu Shuashin from the Drifting Wind country is not enough and the Tianqi country is small in number. With our combined strength, we may be able to deal with this heavenly God. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Zishuan ordered the people behind him to rush forward. However, before those people could reach Yun Luofeng and the others, a black eagle-like figure slowly appeared in the sky and quickly landed in front of Yun Luofeng. The man was handsome, cold, and tall, but it caused Qiao Zishuan's expression to change drastically, his eyes surging with fear. You. Why are you here? The Ghost Emperor actually followed him here? Didn't they know that they were breaking the rules? Yun Shao did not speak and he did not even look at Qiao Zishuan from the beginning to the end. He shielded Yun Luofeng in his arms as his handsome features slowly grew cold. Someone's coming, moreover, it wasn't just one or two of them. Before Qiao Zishuan and the others could recover from their shock, they saw countless figures flying over from the void not far away. Those people's auras were very powerful, so powerful that even the heavens and the earth paled in comparison. The people of the Golden Sun country, who were originally in a state of panic, suddenly saw Wu Zun among the group of people, and the fear in their eyes turned into joy. Lord Wu Zun. Unfortunately, Wu Zun did not even look at them. His eyes were filled with a cold light as a murderous aura enveloped the entire area. The people of the Golden Sun country finally realized that something was wrong and shut their mouths, not saying another word. Lord Wu Zun of the Golden Sun country, why are you here? Qiao Zishuan was stunned. He did not think that Wu Zun had followed Yun Shao here because he knew that he had come to disrupt the competition. Chapter 1971. At that moment, Qiao Zishuan recalled Princess Jin Yang's sudden departure. Somehow, he felt uneasy. More importantly, the people who came with Wu Zun were all ultimate god experts. Since when were there so many ultimate god experts in the continent? Ha ha ha. Looks like everyone is here except for that useless third prince from the Tianqi kingdom. However, it's fine if that useless person isn't here. It doesn't matter. A lovely laugh rang out. A beautiful woman in green walked out from the group of people. The woman's eyes swept across and saw the woman beside Yun Xiao. A hint of jealousy appeared in her eyes. Yun Yuqing was one thing, but now, there was another woman who looked exactly like Yun Yuqing. Especially since the Alliance Master was interested in this woman. Miss Xinhua, I wonder if you can let these geniuses from the Golden Sun Country go? Wu Zun turned to the woman in green and asked cautiously. This woman was not only the Alliance Master's junior sister but also his concubine. He could not afford to offend her. The Alliance Master has ordered that all the geniuses who came to Nemesis Forest will be killed, including the Golden Sun Country. Lang Xinyue's eyes flashed with disdain as she said coldly. Wu Zun's expression changed. He looked at the people from the Golden Sun Country and wanted to say something but could not find the words. Lord Wu Zun, what's going on? Qing Li's expression was very ugly as he clenched his fists tightly. Jin Yang also said that she had something to do and left. Did she know what we were going to face? Wu Zun glanced at Qing Li and said indifferently, Jin Yang doesn't know anything. She was just lucky that the Freedom Alliance Master took a liking to her. That's why I let her leave first. Does father know about this? Qing Li gritted his teeth. His Majesty has known for a long time. The agreement with the Alliance was also made by His Majesty. Originally, the people from the Golden Sun Country still had hope in their hearts, especially Qing Li. He still respected and admired his father. However, these people were telling him that his father had decided to give up on them? No. Qing Li clenched his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs, You're lying to me. I'm Imperial Father's son after all. How could Imperial Father treat me like this? Your Highness the Fourth Prince, His Majesty also has his own difficulties, but he has no other choice. This is an order from the Freedom Alliance, and we cannot disobey it. It was obvious that the Jinyang nation was already a part of the Freedom Alliance. They didn't dare to go against the Alliance's orders. Qi Ling's eyes flashed coldly. So, our coming to Nemesis Forest is also part of the Jinyang country and the Freedom Alliance's scheme? He said that he wanted the four nations to join forces to deal with the Freedom Alliance, but in the end, he became the Freedom Alliance's lackey? You want to capture all four countries in one fell swoop? That's right, Wu Zun did not deny it. Right now, Nemesis Forest will be your burial ground. However, on account that you are from the four nations, this old man will allow you to understand yourselves. His voice was very arrogant, and it was obvious that he did not take this group of geniuses seriously. He did not think he could defeat so many ultimate god experts on his own. Even the Ghost Emperor was the only one he was a little afraid of. That was obviously impossible. Yun Xiao stood by Yun Luofeng's side and protected her in his arms. His cold eyes looked at the many experts who surrounded them, and the murderous intent in his black eyes was gradually revealed. Chapter 1972. The geniuses from the various countries were filled with despair. The faces of the people from Jinyang country were ashen. They had worked so hard to fight for their country, but in the end, they had been abandoned? No, I don't believe it. Qing Li clutched his head tightly and howled in agony. Father would never do this to me, never. Where's Jinyang? Where's she? Suddenly, Qing Li thought of Jinyang who had left, and a trace of anger flashed across his pained eyes. Jinyang must have found out about this long ago. That's why he had left so early. What a pity that they were still fighting for their country's honor. Where Jinyang goes has nothing to do with you. Wu Zuan's expression turned cold. I only know that everyone who has come to Nemesis Forest today will be buried here. Boom. Wu Zuan's aura crushed down like a mountain. Qing Li's face was pale and he could not say a word. The pain in his eyes could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Run. Xiao Zixuan gritted his teeth, turned around and leaped towards the back of the mountain. However, he had only taken a few steps when a sharp sword light suddenly attacked him and ruthlessly pierced through his chest. Fresh blood spurted out from his chest, causing his eyes to widen. He unwillingly fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Who else wants to try and escape? Lang Xinyue smiled coldly and raised the corners of his lips in disdain. In this world, no one has ever escaped from me, Lang Xinyue's pursuit. You are no exception. Except for that woman, Yun Yuqing, however, there would not be two Yun Yuqing in this world. Lang Xinyue's eyes swept across the crowd and looked at Yun Luofeng once again. His face was so similar to Yun Yuqing's that she could not wait to tear it apart. Let's see how he would be able to seduce another man. Leave it to me. Yun Shao lowered her eyes and whispered into Yun Luofeng's ear. After he said that, he let go of the woman in his arms and glared at the crowd in the void with a pair of cold eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, the man's energy was completely unleashed. His expression was grave and stern, and his long black robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a hawk in the darkness, so powerful that it struck fear into the hearts of people. Lang Xinyue's mind also couldn't help but restrain, and his gaze towards Yun Shao gradually became cautious. All of you, attack. Other than that woman, leave no one alive. That woman was the Alliance Master's designated replacement, so no matter how much she wanted to kill her, she had to control her. The experts in the sky pressed down, all of them leaping towards the crowd on the ground. Because of Qiao Zixuan's death, the Purple Moon Kingdom has become a group of dragons without a leader. These famous geniuses in the country have fallen into a pool of blood under the slaughter of this group of strong people. Miss Yun, these people are ultimate gods. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this time. Qi Ling's face was filled with despair. At this moment, the first person he thought of was his deceased wife's younger sister. If he were to die in Nemesis Forest, who would be able to protect her in the future? He was afraid that she would be sold by her relatives again. Yun Luofeng gently squinted her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest while leaning against the tree trunk. Her lazy eyes had a faint light in them, and the corners of her lips were curved into a smile. Qi Su was delighted to see Yun Luofeng's calm expression. Is Miss Yun thinking of a way to deal with this group of ultimate gods? Chapter 1973. No, Yun Luofeng faintly answered with a smile. Then what are you thinking about, Miss Yun? I'm thinking, why is my man so graceful even when he's killing someone? Qi Su was petrified. At such a critical moment, you're still in the mood to feed those single dogs dog food? At the same time, Lang Xinyue's expression turned more solemn than before. In the air, facing the reverent god's coercion, the man's movements were still very agile and he was not forced to stop for a moment by any attacks. When did such a genius appear on this continent? Other than that damn woman Yun Yuqing, who else could face so many reverent gods and not be at a disadvantage? No, if this continues, I'm afraid there will be changes. Lang Xinyue narrowed her eyes and suddenly looked at the woman in the crowd, a fierce glint flashing through her eyes. Stop this man for me. After saying this, Lang Xinyue swiftly rushed toward Yun Luofeng below. In the sky, Yun Shao looked down at Lang Xinyue who was rushing toward Yun Luofeng and a mocking smile turned up on his lips. No one knew his woman better than him. How could a reverent god hurt her? Then she was underestimating her too much. However, Yun Shao still moved. With a lift of his hand, a fierce wind slashed down from the sky and rushed toward Lang Xinyue. Ignoring the attacks behind her, Lang Xinyue quickly caught up with Yun Luofeng. A fierce glint flashed through her eyes and she raised her hand, wanting to strangle Yun Luofeng's neck. However, just as her hand was about to land on Yun Luofeng's neck, an arm firmly grasped her hand without warning. You said that no one who comes to the Forest of Heaven's trial can leave? Then I'll return those words to you. Boom! In an instant, the woman's body was covered by a layer of dragon scales. She exerted force on her wrist and slammed her palm on Lang Xinyue's chest. If it was in the past, with Lang Xinyue's strength, she might not be hit by Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately, she was too careless this time and did not expect this woman, who was only a heavenly god, to be able to suppress her. Just as Lang Xinyue retreated a few steps, Yun Zhao's attack also approached her from behind. With a bang, her body was sent flying and she continuously spat out blood. The woman standing in front of her was covered in white dragon scales. Her eyes were cold and sharp, and she was looking down at her with her arms crossed. Lang Xinyue's face was a little pale. Suddenly, she laughed. I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. Even that woman is not as talented as you. Unfortunately, the alliance leader won't let you off. Who asked you to look so much like her? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, and a cold glint suddenly appeared in her eyes. Tell me why you're here. Lang Xinhua closed her eyes slightly. This time, they were really careless. They didn't expect that there would be two such powerful people in the four countries. First, Yun Shao, who was able to effortlessly deal with so many reverent gods by himself. Now, this woman, who was a heavenly god, possessed such powerful strength. Just by looking at these two people, she knew that she had lost this strategy. At this time, the remaining people in the four countries were all dumbfounded. Qi Su and Qi Ling had long known of Yun Luofeng's strength. Chapter 1974. However, the others did not know. Cheng Li's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the handsome black-robed man in the sky with astonishment. Then, he looked at the white-robed woman standing on the narrow, winding path. His expression changed from despair to hope. However, more than that, it was the shock in his heart. Jin Yang was very talented and was known as the #1 in the four nations. However, Jin Yang did not have the strength to resist the attacks of the ultimate gods. He did not even have the ability to remain calm under the threat of so many ultimate gods. The people of Jinyang country originally looked down on Yun Luofeng and the others. Otherwise, they would not have planned to ally with the Purple Moon country. However, Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's strength made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, the people of the Freedom Alliance came in time. Otherwise, they would have made a mistake that they could never make up for. Even without Yun Zhao's appearance, Yun Luofeng could fight against the ultimate gods. How could they fight? Could they? If it wasn't for that idiot Xiao Zishuan, he would not have wanted to take the jade seal from Yun Luofeng. Thinking of this, Cheng Li gritted his teeth. If Xiao Zishuan was still alive, he would definitely tear that damn bastard into pieces. Hee hee. Lang Xinhua crawled up from the ground and laughed icily. Her lips curled into a mocking smile as she said, "Even though I've underestimated your powers, I'll make you suffer this time as well." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a flute from somewhere and started playing it. As soon as he heard the sound, Yun Luofeng knew that she was playing the music of beast control. As expected, following the sound of the flute, all the spirit beasts within 100 miles rushed towards Yun Luofeng and the others at a fierce and fast speed. Qi Su. Mu Shuoxin's heart tightened and she subconsciously held Qi Su's hand. Her clear and bright eyes were filled with worry. Qi Su held her little hand instead, as if to give her strength. Facing the panic of the crowd, Yun Luofeng stood under the breeze, calm and indifferent. His evil black eyes were calm, without a ripple of emotion. What was the stampede of beasts? At this moment, everyone clearly saw it. As these spiritual beasts ran wildly, the ground trembled incessantly. It was as if all the spiritual beasts in Nemesis Forest were surging out at the same time. Lang Xinhua put down her flute. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth as she said sarcastically, "I want to see if you can handle so many godly venerables and spirit beasts." Even if Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao could deal with it, the others would not be able to escape death. Yun Luofeng was already prepared for battle. Dragon scale armor covered her entire body, and even her face was covered in white dragon scales. She looked majestic, like a general who could destroy the world. The leader of the group of spiritual beasts was a small tiger with blood-colored stripes. It let out a mighty roar and charged swiftly, leaving a cloud of dust behind it. But, when the spirit beasts rushed past the people of the Golden Sun country, they did not even stop. Perhaps it was because of the abnormal reaction of these spirit beasts that Yun Luofeng did not make the first move. Instead, he watched as the spirit beasts got closer and closer. Roar! The blood-colored striped tiger let out a mighty roar and charged towards Lang Xinhua. As for the flying beasts, they attacked the godly venerables who were fighting Yun Shao. Lang Xinhua's smile froze before she could even disappear. She was scared silly by the scene in front of her. She did not even have time to react when the group of spiritual beasts was right in front of her. Only when a claw scratched her face did she cry out in shock and anger. Chapter 1975. What do you want? I'm your master. Her beast-taming skill was useless now. Impossible. She had just tried it a few days ago. Even the people from the 4 nations were dumbfounded, let alone the people from the Freedom Alliance. What was going on? Did Lang Xinyue's beast-taming skill backfire? Otherwise, why would the spiritual beasts she controlled attack them instead? The beasts' attacks were ferocious, but the ultimate gods were almost exhausted when they fought with Yun Xiao. Hence, more than half of them were dead in a short while. The blood-colored striped tiger stopped in front of Yun Luofeng and looked at her curiously. A hint of doubt flashed across its eyes. Strange. Why does this human woman have a similar aura to Master Yu Qing's? Could she be the daughter Master Yu Qing had been looking for? Deep in Nemesis Forest, Yun Yuqing was lying on the ground. Her body curled into a ball and her face was terrifyingly pale. Compared to the eruption of the poison in her body, the pain in her head felt like it was about to explode. It was as if a force had rushed through her brain and was about to break out. Yun family. Brother Yang, Feng, her. Yun Yuqing closed her eyes slightly under the intense pain. A tear rolled down her cheek. I finally remember, she was the daughter-in-law of the Yun family, Yun Yang's wife. Yun Yuqing's fingers squeezed her chest tightly, her heart aching terribly. Her beautiful face was so pale that it was devoid of color. Her expression was as fragile as a piece of paper that could shatter at any time. Should I thank my good senior brother or hate him? If he hadn't poisoned me, I wouldn't have recalled all my memories when the poison erupted. But why do I have to remember all those painful things when I'm about to die? She had been suppressing the poison all these years to be able to live safely. Now, her power could no longer suppress the poison's eruption. However, she never expected that she would remember everything in the past on the eve of her death. She even remembered her husband's death. If I can't remember anything, perhaps I can still die peacefully. Yun Yuqing's vision began to blur and his eyes dimmed. Brother Yang, you're no longer here, but I've dragged out an ignoble existence all by myself. Now, I can finally go down and accompany you. Her vision became more and more blurry. Vaguely, she saw a figure in white sitting on a small tiger with blood-red stripes, quickly running towards her. Brother Yang, I'm sorry, I'm here to accompany you. Yun Yuqing closed her eyes. The moment she closed her eyes, she seemed to see the nervousness and worry of the woman on the little tiger's back. Woo-woo. Little tiger stopped and continued to whimper. His eyes were filled with sorrow and his eyes were filled with tears. Yun Luofeng quickly got down from little tiger's body and hurried to Yun Yuqing's side. When she felt the woman's weak breathing, she slowly relaxed. Shut up, she's not dead yet. When the little tiger heard this, it closed its eyes quietly. Only then did Yun Luofeng examine Yun Yuqing's injuries in peace. Just now, little tiger had sensed an aura similar to Yun Yuqing's from Yun Luofeng's body. That was why he had asked Yun Luofeng about their relationship. Chapter 1976. Yes, little tiger could speak. It was just that spiritual beasts like them were used to living in Nemesis Forest and rarely used human language to communicate. After all, it was impossible for a godly venerable realm spiritual beast to not know human language. Yun Luofeng had left the battlefield and asked little tiger to bring her here after learning that Yun Yuqing was also in Nemesis Forest and was severely injured. As for those godly venerable realm cultivators, Yun Xiao would take care of them soon. This is an antidote herb. Feed it to her and temporarily control the poison. However, it will take some time to expel the poison. Yun Luofeng frowned. Yun Yuqing. Oh, no, Bai Ling's poison was more complicated. It was the most difficult poison she had ever encountered. It could not be completely removed in a short period of time. This poison would take at least half a month to be removed. After feeding Bai Ling the antidote herb, Yun Luofeng quickly took out a silver needle and pierced it into her heart. She then took out Little Worm from the divine grimoire space and said, "Give me a drop of blood." What? Little Worm was shocked and said weakly, "Master, you know how important blood is to the dragon clan. If you take away a drop of blood, I will need a few months to recover." "You're from the ancestral dragon clan, right?" Yun Luofeng asked calmly. Little Worm's eyes flashed with caution. "Why do you ask? Do you want to return to your real clan?" Little Worm was the dragon clan's ancestor, but that did not mean the dragon clan was born because of him. Instead, Little Worm came from the ancestral dragon clan. To normal dragon clan members, any ancestral dragon was their ancestor. Little Worm's gaze became even more cautious. "Mistress, just say what you want. Will you really help me return to the ancestral dragon clan?" "That's right. I'm guessing that the ancestral dragon clan migrated with the birth of the spirit god continent many years ago. If you give me a drop of blood essence, I'll help you return to the ancestral dragon clan. This is a fair deal." Little Worm's eyes lit up when he saw the woman's calm expression. As long as he could return to the ancestral dragon clan, he would be willing to give 10 drops of blood, let alone 1. "All right, it's a deal." The little worm wriggled its little butt excitedly. It bit its own tongue and forced a drop of blood out of its mouth, slowly drifting into Bai Ling's mouth. With the help of this drop of blood, Bai Ling's face gradually regained its rosy color. Wisps of black gas also floated out of her chest along with the silver needle. Bai Ling, who was lying on the ground, let out a soft moan and opened her eyes slightly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt a warm tongue licking her face, causing her expression to change. "I'm not dead." Bai Ling did not want to die before she regained her memory. However, when she regained her memory, she recalled the scene of her husband's tragic death. To her, living would only increase the pain. "Don't tell me you want to end this by killing yourself? Don't tell me you think death is a release? No, you're dead. You're free, but you're making the living suffer. Grandfather's hair has already turned white all these years because of you. Second uncle has suffered for so many years." Yun Luofeng looked at Bai Ling's pained expression and continued, "Qi Su has also been chased out of the Qi family. Qi Ling even said that once she has the power, she will come to Nemesis Forest to look for you. So many people care about you and care about you. You only want to free yourself, but have you never thought about your loved ones who are still alive?" Chapter 1977. Yun Luofeng's words caused Bai Ling's body to tremble. She raised her eyes in astonishment. In an instant, a beautiful and demonic face appeared in her line of sight. This woman was dressed in clothes as white as snow. Her facial features were very similar to Bai Ling's, but she was more domineering and demonic. Bai Ling hurriedly covered her mouth as tears flowed down from her eyes. All these years, even though she had lost her memory, she still remembered that there was a daughter waiting for her at home. But now, her daughter was standing in front of her, but she didn't dare to acknowledge her. It's Feng. Yun Luofeng's expression gradually softened. Her words confirmed her identity. "Mother, grandfather and second uncle are all waiting for you at home. If they know that you are still alive, they will definitely be very happy. Do you have the heart to let them never see you again in their lifetime?" Bai Ling put her hand down as tears flowed freely down her face. She suddenly stood up from the ground and rushed over to hug the woman in front of her tightly. "Feng, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. All these years, I've never returned to see you. Ever since father and mother left, did those people bully you?" She sobbed so hard that her voice couldn't be heard. She didn't know how her daughter had passed all these years that she had been away. Every time she thought of this, her heart would be surrounded by guilt. After a long time, she finally let go of the woman in front of her. Her eyes were filled with tears. "All these years, have your grandfather and second uncle been well? Back then, second uncle thought that you and father had died. He wanted to work hard to increase his strength and avenge you. Who knew that because his talent was too strong, he would attract a spoiled brat to compete with him? He defeated that spoiled brat, but that brought about the revenge of the spoiled brat's family. Under those people's revenge, second uncle's strength was crippled and his body was crippled. In order to survive, he pretended to be dead and hid in a dark secret room. He hid for more than 10 years. Yun Luofeng's words made Bai Ling's lips tremble. Her heart was gripped tightly and the pain was unbearable. This brother-in-law of mine is such a virtuous person. What kind of environment caused him to live in such humiliation? He just didn't want the old man to have to watch his son die before him again. Feng, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. She really did not know that in all these years, the Yun family had suffered such a huge change. This can't be blamed on you, because you've lost your memories. Yun Luofeng seemed to think of something and continued to ask, that's right, since you're still alive, then father, was he still alive? Bai Ling's body stiffened and her beautiful face turned pale. She slowly closed her eyes as the space between her brows was filled with unspeakable agony. Your father, he's dead. It was she who had personally witnessed that man being pierced by thousands of arrows in front of her, and it was also she who had watched him lose his breath. He was dead. But she had dragged on until now, and had even forgotten about him. Yun Luofeng's heart shrank slightly. She looked at Bai Ling's curled-up body and slowly walked forward. She used her arms to gently embrace the fragile woman in front of her. Father is still alive. Bai Ling was taken aback. She raised her head in surprise and looked at Yun Luofeng's evil face. He's still alive, it's just that he can't appear in front of us. He's definitely somewhere else, moving at the same pace as us. When a person dies, as long as his soul is not destroyed, then he is not truly dead. Chapter 1978. Otherwise, she would not have been able to come to this continent from China. Of course, it was because of little Mo that she could transmigrate. Yin Yang would not have such luck, but now, she could only comfort Bai Ling with such words. Otherwise, she did not know if Bai Ling would be able to survive. Fenger, you don't have to comfort me. Bai Ling stood up from the ground again. If I hadn't seen you, I would have followed your father. I wouldn't have let him be alone. But in this life, I have owed you too much. How could I leave you behind again? Bai Ling chuckled bitterly. Your father and I were fated, but not fated. When she had just recovered her memory, Bai Ling could not bear the pain of her loved ones leaving. Now, however, she had calmed down. No matter how much pain she felt, she had to persevere for her family members who were still alive. Right, Fenger, why are you here? Bai Ling finally thought of this and could not help but ask. I'm here to find a friend. Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips. I didn't expect to find you. Finding Bai Ling was just a pleasant surprise for her. Yun Luofeng had never thought that Bai Ling would still be alive. Fenger, you can cultivate now? Bai Ling asked in disbelief as she felt the faint fluctuation of spiritual qi in Yun Luofeng's body. Under Bai Ling's expectant gaze, Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. Hearing the other's affirmative answer, Bai Ling felt a flash of joy in her heart. It's great that you can cultivate. Right, how is the enemy who hurt your second uncle now? As she spoke, Bai Ling's gaze turned cold. Her white robes fluttered like a fairy, but her murderous intent was clear. He's dead. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Also, second uncle has a second aunt now, and I have a cute cousin sister. It's a pity that you couldn't go back to attend their wedding ceremony. Yun Luofeng's words made Bai Ling feel happy. Qinya is married? Of course, that's great. It looks like I'll have to give my niece a gift when the time comes. As for not being able to attend the wedding, that's fine. As long as I can attend your wedding ceremony in the future, that's enough. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. She was embarrassed to tell Bai Ling that she was also married. Little tiger, Bai Ling's face suddenly turned serious as she called out softly. The baby tiger howled and lay down beside Bai Ling's feet, as obedient as a kitten. Fenger, this little tiger is the beast king of Nemesis Forest. I was lucky enough to save it and it has been following me ever since. From now on, I will hand over this little tiger and all the spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest to you. You will be their only master. Although Bai Ling was very gentle with Yun Luofeng, when she gave orders to the little tiger, her beautiful face was full of seriousness. Xiao Hu, if you want to repay me for saving your life, then use your lives to protect Feng, or for me from now on. From now on, your master will only be her. Do you understand? The little tiger growled and used its tongue to lick the back of Yun Luofeng's hand as if to express its goodwill. Bai Ling's heart slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Even though you can cultivate now, your mother is still worried about you. Now, with these spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest, they will be able to protect you on the cloudy continent. Chapter 1979. The blood-colored striped tiger was already at the ultimate god realm. Very few ultimate gods could defeat it. With its protection, Yun Luofeng would not be in any danger. That way, even if the poison were to break out, he would not have to worry about his daughter's life. Suddenly, a sneering voice came from the void. Bai Ling's expression changed when she heard the voice. I was curious why someone looks so much like you. Now it seems like there's a reason why you two look so alike. The man slowly descended from the void with his hands behind his back. His eerie eyes stared coldly at Bai Ling, who was in front of him. Junior sister, no wonder you were unmoved when I tried to be nice to you. It turns out that you're already married. The man slowly walked towards Bai Ling. He raised his chin slightly and said arrogantly, "Why can that man have you but I can't? I thought you were pure and turned a blind eye to my advances. It turns out that you're just a slut who has slept with someone else." Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light came toward the man's face. He dodged sideways and the sword light hit the tree behind him with a loud bang. In an instant, the entire tree trunk was flattened. Yun Luofeng was dressed in white and was as beautiful as snow. Compared to Bai Ling's ethereal aura, this woman had an extra evil aura. She looked proud as if she was looking down on the world. "My mother doesn't like you because you're not as good as my father." The man's eyes narrowed as his killing intent was revealed. "I'm not as good as that man? What a joke. I'm the leader of the Freedom Alliance. In the future, the entire Fengyun continent will belong to me. You're saying that I'm not as good as a dead man?" "Oh." Yun Luofeng raised her brows slightly. "Sorry, I happen to be interested in the Fengyun continent." "So? I'm afraid you won't be the ruler of the Fengyun continent." In an instant, the man's aura surged as he stared coldly at Yun Luofeng with stormy eyes. "Little girl, do you want to die?" A gust of wind blew from his body, and the entire sky became gloomy as dark clouds covered the blue sky. "Feng, watch out." Bai Ling hurriedly blocked Yun Luofeng as she looked at the man in front of her fearlessly. "What's the use of threatening a child? You can't even beat me, yet you dare to compete with my husband?" The man laughed out loud, and a gust of wind blew, causing the sky to change color. "I can't beat you? Junior sister, if that's the case, why don't we have a competition right now?" Bai Ling's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "If you can really defeat me, why did you poison me? Wait till I get rid of the poison, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Detoxification? The man disdainfully smiled. "In this life, she cannot cure the poison." Of course, the man also knew that Bai Ling was just trying to provoke him into leaving this place. Unfortunately, he would not fall for her trick. "Bai Ling, if you want your daughter to live, then come with me. Otherwise, I can crush her to death with one hand." The man proudly raised his chin and said expressionlessly. Bai Ling's expression darkened once again. She gave Little Tiger a look, indicating that she should quickly leave with Yun Luofeng. If he was the only one here, maybe Little Tiger could still fight. However, Bai Ling narrowed her eyes when she saw the few people descending from the void with the man. Chapter 1980. Ultimate gods. These people were all ultimate gods? Little Tiger let out a mournful cry and looked at Bai Ling with a pair of reluctant eyes. Bai Ling's expression was very resolute. Her eyes were as clear as water, but she stared coldly at the man. "You used the forbidden technique that Master left behind. Don't you know the consequences of this forbidden technique? Although anyone who was cast with the forbidden technique could break through to the ultimate god realm in a short time, they will die after 3 years. It was also because of this that Master did not create a large number of ultimate god experts to avoid harming the innocent. Her words were also meant for the group of people behind the man to hear. Who knew that those people's expressions did not change as if they did not hear Bai Ling's words? Bai Ling's heart sank little by little. Little Tiger finally made up his mind. He walked to Yun Luofeng's side and growled in a low voice. However, Yun Luofeng walked past Little Tiger and slowly walked toward Bai Ling. You go back and watch. Bai Ling was startled and looked a little anxious. Feng, what are you doing? Leave it to me. Yun Luofeng's expression was very firm. I won't allow anyone to insult you. Her voice was like a hammer that smashed hard on Bai Ling's heart. I won't allow anyone to insult you. Even if I know I'm not good enough, I will never back down. Feng, don't mess around. Bai Ling quickly regained her senses and anxiously pressed on the woman's shoulder. Leave with Little Tiger. With Little Tiger's strength, he will send you out safely. It's not too late for you to avenge your mother in the future. Yun Luofeng's hand slowly landed on the back of Bai Ling's hand and gently pushed it away. I've said that I won't allow anyone to insult you. Just like back then, it was clearly another country's emperor who was muddle-headed and tyrannical and took a fancy to Bai Ling, but the people slandered Bai Ling as a femme fatale. In order to suppress those voices, she did not hesitate to go on a killing spree and turn the entire imperial city into a river of blood. She would not allow anyone to insult her. Feng. Bai Ling's heart tightened when she saw Yun Luofeng walking toward the man. She wanted to chase after him, but she staggered and almost fell to the ground. A sense of helplessness invaded her heart. If it wasn't for this damned poison, she wouldn't be in such a passive position. Girl, the man lowered his head to look at Yun Luofeng and sneered, I won't be merciful to you on account of your mother. I also won't let you go just because you're my mother's senior brother, Yun Luofeng retorted. Instantly, the man's eyes darkened and there was a sinister glint in his eyes. Humph. I want to see how you won't let me off. Finished saying these words, he already strode forward towards Yun Luofeng. The group of ultimate gods behind him were also tempted but were stopped by the man's stern voice. It's just a little girl. I alone am enough to deal with her. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying her with numbers. At this moment, the man did not hold back at all. His aura was like a hurricane, bringing with it an oppressive aura. Under the strong wind, the woman's expression did not change. Her black eyes were calm, and her body was wrapped in a layer of dragon-scale armor. The snow-white armor reflected a cold light under the strong wind. Looking at Yun Luofeng, Bai Ling opened her mouth in shock. Her eyes were filled with shock. Divine Realm? His daughter had already reached the Divine Realm at such a young age? Divine Realm was one thing, but there were 10 ultimate gods in front of her. Chapter 1981. How could a tiny pearl dare to compete with the sun and moon? The man looked at Yun Luofeng with disdain as his lips curled into a sarcastic smile. How could a mere Divine Realm expert defeat him? Although this girl's innate talent was very strong, to a sun and moon like him, it was impossible for a tiny pearl to compete with him. Whoosh! Yun Luofeng raised her hand and a sword light flew toward the man's head. The man dodged to the side as the disdain on his face deepened and his eyes were filled with disdain. A Divine Realm expert is only a Divine Realm expert. How could he defeat me? After saying that, the man had already made his move. He was very fast like a gust of wind and appeared in front of Yun Luofeng in the blink of an eye. His palm was wrapped in a layer of power as it struck toward Yun Luofeng with a loud bang. Bang! Yun Luofeng did not dodge at the crucial moment but met the man's attack head-on. Bai Ling's heart skipped a beat and she was so nervous that she could not breathe. She clenched her fists tightly as her body trembled. At the same time, the disdain in the man's eyes deepened. If Yun Luofeng had dodged, she might not have been defeated so quickly. However, this woman overestimated her strength and wanted to fight him head-on. How could a Divine Realm expert's strength compare to an ultimate god's? However, the man's smile soon froze. With a loud bang, a powerful force spread out from the two of them, flattening the entire mountainous region. It was as if it had been struck by lightning, and the entire ground had sunk in. Yun Luofeng shook her numb arm as she felt a fishy taste in her throat. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood but managed to suppress it. There was indeed a huge gap between ultimate gods. This man was different from Lang Xinyue whom she had met earlier. Perhaps even 10 Lang sinews would not be a match for this man. At this moment, the shock in the man's eyes was undisguised. In his imagination, that woman's arm would have been broken even if she did not die from the blow. He had used almost all of his strength. However, she was now standing in front of him unscathed. Could it be, because of the dragon scale armor? The man gently narrowed his eyes and finally realized that something was amiss. Perhaps the dragon scale armor had neutralized most of his power, allowing this woman to remain unscathed. Little girl, looks like I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. In other words, the reason Lin Yun was able to block his attack wasn't because he was strong, but because of the dragon scale armor. Since that's the case, I can only end this quickly. All of you, go and cripple this girl for me. The man snorted. This woman was still useful to him, so he naturally couldn't kill her. Bai Ling had already come back to her senses. Looking at the man's shameless face, she smiled coldly. What, is it not enough for you to bully the young? Now you want to bully the young with numbers? Is this how Master taught you to bully the weak? The man sneered, so what if I'm bullying you with numbers? Who asked the Freedom Alliance to have so many people? Bai Ling, if you listen to me, I'll let her go. This time, before Bai Ling could speak, Yun Luofeng's evil voice rang out again. I'm indeed no match for you in terms of numbers, but one of my people can fight against 10 of you. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man and said faintly, Ji Zhoutian, how long are you going to watch the show? Chapter 1982. Just as Yun Luofeng finished speaking, an arrogant laugh pierced the sky and caused the entire void to tremble. Little Feng, I didn't expect you to discover me even though I hid so well. In the sky, a streak of bright red gradually appeared. The man was like a devastatingly beautiful evildoer, but as a man, he was so beautiful that even women would feel ashamed of themselves. His red clothes accentuated his peerless elegance. His chest was half open, and his snow-white skin was captivating. His lips curled into an arrogant smile, and his almond-shaped eyes looked down at the people opposite Yun Luofeng. Since you're here, why didn't you come out just now? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and an evil glint flashed across his eyes. She came to the wind cloud continent to find Ji Zhoutian, but this man was still hiding from her? Didn't this guy say he wanted to fight you one-on-one? Ji Zhoutian pointed at the man opposite him with his chin. I just wanted to observe his abilities. Moreover, I don't think he can defeat you. But... His lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect him to be so shameless. Since he can't defeat you, he decided to bully you with numbers. But just as I wanted to help you, you discovered me. Yun Luofeng glanced at Ji Zhoutian. How many can you fight? I'll leave this man to you. I can help you deal with the others. Alright, you and Little Tiger handle these people. I'll deal with this man from the Freedom Alliance myself. Yun Luofeng's expression became serious again, and his voice was filled with evil. Little Tiger howled and stared at the Freedom Alliance members like a tiger watching its prey. Bai Ling did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that this evildoer in red was looking at her daughter differently. However, it was normal for her daughter to be admired by men since she was so outstanding. Bai Ling's expression was filled with pride. This was her daughter, and also the pride of her life. You want to deal with so many people with just the two of you? The man narrowed his eyes slightly, and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. I'm afraid that's too whimsical. He would teach them how to be human and let them understand that they should never boast. Otherwise, they would be slapping themselves in the face. Yun Luofeng looked at the man calmly. Yun Xiao must have already sensed the commotion caused by his battle with this man. Right now, he must be rushing over. She had to stall for time before he arrived. Ji Zhoutian stood in front of Yun Luofeng. At the same time, the group of ultimate gods behind the man made their move. the blood-colored striped tiger roared and rushed toward one of the ultimate gods. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at that ultimate god. However, that ultimate god dodged the tiger's attack by turning his body sideways. Little Tiger was not discouraged and charged at the ultimate god again. Yun Luofeng released Yun Yi. Although Yun Yi was only a heavenly god, he could still handle a few attacks from an ultimate god with his strength. As for the other spirit beasts, there was still a gap in strength. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Yun Luofeng did not let them fight. Feng, be careful. Seeing that the man had taken the initiative to attack, Bai Ling's heart tensed up once again as she hurriedly called out. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man in front of him. The dragon scale armor on his body shone brilliantly, and he once again met the man's attack. Chapter 1983. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly exerted force in his palm and struck the dragon scale armor on Yun Luofeng's body. His aura surged forth like a swarm of bees, and every move was aimed at the vital points. In the beginning, he had thought that Yun Luofeng was Bai Ling's substitute. However, he had never expected that this woman was actually Bai Ling's daughter. Since that was the case, he would make Bai Ling suffer. This was the price Bai Ling had to pay for not accepting him. But, seeing that Yun Luofeng had dodged his attacks time and time again, the man's expression was somewhat gloomy. A layer of frost appeared between his brows. Bai Ling's daughter was actually so powerful. Fortunately, he discovered it early. Otherwise, if she were to continue to grow, his Freedom Alliance would definitely be destroyed in her hands. The most important thing now was to kill her before she fully matured. Thinking of this, the man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His attacks on Yun Luofeng became faster and more ferocious, like a torrential downpour. Yun Luofeng hid his emotions with a calm expression. There was a time limit to the dragon scale armor. She had summoned it once before, and even though she could summon it twice within a short period of time because she had broken through to the heavenly god stage, once the dragon scale armor disappeared, she would be in a passive situation. At that time, she would not be able to resist this man. Just as Yun Luofeng was muttering to herself, the man once again appeared in front of her. A sharp blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Yun Luofeng's head. Yun Luofeng tilted his head. The sharp blade passed through his hair, and a strand of hair was cut off, gradually falling from the sky. Little girl, even though you're beautiful, you're still too young. You don't have the same taste as your mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking both of you, ha ha ha. The man burst into laughter. His arrogant voice echoed throughout the void. Then I'm afraid you won't be alive to enjoy it. Yun Luofeng looked at the man coldly and said in a domineering tone. Tisk, as far as I know, your dragon scale armor seems to have a time limit. When the time comes, I'm afraid you'll become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Really? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up slightly. Her dragon scale battle armor indeed had a time limit, but Yun Xiao would be rushing over soon. She just had to hold on until Yun Xiao arrived. Stop. Seeing that the man was about to strike again, Bai Ling finally could not hold it in any longer and shouted angrily, "Oh Lei, the person you've been looking for has always been me, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you dare to touch a single hair on her, even if I have to break my bones, I will make you lose an arm or a leg." After all, as Yun Luofeng's mother, how could Bai Ling not know that her daughter had always been putting up a strong front? If she didn't stand up for her daughter, how could she be a mother? The man whom Bai Ling addressed as Oh Lei smiled and looked at Bai Ling condescendingly. Bai Ling, have you finally decided to marry me? Anyway, you're not pure. I don't despise you, so you should be grateful. His face was full of arrogance. Don't tell me I'm not as good as your adulterer. Bai Ling sneered, even 10,000 of you can't compare to one of her. I'm not begging you, I'm warning you. You should believe in my strength. If I die a horrible death, you won't feel good either. Oh Lei's face gradually turned gloomy, like a storm that made people filled with horror. Chapter 1984. This woman was really refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Did she really want to force him to attack her? I've said that I can handle this. Yun Luofeng sighed helplessly as he looked at Bai Ling, who had stepped forward. You're my daughter. I can't just leave you alone. Bai Ling turned to look at Lei with a cold expression on her beautiful face. You've suffered too much over the years and suffered too many injuries. Now that we've finally reunited, how can I allow anyone to hurt you again? Although Bai Ling did not know how Yun Luofeng had survived all those years, she must have suffered unimaginable pain for her to have such strength at such a young age. She felt a stabbing pain whenever she thought of what her daughter had gone through all those years. Howl! Little Tiger Lord let out a heroic roar in response to Bai Ling and swung his claws at an ultimate god in front of him. Ji Jiutian turned to look at Yun Luofeng with an evil smile on his enchanting face. He quickly turned back and continued to deal with the enemies in front of him. Humph! Lei snorted. Yun Yuqing, you've forced me to do this. Don't blame me for not considering our past friendship. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive amount of power gathered in Lei's palm. Heaven and earth seemed to change color. Boundless power, like a sharp sword, arrived in front of Yun Luofeng in the blink of an eye. This time, he didn't plan on hiding his strength. Instead, he unleashed all of his power through this attack. Feng, be careful. Bai Ling turned pale with fright. Her body flashed and appeared in front of Yun Luofeng, wanting to block this attack for her. However, Yun Luofeng suddenly used his hand to push Bai Ling's body away. Bai Ling turned around in shock and forgot that unforgettable scene for the rest of her life. The unparalleled force swallowed Yun Luofeng as the sky was filled with dark clouds. It was so gloomy that it made one's heart feel depressed. The woman's clothes were whiter than snow as she stood in the void. Her snow-white dress was spotless and extremely beautiful. Yang was stunned. His full-force attack had no effect on that woman? No, seeing Yun Luofeng's current situation, Yang's eyes narrowed. Looks like your dragon scale armor is indeed a good item. Unfortunately, no matter how strong it is, it can't withstand such a strong force. Hence, under my attack, your dragon scale armor can't withstand it. Indeed, Yun Luofeng used his dragon scale armor to block this attack. Unfortunately, the dragon scale armor couldn't withstand this kind of power and dissipated before its duration was up. But, feeling the approaching aura, Yun Luofeng's lips curled up into a smile. His black eyes remained as calm as water without any ripples. Feng. At that moment, Bai Ling's heart almost stopped beating. She quickly walked in front of Yun Luofeng and hurriedly hugged her. Yun Luofeng could even feel Witty's trembling body. You're fine, that's great. You're fine. She did not dare to imagine how much damage Yun Luofeng would have suffered if he did not have the protection of the dragon scale armor. She couldn't imagine how she would live her life after losing the daughter she had finally reunited with. Fortunately, she was safe and sound. Bai Ling's voice trembled slightly. 2 clear streams of tears flowed from her eyes and her eyes were filled with the joy of regaining what she had lost. Chapter 1985. Lei stared at Bai Ling, who was hugging Yun Luofeng tightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. She's just a bastard child. Is she worth treasuring like this? Bai Ling clenched her fists as anger surged in her chest. She turned around and looked at Lei coldly. She's my legitimate daughter. I'm also the official wife of the Yun family. What do you mean by a bastard child? My good junior sister, don't forget that master is already dead. I'm your senior brother. I didn't agree to you marrying that man, so this girl is just a bastard child. Bai Ling smiled, and it was a mocking smile. I've only been apprenticed to master for less than 10 years. I've been married to Brother Yang for almost 30 years. Do you think you have the right to decide my marriage? If not for the events of the past few years, Bai Ling would have always treated this senior brother as family. However, at that time, Master was still alive. Both her senior brother and senior sister had treated her extremely well. However, once Master died, these people's wild ambitions were revealed. Furthermore, she did not even know that Lei was such a shameless villain. Yun Luofeng did not stop the two of them. To her, it was better for Olay to buy time so that she would not have to think of other ways to delay things. Yun Yuqing, I'm your senior brother. You must listen to me. Olay was furious. He raised his hand and tried to grab Bai Ling's arm. This bastard child will either serve me like you or die. Your choice. Before Olay's hand could touch Bai Ling, she flung it away in disgust. Her eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. Get lost. Don't touch me with your disgusting, dirty hands. Furthermore, my daughter will not die, nor will she serve you. Olay was completely enraged. Of course, he could not kill Bai Ling. He could only look at Yun Luofeng again. You no longer have the protection of the dragon scale armor. Let's see how you fight me this time. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Olay charged towards Yun Luofeng at lightning speed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and his lips curled into a cold smile. Yun Luofeng looked at the incoming attack, and her expression gradually turned serious. This time, she didn't dare to be careless and meet her opponent head-on. She dodged to the side, clearly dodging the attack. But very quickly, Olay's sharp sword was right in front of her eyes. The close distance made it impossible for her to dodge. Bai Ling's heart stopped beating again. She charged at Yun Luofeng like a madman. Unfortunately, she was a little far away and couldn't reach Olay, who was right in front of her. By the time she reached Yun Luofeng's side, it was already too late. At this moment, in the air, a cold aura, like a rope, strangled his neck, causing him to stop breathing. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that a man in black robes had landed in front of him, shielding Yun Luofeng in his arms. The man's expression was cold, and he raised his hand to create a murderous aura. That aura forced Olay to take a few steps back, and his expression finally turned serious. Who are you? Yun Shao curled his lips and his expression was cold. You're delusional enough to touch my woman, yet you're asking me who I am? Bai Ling was still wondering who this man who had descended from the sky was when she suddenly heard his words. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and she was dumbfounded on the spot. His woman? Could it be that Feng already had a husband? Bai Ling's expression was a little gloomy. How much had she missed out on all these years? Olay's expression changed. He could feel the powerful aura from this man's body, and his mood instantly became much more serious. Chapter 1986. Kid, are you sure you want to be a busybody? There are so many women in this world. Don't throw your life away for a woman. Olay was unwilling to lose his momentum. Until now, he did not forget to warn Yun Shao. As long as that man knew what was good for him, he would not be an enemy of the Freedom Alliance. Unfortunately, Yun Shao had always been unwilling to say a word. He believed that it was better to fight than to talk. Therefore, Olay did not get a reply from him. Instead, that eagle-like figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Olay's expression changed slightly as he faced the opponent's attack. In an instant, a numb feeling spread from his arm to his whole body, causing him to take a few steps back. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Ji Jiutian had killed all the ultimate gods in front of him. He slowly walked toward Yun Shao and slightly raised his chin. Do you need my help? Yun Zhao's voice was as cold as ever. No. Ji Jiutian smiled enchantingly as he descended from the void and stood in front of Yun Luofeng. With Yun Zhao's strength, Olay was no match for him. Soon, Yun Zhao's actions proved Ji Jiutian's words. Olay had almost exhausted his strength when he fought with Yun Luofeng previously. He was completely powerless at that moment. Of course, even if he had not fought with Yun Luofeng, he would not be a match for Yun Shao. At this time, no one noticed that there was a slender figure hidden behind an ancient tree not far away. Mo Qinsheng's eyes were glued to Yun Luofeng. When he saw the deep love in the woman's eyes, his heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. The pain was unbearable. Zhu Qian, you didn't love me in your past life. Are you still looking down on me in this life? He looked down to hide the pain in his eyes. I wanted to kill that man, but unfortunately, I can't kill him with my current strength. More importantly, I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to hate me. That's all. I've made all the mistakes in the world and incurred your hatred. But now, what I'm most afraid of is seeing your eyes filled with hatred. If this man is really your choice, should I back out? For a moment, Mo Qianqing didn't know what kind of decision he should make. He was at a loss and helpless. In the end, after looking at Yun Luofeng, he turned and left. As long as he knew that she was safe, that was enough. Mo Qianqing bit his pink lips tightly. His handsome face was very pale and his eyes were filled with tears of reluctance. But in the end, he understood that no matter what he did, he could not dispel the hatred in her heart. She hated him. It could be seen from the time he wanted to kill Yun Shao. Otherwise, she would not have left so many people by her side. She was only unwilling to leave him behind. Zhu Qian, if there's a next life, I hope I won't know you again. For him, he had waited for so many years, waiting until his heart was tired. Perhaps it was time for him to give up. In the sky, Lei was gradually losing his stamina and it was very difficult for him to deal with the attacks. Just as he could no longer hold on, Yun Shao kicked him down from the sky and he landed in front of Bai Ling with a bang. He smashed a deep pit into the ground. Yun Shao walked in front of Yun Luofeng, his pitch-black eyes filled with warmth. Feng, I've come late. Chapter 1987. You're not late, you're just in time. Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. Then, he pulled Yun Shao towards Bai Ling. Mother, this is Yun Shao. He has always been by my side for the past 10 years. He is also the lover that I can give my life to. Yun Shao was stunned. He quickly regained his cool expression and nodded. Mother. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Bai Ling sized up Yun Shao. Just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. However, Bai Ling suddenly heard how Yun Shao had addressed her and was instantly stunned. You're married? Yun Luofeng rubbed his nose. Not too long ago, we just got married. At this moment, Bai Ling felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She had originally wanted to attend her daughter's wedding ceremony in the future. She never expected her daughter to tell her that they were already married. As a mother, the most tragic thing was not being able to see her daughter get married. Mother, how do we deal with this fellow? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and turned his gaze towards the man who was unable to climb out of the deep pit. Bai Ling frowned and muttered, kill him. If Lei had only been rude to her, it would have been fine. She could not tolerate him wanting to hurt her precious daughter. Yun Shao, go and kill him. I don't want to dirty my hands. Yun Luofeng yawned lazily. His expression was somewhat lazy. Things had come to an end here. All right. Yun Shao spoke concisely and slowly walked towards Lei. In the deep pit, Lei looked at the cold face approaching him and panic appeared on his face. No, I don't want to die. Please let me go, I beg you. Ah. Suddenly, Yun Zhao's hand waved. Streaks of swift and fierce sword beams rushed down, chopping onto her body. In just a moment, not a single part of Lei's skin was left intact. His eyes were wide open as if he had died with a remaining grievance. Bai Ling looked at Lei who had been buried in a pool of blood and felt a little sad. This man had died just like that. His death was extremely tragic. However, Bai Ling did not feel any sympathy. Lei had brought this upon himself. Who could he blame? Master, Little Tiger's ears suddenly twitched and he said, the spiritual beasts in Nemesis Forest just sent a message saying that the woman called Lang Xingyue has run away. Yun Shao had only killed the Freedom Alliance's ultimate gods and was about to finish off Lang Xingyue when he heard a commotion coming from the depths of Nemesis Forest. He was worried about Yun Luofeng's safety and couldn't care less about Lang Xingyue. Who would have thought that this woman actually had the ability to escape? It doesn't matter. Bai Ling's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. She has nowhere else to go except the Freedom Alliance. I'll pay a visit to the Freedom Alliance myself sooner or later. After speaking, Bai Ling looked at little tiger. Also, your master is Feng Er. From now on, she will be your only master. Awoo. The baby tiger responded obediently and laid down on the ground. Yun Xiao, let's gather with the others first. After Yun Luofeng had spoken, he walked to Bai Ling's side and held her arm. Mother, come with me during this period of time. I still need to continue curing you of the poison. Bai Ling was stunned. You mean, this poison of mine can be cured? Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Compared to my strength, I'm more proud of my medical skills. Therefore, I have 100% confidence in curing your poison. It's just that the steps are a little more troublesome. Chapter 1988. Bai Ling felt a little dizzy. She remembered that when she had just left, her daughter did not know anything. How was it that in just 20 years, she had become so powerful and had such extraordinary medical skills? What had she gone through in the past 20 years? Bai Ling's heart throbbed in pain once again. She decided that she would use the rest of her life to make it up to her. Not too far away, Chi Su raised his head in anticipation. After a long while, he finally saw Bai Ling, who had followed Yun Luofeng over. In that instant, hot tears welled up in his eyes. Master. It had been more than 3 years. Who knew how he had spent the past 3 years? In this world, no one had treated him better than his master. His master was also a family member that he did not want to lose in this lifetime. Bai Ling saw Chi Su at first glance and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She held Yun Luofeng's hand and slowly walked towards Chi Su. Feng has already told me everything that has happened in the past 3 years on the way here. It's really been hard on you and Xiaoling. I never thought that the Qi family would be such ingrates. They had used the world that she had conquered to abuse her disciple. And they had even sold Xiaoling? Bai Ling had never expected that such a person would exist in this world. Master. Chi Su knelt down in front of Bai Ling and sobbed uncontrollably. Your disciple has been unfilial. I have caused Master to suffer in Nemesis Forest all these years. If he had enough power to protect his family, Master would not have taken such a risk. Bai Ling knew that Qi Ling was taking all the blame for his disappearance for the past 3 years. She quickly raised her hand and helped him up. She said gently, Suer, this is not your fault. Master had been framed and had no choice but to hide in this place. Chi Su did not speak. He secretly made up his mind that he would not let his master suffer any more harm in the future. Mu Shuexin looked at Yun Luofeng and Bai Ling's figures as they walked out at the same time. Her eyes were a little dazed as she realized that the two women looked like a pair of mother and daughter when they stood together. She was curious, Aunt Yun, you and Miss Yun are. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Bai Ling held Yun Luofeng's hand, her face filled with pride. This is my daughter, Yun Luofeng. My real name is not Yun Yuqing, it's Bai Ling. Yun is my husband's surname, that's why I can't forget it even after so many years. Furthermore, I named little Ling because that's the only word I remember. Mu Shuexin widened her mouth in shock and hastily covered her mouth with her hands. No wonder she felt so close to Yun Luofeng, it was because she was Aunt Yun's daughter. Among the people present, the Purple Moon Kingdom's people were all dead, and the Golden Sun Kingdom's people also suffered a casualty. Only Cheng Li and his men were still alive. As for Qi Yu from the kingdom of Tianqi, he had never appeared from the beginning to the end. It was unknown where he had gone. Of course, Cheng Li was no longer as arrogant as before. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word and kept his head bowed. Yun Luofeng ignored him and walked over to Qiao Zixuan's corpse. He took the jade seal from the corpse's chest and put it away without hesitation. Do you have any objections if I take this jade seal? She raised her brows at Cheng Li and asked blandly. Cheng Li was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. No problem. What a joke. This woman did not even care about the supreme divinities. Would he dare to have an opinion? Wasn't this courting death? Chapter 1989. Russell, rustle. Just at this moment, a rustling sound came from the side. When everyone turned their heads to look, they saw Chiyu leading a few people over. Only a few of the soldiers he had brought with him were left. The rest had died in Nemesis Forest. Chiyu clearly did not expect to meet Qi Ling and the others. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, he was startled. What exactly happened here? However, Chiyu quickly recovered his wits. A pair of disdainful eyes swept over Qi Ling. Second brother, I see that you have not gained anything yet, right? Do you need me to help you? I just got a jade seal not long ago. As long as I get another one, first place will definitely belong to me. He raised his chin and said arrogantly, as for you, if you were not with the Golden Sun Nation's people, these outsiders would have taken your life. Chiyu did not recognize the experts of the Freedom Alliance. He had not even seen Wu Zun of the Golden Sun Nation before. Therefore, he was certain that these people had accidentally intruded into Nemesis Forest and caused conflict with the four countries. It was Qing Li who had led the Jinyang country's people to kill these outsiders, and Qi Ling was merely hiding behind the Jinyang country's back. Qing Li looked at Chiyu with a strange gaze, as though he was looking at a fool. Chiyu did not notice the other party's strange expression. A cold smile hung on his lips as he looked down at Qi Ling. You want to find the other jade seal? After a long time, Qi Ling finally spoke. His voice was very cold, bone-chilling. Chiyu laughed mockingly. Second brother, if you want to fight with me, you will definitely not win. In other words, the champion of this four-nation youth competition would definitely be him. I'm sorry, but I wanted to tell you that you don't have to look for the other jade seal. Aside from the one you found, the other jade seals have already been obtained by Miss Yun. Before the smile on the corner of Chiyu's mouth could disappear, Qi Ling's cold voice suddenly fell into his ears and exploded in his mind, causing an obvious astonishment to appear on his face. Are you joking? I've only found one, and you guys can get 3? Chiyu clearly did not believe Qi Ling's words. He thought that Qi Ling was trying to deceive him. Chiyu was even more certain that Qi Ling was lying to him. He coldly laughed. I know, you want to deceive me. You want me to think that the Imperial Jade Seal is in your hands, so I give up. Qi Ling, do you think I'm a stupid pig? How could I fall for your trick? After saying this, he deliberately looked at Yun Luofeng. However, Yun Luofeng crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned lazily against Yun Zhao's chest. His eyes were full of smiles and he had absolutely no intention of interfering in this matter. Chiyu's eyes narrowed when he saw Yun Zhao. He remembered that the man known as the Ghost Emperor had killed Princess Zhao Yefeng of the Purple Moon Kingdom on the spot, and his aura was not weak when facing the cultivators of the Golden Sun Kingdom. But he wasn't from the four nations, so why would he appear in this place? The funny thing was that his gaze was initially on those corpses and he didn't notice Yun Zhao's existence. What he said is true. Qing Li's gaze revealed a complicated expression. They have already obtained the other 3 jade seals. If the person who said this was from the Drifting Wind Nation, perhaps Qi Yu would not have appeared. Chapter 1990. But now, the person who told him all this was Prince Qing Li of Jinyang Country. Qi Yu's heart was violently shaken and he could not help but take 2 steps back. He gently narrowed his eyes and stared at Qi Ling with murderous intent. This idiot actually managed to get his hands on 3 jade seals? No. Absolutely not. This world belonged to him, and he could not hand it over to anyone else. Prince Qing Li, do you want to see Qi Ling unify the 4 kingdoms? Qi Yu's eyes flashed and he said darkly, I think that compared to Qi Ling, your Jin Sun country is more qualified. Even though Qi Ling has the help of Drifting Wind Country, but, if we work together, we still have a chance of winning. Qi Yu was gambling. He was betting that Yun Zhao would not meddle in other people's business out of fear of the 2 countries. After all, no matter how strong that man was, he was probably only an ultimate god. However, the ultimate gods from both countries were enough to crush him. But Qi Yu seemed to have forgotten that if Yun Zhao dared to kill someone in front of the Emperor of Jinyang Country, what else would he not dare to do? This time, without waiting for Qi Ling and the others to speak, Qing Li rushed forward and slapped Qi Yu's face. He then angrily raised his leg and fiercely glared at Qi Yu's chest. Idiot, you're courting death. Don't drag this prince down with you. Qing shuddered from head to toe. Did he have the guts to join forces with him to deal with Qi Ling and the others? How many ultimate gods from the Freedom Alliance had died here? How many people in the Jinyang Kingdom could they kill? Qi Yu clutched his chest as he stood up and roared angrily, Qingli, what are you doing? You want to unify the 4 countries, and I intend to help you, yet you still attack me? It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm beating up trash like you. Qingli raised his leg again and sent Qi Yu flying. The group of people behind Qi Yu wanted to attack, but they were knocked down by the soldiers of Jinyang country. At this moment, Qingli didn't care that the other party was a prince of another country. He directly ran in front of the other party and fiercely stomped on him. Trash, if you want to die, go find a place where no one is around. Why did you frame me? What do you mean I want to unify the 4 countries? Bullshit. I've never thought of it that way. What a joke. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't dare to say it. Furthermore, after witnessing the strength of Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao, he had truly given up on such thoughts. This continent had always been like this, where the strong were revered. The other party's strength was too terrifying, so terrifying that he could not resist it. That was why Qingli was so furious when he heard Qi Yu's words. Qi Yu had long been beaten into a daze. He clearly did not know what had happened, and he was in so much pain that he could not even speak. I have no enmity with you, yet you want to harm me. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll change my surname to yours. In front of Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao, he had declared that he wanted to unify the 4 nations and even wanted them to join forces to deal with these people. How was this any different from deliberately framing him? Qi Yu shuddered at the thought of this. Of course, this trembling was not from anger, but from fear in his heart. He was afraid that Yun Luofeng would believe the words of this trash. Your Highness, if you continue to beat him, he'll probably be beaten to death. When the person behind Qingli saw Qi Yu gasping for air instead of inhaling, he kindly reminded him. Qi Yu was after all a prince of Tianqi country. No matter what, he could not beat him to death. Sure enough, Qingli retracted his leg and glared at Qi Yu fiercely. The next time you harm me, it won't be as simple as a beating. Chapter 1991. At this moment, Qi Yu's head was in a daze. He didn't understand why he framed Qingli, Miss Yun. Qingli quickly walked in front of Yun Luofeng and bowed like a dog. What did I do just now? Yun Luofeng smiled lightly. He's not wrong. In the beginning, didn't you want to join forces with the Prince of the Purple Moon Kingdom to deal with us? Cold sweat appeared on Qingli's forehead. He raised his hand to wipe it, but the more he wiped, the more his face became pale. He laughed twice. At that time, I was just listening to the Purple Moon Kingdom's bewitchment. I ask Miss Yun to forgive me and let me go. Yun Luofeng raised her eyes and glanced at him. Remember, the commander of the 4 countries is not me, it's Qi Ling. If you have any problems, just look for him. As for why she didn't let Qi Su be the commander of the 4 countries, it's because Qi Su still needs to help her run the elixir hall. He doesn't have that much energy to manage the 4 countries. Yes. Qingli smiled flatteringly, but in his heart, he didn't agree. Even if Miss Yun claims that the commander of the 4 countries is Qi Ling, anyone can see that Qi Ling has become her subordinate, so in the end, the person behind the scenes who controls the 4 countries is still him. That's right. Qingli seemed to remember something and said. Our Jinyang Kingdom's princess was summoned back, but when Wu Zun talked about Jinyang, I felt that his tone was different from usual. I suspect that something happened to Jinyang. Yun Luofeng's cold and beautiful face appeared in her mind. After a moment of silence, she said, Yun Shao, let's go back to Wind Cloud City immediately. In any case, before Princess Jinyang left, she reminded her that this trip to Sky Law is not simple and asked her to pay attention to safety. Just based on this advice, she would also help her at the crucial moment. Okay. Yun Shao raised her hand and held Yun Luofeng's waist, slowly rising into the void. In a few steps, they have already traveled 100 meters, Master, Chi Su looked at Bai Ling and asked. Princess Jin Yang once reminded us to pay attention to safety. If she is really in danger, we should help, then let's go together. Bai Ling did not hesitate. Since the other party had helped her daughter and disciple, she had to help her when necessary. For a moment, no one bothered with Chi Yu, who was lying on the ground, as they all headed towards Wind Cloud City. Within Wind Cloud City, Princess Jin Yang quickly walked into the luxurious mansion and saw Qing Fei Yang frowning and deep in thought. Imperial Father, why did you summon me back so urgently? Qing Fei Yang stared at Princess Jin Yang's face as a look of struggle flashed across his eyes. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Jin Yang, I accidentally received news that the Freedom Alliance has also gone to Nemesis Forest to kill the geniuses from the Four Nations. Hearing this, Princess Jin Yang's expression suddenly changed. Imperial Father, why didn't you say so earlier? This time, the geniuses are the princes and princesses of the Four Nations. If they die, it will be a great loss to the Four Nations. If you had told them, they might have been able to escape this calamity. Jin Yang, even if the Four Nations are united, they may not be able to go against the current Freedom Alliance. Imperial Father just doesn't want the Jin Yang nation to be destroyed. Qing Fei Yang's face was filled with helplessness. If I had known that this would happen, would not have chosen Nemesis Forest as the competition ground. Chapter 1992. Her words made it seem as if he did not know from the beginning. Unfortunately, Princess Jin Yang believed her words. Even if she could not bear it, how could she blame her imperial father? She was worried about the entire Jin Yang country. However, when she thought of Yun Luofeng in Nemesis Forest, she sighed softly in her heart. She hoped that Yun Luofeng would listen to her warning and safely escape from this calamity. Actually, Qing Fei Yang continued under Princess Jin Yang's helpless expression. I asked you to come back because of another matter. What is it? Jin Yang raised her head and looked at Qing Fei Yang. When she saw Qing Fei Yang's hesitant expression, she gradually felt uneasy. Your imperial mother. Qing Fei Yang's eyes were filled with grief. She was captured by the Freedom Alliance. With a loud bang, Princess Jin Yang's heart pounded violently. Her breathing became uncontrollable and her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. What did you say? Mother has been captured. Why would the Freedom Alliance want to capture Mother? The leader of the Freedom Alliance has taken a fancy to you and wants you to be his woman. That's why he captured your imperial mother. Qing Fei Yang's voice trembled as he spoke. Jin Yang, imperial father has no other choice. You are the only one who can save your imperial mother. The empress was actually already dead. However, this was the only way to make her obediently go to the Freedom Alliance. Princess Jin Yang closed her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. What had she worked so hard for? It was so that one day, she would not need to become a tool for a political marriage. Instead, she could find someone to live with. Even if she had to work at sunrise and rest at sunset, she would be satisfied. However, in the end, even though she had become an imperial princess, she still could not change her fate. Imperial father, you agreed? Jin Yang opened her eyes and asked. Qing Fei Yang avoided her gaze. In order to save your imperial mother's life, I had no choice but to agree. I understand. Princess Jin Yang raised her cold face. I will marry him. As long as her imperial mother could live, she was willing to become a man's plaything. Jin Yang. Qing Fei Yang called out to her, his voice full of heartache. No matter what, this girl was the daughter that he had doted on for more than 20 years. How could he really bear to let her suffer? But he had no other choice, right? He couldn't afford to provoke the Freedom Alliance. I am tired. I want to rest. Princess Jin Yang did not look at Qing Fei Yang again. She calmly turned around and walked out the door. But the moment she turned around, she couldn't help but tear up. In this life, what she wanted was very simple. It was enough for him to have a lover who understood him. However, as a princess of the royal family, this request became very difficult. Princess Jin Yang walked to her room in the relay station. She had just stepped in and closed the door. The moment she turned around, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. She was startled. Just as she was about to cry out in alarm, she saw the person in front of her kneel down in front of her. "Princess, you must avenge the Empress." "Xiao Ju, why are you in my room?" Jin Yang frowned and asked. "Also, what do you mean by asking me to avenge my imperial mother?" "Your Highness, these past few days, this servant has been wanting to go out and find you. Unfortunately, the people at the city gates refused to let this servant out. His Majesty seemed to have sensed something and wanted to lock this servant up. This servant wanted to find a secret room in your room, so I secretly hid here." Chapter 1993. The palace maid's face was covered in tears and her expression was filled with grief. "What do you mean? Why did Imperial Father lock you up?" Jin Yang was confused and did not understand what she meant. "Your Highness, Her Highness the Empress is dead." Boom! The palace maid's words were like a bolt from the blue. Jin Yang's body trembled a few times. She supported herself against the wall and barely supported herself. "What nonsense are you talking about? Imperial Mother was captured by the Freedom Alliance. Why do you say she's dead? That's impossible. Imperial Mother can't be dead and Imperial Father can't lie to me. Princess, this servant saw it with my own eyes. His Majesty and Wuzuan planned to hand you over to the Freedom Alliance's Alliance Master. This matter was overheard by the Empress, so Wuzuan killed the Empress. Moreover, he discussed with His Majesty that this matter should be concealed and purposely made you think that the Empress had been captured by the Freedom Alliance." The palace maid said all the words in one breath. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Jin Yang leaned against the wall. Her face was covered in tears and her lips were pale. "Xiao Ju, tell me that you're lying to me." She said that she did not believe it, but in reality, she knew that Xiao Ju had no reason to lie to her. Did that mean that Imperial Father was lying to her? The more Qing Feiyang thought about it, the more worried he felt about Jin Yang. He wanted to visit her and have a good talk with her. He had to consider the bigger picture. But he had just pushed the door open and walked in when he saw the palace maid who had disappeared for the past few days kneeling in front of Jin Yang. Jin Yang's face was covered in tears and her eyes were filled with hatred. His heart thumped when he saw this. It seemed that his guess was right. This palace maid really knew everything. However, he never thought that she would be hiding in Jin Yang's room. No, he had ordered people to search all the rooms but hadn't found Xiao Ju. Where was she hiding? Imperial Father. Jin Yang turned her head and looked at Qing Feiyang with sorrowful eyes. "Why did you kill Imperial Mother?" "Why?" Qing Feiyang closed his eyes slightly. After a long while, he opened them again. "I didn't kill your Imperial Mother." "Does that mean that Empress Mother is really dead?" Jin Yang's body staggered a few times, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Her face was filled with despair and hatred. "I know it wasn't you, it was Wuzuan." "But, why did you help Wuzuan lie to me? Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why?" Her voice was hysterical, and her eyes gradually became bloodshot. Her originally cold eyes were now filled with hatred and anger, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She did not believe that her Imperial Father, who was so warm to her Imperial Mother and loved her so dearly, would be an accomplice in the murder of his wife. Yes, he was an accomplice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Wuzuan hide this matter. "Jin Yang, I am the Emperor. There are many things that I am helpless about." Qing Feiyang's heart ached. But what could he do? For the sake of Jin Yang country, he could only abandon his wife and daughter. Jin Yang laughed miserably. "What a good excuse. You're just looking for an excuse for your ambition. If you want to become the strongest in the 4 countries, I will work hard to cultivate and break through. If you want to unify the 4 countries, I will definitely be number 1 this time. But what about you? You killed my Imperial Mother and tricked me into marrying the leader of the Freedom Alliance." Chapter 1994. Jin Yang couldn't believe that his father, who had always doted on and protected her, had done such a thing. However, no matter how much his father doted on his wife and daughter, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon his wife and daughter once there was a conflict between his status and that of his wife and daughter. Princess. The palace maid stood up from the ground and glared at Qing Feiyang angrily. This servant and the Empress also heard that His Majesty and the Freedom Alliance have reached an agreement. They will lure the geniuses of the four nations to Nemesis Forest, and the Freedom Alliance will help His Majesty increase his strength. Wu Zun has also gone to Nemesis Forest to help the Freedom Alliance kill the geniuses of the four nations. Shut up. Qing Feiyang flew into a rage when he heard this. He slapped the palace maid's chest, and the palace maid's body flew out instantly. She spat out a steady stream of blood. Xiao Ju. Jin Yang quickly ran to the palace maid's side and helped her up. How are you? Princess, this servant's life was saved by the Empress, and you treated this servant very well. This servant should have followed the Empress after she died, but this servant was afraid that you would be deceived, so this servant stayed behind. The palace maid's voice was very weak. Now, this servant can go and serve the Empress again. Impudent. Qing Feiyang shouted angrily. If it weren't for this lowly girl, Jin Yang wouldn't have found out about this so quickly. At that time, he vented all his anger on the palace maid. You are a palace maid of the Jin Yang country. How dare you disobey me? You deserve to die. The funny thing was that this palace maid didn't care about her life anymore. Why would she listen to Qing Feiyang's threats? Jin Yang sensed the palace maid's increasingly weak breathing. He gently placed her on the ground and glared at Qing Feiyang with eyes full of hatred. So you were the one who lured the Freedom Alliance over. You killed so many geniuses of the four nations for your own selfish reasons? And even became the Freedom Alliance's lackey? Jin Yang's chest heaved. Qing Feiyang, I'm telling you, I will never marry the Freedom Alliance. Dream on. Jin Yang was so angry that he called Qing Feiyang by his name. The rage in his eyes intensified. Bang! At that moment, the room's door was slammed open. Qing Feiyang frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a figure in ragged clothes quickly walking in. It was a beautiful woman. She looked like she had just experienced a great battle and was in an extremely sorry state. Miss Lang? Qing Feiyang was stunned. This Lang Xingyue was the woman who had accompanied the Freedom Alliance's alliance master when he first came here. How did she end up in such a sorry state? Furthermore, why did he come to Wind Cloud City at this time? Lang Xingyue lightly frowned. I will take Princess Jin Yang away. Did the guild master send you to pick up Jin Yang? Qing Feiyang's voice was clearly respectful. We've been waiting here for a long time. You can leave with Jin Yang now. Lang Xingyue sneered, not answering Qing Feiyang's question. If it weren't for the fact that Jin Yang was still useful to her, she wouldn't have bothered to take him away. I won't go, Jin Yang said coldly as he suppressed the surging killing intent in his heart. Without the Empress Mother as leverage, did he think they could oppress her? Jin Yang, Imperial Father is begging you. Qing Feiyang's face was full of pleading. All these years, Imperial Father has always doted on you like the apple of his eye. Could it be that you can bear to see Imperial Father being oppressed by the Freedom Alliance? Furthermore, don't tell me you don't know what it means to be a matchmaker. Chapter 1995. The order of her parents and the words of the matchmaker. Could it be that she could not escape her fate after all? Jin Yang felt very indignant. She clenched her fists and raised her stubborn little face. What if I don't agree? Jin Yang, Imperial Father has raised you up and given you more love than anyone else. Even if it's for the sake of Imperial Father's kindness in raising you, you should still leave with Miss Lang. Jin Yang's body trembled uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with despair and pain. She would rather be the daughter of an ordinary family than become a tool for a political marriage, I understand. After a long time, she loosened her tightly clenched fists. Her beautiful yet pale face was filled with coldness and arrogance. If you want me to marry the leader of the Freedom Alliance, then I'll marry him. It'll be my repayment for your kindness in raising me. From now on, our father-daughter relationship will be like this. She grabbed a strand of hair and raised the long sword in her hand to cut it. The strands of hair fluttered down, just like her resolute heart. Severing all ties. She said these 4 words resolutely and decisively, causing Qing Feiyang's heart to ache fiercely. He knew that with this decision, he had completely lost the daughter he was so proud of. Jin Yang, don't blame father. Father had no other choice. No other choice? Jin Yang laughed coldly, her eyes filled with mockery. It's not that you had no other choice. It's just that your status is more important than mine and mother's. Qing Feiyang did not retort. What Jin Yang said was the truth. When a person was in a high position, he would never be willing to fall from it. Otherwise, the feeling of loss would be unbearable. Also, Jin Yang paused. In the future, I will no longer be Princess Jin Yang, nor will I be the daughter of the Qing family. I will follow mother's surname, Lian Yu. From now on, my name will be Lian Yuesheng. After saying this, Jin Yang flicked her sleeves and left. Her back view was very resolute, and her eyes were stern. Qing Feiyang's legs turned to jelly as he watched Jin Yang leave. He had lost too many family members this time, however, he had no other choice, right? Did he really have to become enemies with the Freedom Alliance? Who on this mainland could be a match for the Freedom Alliance? Outside Wind Cloud City, Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng didn't stop. Before the guards could react, they rushed in and headed straight for the relay station. At this moment, within the relay station, Qing Feiyang had already packed his luggage and left with the rest of the people. Yun Luofeng searched the entire relay station and only found the heavily injured and unconscious palace maid Little Chrysanthemum. In order to find out what had happened in Wind Cloud City, she had fed the palace maids the elixir. The palace maid slowly woke up. Her mind was still in a daze when she heard Yun Luofeng's evil voice. Do you know where the Golden Sun Princess of the Jinyang Kingdom is? Princess? Little Chrysanthemum was taken aback, and anxiety appeared on her face. The princess has been taken away by the Freedom Alliance. Even though she had been injured by Qing Feiyang before this, she still saw a woman appear in a daze and take Princess Jin Yang away. His Majesty said that woman was from the Freedom Alliance. Yun Xiao, Jin Yang warned me. No matter what, I have to save her. Yun Luofeng raised his eyes slightly. Furthermore, the people of the Freedom Alliance hurt my mother. Chapter 1996. Yun Xiao hugged the woman in his arms tightly. No matter what you want to do, I will support your decision. All right. Then I'll send Qi Su and Qi Ling back to prepare. I want to wage war against the Freedom Alliance. Yun Luofeng's expression was cold and his dark eyes were filled with murderous intent. There was indeed no need for the Freedom Alliance to exist anymore. Very soon, Qi Su, Bai Ling and the others rushed over from Nemesis Forest. Prince Qingli of Golden Sun Country had long been heartbroken by his imperial father's actions. Naturally, he did not dare to return to Golden Sun Country at a time like this. Instead, he chose to stand behind Qi Ling. After Yun Luofeng had sent both parties back to make preparations, he asked for the exact location of the forbidden area that Qi Ling had mentioned and planned to head there with Yun Xiao. Bai Ling had long known about the dangers of the forbidden area and her heart was filled with worry. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng had not listened to her advice and insisted on heading there. She could only sigh helplessly. The forbidden area was actually behind the governor's palace. It was also because of this forbidden area that no one lived in the governor's palace. She had just entered the governor's palace when she felt a heavy and oppressive aura. This aura made it difficult for her to breathe. Fortunately, the divine grimoire space had helped her resolve this heavy aura in time. Yun Xiao stood behind Yun Luofeng without batting an eyelid. His expression had not changed at all. His features were handsome and cold while his dark eyes were like a hawk's in the night, sharp and calm. Yun Xiao, this place is called the Forbidden Area because it's the core of the Fengyun continent. Besides, we only know the way to enter the Fengyun continent but not the way out. Perhaps we can discover something in this place. After saying this, Yun Luofeng walked into the city lord residence. In no time at all, he had arrived at a mountain range behind the governor's palace. Bolts of purple lightning had gathered in the sky above the mountain range. It was as if the moment anyone dared to step into the forbidden area, the lightning would immediately strike down and blast the intruder into pieces. Yun-yi. Yun Luofeng called out softly. In an instant, Yun-yi's figure appeared in front of Yun Luofeng and he immediately walked forward. Boom! As Yun-yi stepped forward, a bolt of lightning struck his head and landed fiercely on his body. The azure wings let out a comfortable sound and continued to move forward. Yun Luofeng looked at the heavenly lightning in the sky and narrowed his eyes. Looks like my guess was right. Every time a bolt of heavenly lightning falls from the sky, one bolt of heavenly lightning will disappear. The heavenly thunderbolts attacking the azure wings aren't that powerful yet. The longer it goes, the more powerful the heavenly thunderbolts will be. It was no wonder that they only discovered the existence of the heavenly thunder when they were halfway there. It wasn't that there was no heavenly thunder on the previous path, but because someone had been here before. The heavenly thunder had already fallen, so naturally, it wouldn't grow again. Because of this, Yun Luofeng came to the conclusion that the heavenly thunder was man-made. Someone purposely placed it there. That was why the number of heavenly thunders was limited. However, how powerful was the person who created the heavenly thunder? What was he protecting in this forbidden area? Every time the azure wings took a step, a bolt of lightning would fall, but the azure wings seemed to feel nothing and continued to carry him forward. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao followed closely behind. Suddenly, Yun-yi stopped. Just as Yun Luofeng was wondering what was going on, his body exploded with power. Chapter 1997. Ultimate God. Yun-yi had broken through to the ultimate God realm under the attack of the heavenly lightning. It was an unexpected surprise. Yun-yi did not stop after his breakthrough and continued walking forward. This time, he did not continue his breakthrough and was still in the ultimate God realm until he reached the end. However, Yun Luofeng believed that the heavenly lightning produced when he broke through to the ultimate God realm would definitely help Yun-yi reach the divine emperor realm. After the heavenly lightning, what came into view was a paradise. Countless peach blossoms fell from the trees and dyed it into a beautiful painting. In the middle of the peach blossoms was a small wooden hut which looked even more out of place. This is... Yun Luofeng was slightly startled after seeing the scene. So many heavenly lightning were protecting this small wooden hut? Let's go in and have a look. Yun Xiao said after a moment of silence. Yun Luofeng nodded and the two of them walked into the wooden hut. The wooden hut was very ordinary, so ordinary that there was nothing special about it. There was a pen and paper on the wooden table which had turned dark yellow. It had obviously been there for many years. Yun Luofeng picked up a book and flipped through it a few times. He suddenly realized that the book was about the origin of the entire world. The world did not just refer to the Fengyun continent and the 7 continents, but the entire world that included all the continents. However, Yun Luofeng casually browsed through it before putting it down and picked up another book. The book was a diary written by a person named Sangji. She was just casually skimming through, but when she saw the next page, she was stunned. I spent my whole life researching medical skills. Later, I discovered a treasure book called the Divine Medical Codex. In this treasure book, there was a space. Unfortunately, this treasure book has too high requirements for the human body. Only a person with a spirit-empty body can carry this space. I observed the stars at night and found that the person with the spirit virtual body would not appear on this continent. Out of love for talent, I sent the divine grimoire of medicine to another space. That space seemed to be called Huaxia. Yun Luofeng's hand holding the diary trembled slightly. It turned out that it was not a coincidence that the space of the divine classic appeared in Huaxia. It was actually with Sangji's help. It's a pity that even though this spirit virtual body has a strong talent, his love life is very tragic. Due to her constitution, she can only merge with a spiritual body. If she falls in love with another man, not only will her cultivation be destroyed, she will also not have a good ending. At this point, Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Xiao with a faint smile on his face. She was lucky to have met Yun Xiao. Otherwise, as Tsang Ji had said, she would not be able to combine with other men. Thinking of this, she retracted her gaze and continued reading. However, even if a spirit virtual body and a spirit physical body combine, it is impossible for them to get pregnant without certain factors. Yun Luofeng's hand, which was tightly holding the book, froze. She and Yun Xiao had known each other for more than 10 years, and they had also been together for several years, but they had never been able to conceive. She had also checked her and Yun Xiao's bodies and discovered that there were no problems. Since there were no problems, she would let nature take its course. Who would have thought that there was a reason for this? Fortunately, this old man cherishes geniuses, so I naturally couldn't bear to let such good genes go to waste. So, this old man used all the knowledge in his lifetime to invent a medicinal bed. As long as one fuses on this medicinal bed, it won't take long before one can become pregnant. Chapter 1998. Of course, this medicine bed alone isn't enough. I have also channeled all my power into this bead. As long as someone with spirit empty body keeps this bead in their body, and at the same time combines with the spirit body, not only can they become stronger, but they can also get pregnant. What are you waiting for? Yun Luofeng gently narrowed her eyes. When she read Tsang Ji's last sentence, she felt as if he had known that she would appear. Sure enough, the last page of Tsang Ji's diary verified Yun Luofeng's guess. However, I've spent a lot of energy on this pearl and I won't be able to live much longer. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing my peace, I've already built a medicine coffin for myself and placed it together with the medicine bed in this wooden hut. I've also forged the lightning bolt. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered. The lightning bolt was forged by Tsang Ji? Just how powerful was he in the past? Of course, only people with virtual spirit form and spiritual body can safely pass through the lightning bolt. Even though the lightning bolt will cause them considerable harm, they can survive. Tsang Ji never thought that Yun Luofeng would meet Zhu Qian and learn the art of puppetry. Hence, she was able to pass through the lightning bolt unharmed. I hope that people with virtual spirit form will believe my words when they read this diary. I was once the best person in the world and I would never lie. Yun Luofeng's brows twitched uncontrollably. Why did she feel that this fellow was so unreliable? But Yun Luofeng looked at the pearl on the table and swept his eyes over the half-open door of the wooden hut. After a moment of silence, he picked up the red pearl and placed it in front of Yun Xiao. Look at this pearl and see what's wrong with it. Yun Xiao picked up the heavy pearl, and only after a while did he say, there is indeed a very strong power inside. This power can be directly absorbed, and it won't cause any harm. So, Tsang Ji didn't lie to me? Yun Luofeng raised his brows. I'm suddenly very curious. What kind of person is Tsang Ji? Yun Xiao fell silent for a moment. There's a portrait of him hanging on the wall. Yun Luofeng's gaze had been fixed on the book on the table from the beginning. Hence, he had not noticed the portrait on the wall. Hearing Yun Xiao's words and seeing his irrepressible smile, Yun Luofeng could not help but look over curiously. How should I put it? The person in the portrait was different from what she had imagined. Tsang Ji addressed himself as an old man, so anyone would think of him as a white-haired old man. However, the person in the portrait was a handsome and cute young man. His appearance was very pure, and there was an indescribable charm in his pair of big innocent eyes. His light pink lips were slightly raised, as if he wanted to say something. Of course, Yun Luofeng believed that this fellow had the appearance of a youth, but the heart of an old man. But what made her deeply speechless was that there was a line of words written under the painting. That line was undoubtedly praising the youth in the painting. For example, the number one good person in the world, Tsang Ji, the most handsome man in the world, Tsang Ji, and the dream lover of millions of women. If one only saw these words, they would definitely think that the person who drew this painting must be someone who was madly infatuated with Tsang Ji. However, Yun Luofeng saw that at the bottom left corner of the painting, there were also the words, leaving brush to himself. Chapter 1999. In other words, whether it was this painting or those words, they were all completed by Tsang Ji alone. No wonder Yun Xiao revealed that expression earlier. This Tsang Ji was truly narcissistic to the point that no one in the past would be able to surpass him in the future. No one could compare to him. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng rubbed his forehead. She turned to look at Yun Luofeng and suddenly recalled Tsang Ji's diary. Her eyes moved slightly. Why don't we try it here? Yun Xiao nodded without hesitation. Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Luofeng felt an arm reach out and pull her into an embrace. She raised her head and met the man's affectionate and warm eyes. The man carried her in his arms and strode into the room. A wave of medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose, making Yun Luofeng feel refreshed. Yun Zhao's movements were very careful as he gently placed her on the bed, as if he was afraid that he would hurt her if he used too much force. Very quickly, both of their clothes were thrown messily on the ground. Yun Xiao gently bit Yun Luofeng's lips, his black eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness. In this small room, apart from the bed, there was also a coffin. Yun Luofeng kept the red bead in his mouth from beginning to end. He could also feel that as Yun Xiao moved up and down, streams of powerful energy flowed into his body, and the spiritual energy in his body was quickly replenished. At this moment, both of them were enjoying themselves to the fullest, and they only had eyes for each other. No one noticed that a transparent light flew out from the medicine coffin and shot towards Yun Luofeng's stomach. In the end, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were still schemed against by Tsang Ji. And this was the first time someone had successfully schemed against Yun Luofeng. When Yun Luofeng discovered the truth, it was not enough to describe how miserable he would be. Actually, from the fact that Tsang Ji was able to predict that Yun Luofeng would come to this place, it could be deduced that Tsang Ji would not let go of this opportunity. What a joke! The child of a spirit virtual body and a spirit entity, how much of a genius would that be? He would definitely be able to combine the strengths of both of them, so how could he give such a good opportunity to others? Absolutely not. This opportunity could only be given to him. At that time, wouldn't all the beauties in the world throw themselves into their arms when they become the children of these two? There was nothing more delightful than wielding the power of the world and lying drunk on a beauty's lap. As for the red bead, it was indeed a part of his power. After all, the virtual spirit body was his mother. Wasn't it reasonable to improve his mother's strength? If his mother was strong enough, he would be able to dominate the continent in the future. Otherwise, who would support him? Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao did not notice that the transparent light had entered them, nor did they notice that the pearl in Yun Luofeng's mouth had become brighter. Yun Luofeng only felt his body sink, as if something had entered his body. The battle lasted for a day and a night. Only on the next day did they rest, drenched in sweat. At the same time, Yun Luofeng broke through. The heavenly lightning produced when breaking through to the ultimate god realm was even stronger. Yun Luofeng once again released his azure wings to absorb the heavenly lightning. With the protection of the azure wings, not a single bolt of lightning was able to get close to Yun Luofeng. What was even more shameless was that the two people on the bed didn't care about the lightning, nor did they care about the azure wings that were fighting against the lightning. They started a new round of activity. While Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were exercising in the small wooden house, Qi Su and Mu Shuoxin returned to the Drifting Wind Nation while Qi Ling returned to the Tian Qi Nation. Chapter 2000. What awaited him in the kingdom of Tianqi was a severe reprimand. In the imperial study, the atmosphere was heavy. The emperor sat on the dragon throne with imperial concubine Lin by his side. Below them were Qi Ling and Qi Yu. Qi Ling, I heard that you obtained 3 jade seals in the Four-Nation Conference this time. The emperor went straight to the point. Your third brother is the one who will unify the 4 nations as predicted by the imperial tutor. Your jade seal is useless. It's better to give it to your third brother. After saying this, the emperor gave Qi Yu a look. Aren't you going to take the jade seal back? Yes, father. Qi Yu was overjoyed and walked towards Qi Ling. Qi Ling, so what if you obtained 3 jade seals? In the end, you still have to give it back to me. Second brother, why haven't you handed over the jade seal? Do you want me to search you? Qi Ling straightened his back and said, the champion of the 4 nations tournament is determined by those who are capable. You keep saying that third brother is the one who will unify the four nations, so why didn't he win? The emperor frowned. His eyes were filled with impatience. I am only telling you to take fewer detours. How can you not know how powerful the imperial tutor is? How can his words be false? So what if you make the four nations listen to you? It will be returned to your brother sooner or later. It's better to give it to him from the start. More importantly, Qi Yu was much more obedient than Qi Ling. If Qi Ling really became the ruler of the four nations, he, as his father, would also have to listen to him. This was something the emperor did not want to happen. The imperial tutor said so. Qi Ling glanced at the emperor. That can only mean that the imperial tutor has a problem with his judgment. That's why he thinks that trash like Qi Yu can unify the four nations. Impudent. Hearing this, the emperor's expression changed. He shouted angrily, "You dare to disobey my orders now? When you become the ruler of the four nations, won't you look down on me? Let me tell you, you have to hand over the jade seal even if you don't want to. Take it out immediately." Qi Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was about to speak when the door to the study was suddenly pushed open. In an instant, a man dressed in white walked in from outside the door. This man was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. When he walked over, one could faintly see the existence of immortal mist behind him. He held a jade flute in his hand, and his footsteps were very light and ethereal. At the same time, the civil and military officials followed behind the man. They had heard everything that had happened in the study room. If Yun Luofeng was here, he would be able to tell at a glance that this man was the one who had been playing music in the forest. In other words, he was the reincarnation of Zhu Qian. Grand Tutor, the emperor immediately stood up when he saw the man appear. "I still remember that you once said that my third imperial son would unify the four kingdoms in the future. I remember this clearly." The man raised his lips and smiled faintly. His smile was incomparably beautiful. The most beautiful color in the world could not compare to that smile. However, his smile was different from Ji Jiotian's arrogance. It was also different from Chen Yuqing's gentleness. It was also different from Yun Zhao's deep love. His smile was so cold that it made people's hearts ache. "I did say these words." The emperor heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could speak, the man's voice rang out again. "However, I was just teasing you. Did you not notice?" Chapter 2001. I was just teasing you. Don't tell me you didn't notice. The emperor's face darkened. "Imperial advisor, what did you just say? Teasing them? What kind of joke was this? All these years, why did he give Qi Yu so much love? Wasn't it because Qi Yu was praised by the imperial advisor as the person who would unify the four kingdoms in the future? In the end, the imperial advisor told him that he was joking with them. It seems that you really did not notice that I was joking." The man's handsome face showed a hint of surprise. "Do you really think that an idiot like Qi Yu could become the number one person in the four kingdoms?" The word idiot enraged both Qi Yu and imperial concubine Lin. "Imperial advisor, did Qi Ling give you something in return for you to speak up for him? You clearly said that you would unify the four kingdoms." Imperial concubine Lin gritted her teeth, her face ashen. "Something in return?" The man laughed coldly when he heard this. Then in imperial concubine Lin's eyes, what kind of benefits would bribe this imperial advisor? Imperial concubine Lin was so angry that she was about to speak, but the emperor, who had just regained his senses, immediately glared at her, causing her to swallow the flower in her mouth. Imperial tutor, the emperor's expression was extremely ugly. As he spoke, there was a hateful attitude. "Back then, why did you make such a joke? Do you know how big of a mistake I made because of your joke?" The man raised his eyes and smiled. Imperial concubine Lin was disrespectful to this imperial advisor, so why can't I make such a joke? In an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon imperial concubine Lin's ashen face. "Nonsense!" Imperial concubine Lin shouted angrily. "Don't you dare smear my name. When did I disrespect you?" "Oh. Then who was the one who teased this imperial advisor more than 10 years ago? Could it be that Your Highness thinks that it was just a joke. Imperial concubine Lin's face flushed red as the events of the past were brought up once again by the man. She seemed to sense the Emperor's raging gaze and bit her lip. Yes, I was only joking with the Imperial advisor. Who knew that the Imperial advisor would take it seriously? Oh. The man looked as if he had suddenly understood. If Your Highness was joking with this Imperial advisor, why can't I do the same? Am I right, Your Majesty? The man's eyes were smiling as he slowly turned towards the furious Emperor. The Emperor suddenly stepped forward, picked up Imperial concubine Lin, and gave her 2 slaps. He roared in anger, "You slut! As a concubine of the palace, you do not follow the rules of womanhood, and even dared to tease the Imperial advisor. Men, drag this woman away and await her punishment." Imperial concubine Lin's entire body was numb from the 2 slaps. Her body felt weak and she gradually collapsed. Her face was filled with despair. She understood that everything was over. As for Chiyu, who she had placed all her hopes on, after seeing this scene, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to say a word. He hid at the side and didn't make a sound, afraid that he would implicate himself. The man slowly walked up to Imperial concubine Lin. His smile was like the spring breeze, but it did not reach his eyes. "You once tried to seduce me. After I rejected you, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to frame me. Fortunately, I dodged your scheme and didn't let you have your way. But I've already remembered this matter in my heart. That's why I'm letting your son bear the consequences of your mistakes so that he can be destroyed." Since the Imperial tutor was called the Imperial tutor, how could his abilities be ordinary? Chapter 2002. He could tell a person's character from their facial features. The Emperor was muddle-headed and tyrannical, while Imperial concubine Lin was arrogant and complacent. If they knew that Chiyu was to become the most powerful man in the 4 countries, their love for him would definitely destroy him. Of course, if not for what he had said, and without the Emperor's indulgence and love, Chiyu might not be such an idiot. Imperial tutor, you're ruthless. Imperial concubine Lin closed her eyes. She remembered that 10 years ago, she was still a young girl. Even though she married the Emperor 2 years earlier and gave birth to the 4th prince. But her heart was still very young. In the Imperial palace, when she first met this peerless Imperial tutor, she unconsciously fell in love with him. She even thought that if he was willing to take her away from the Imperial palace, she would give up all her glory and wealth to be with him. But she didn't expect that this man would reject her so decisively. Because of this, her love turned into hatred. She wanted to frame the Empress, Qi Ling's mother, for having an affair with this Imperial tutor. At that time, the violent Emperor would definitely kill these 2 people. Who knew that the Imperial tutor had already known of her little tricks and easily resolved it? From then on, she understood that her every move could not be hidden from this man. She used this opportunity to give up on her plans. As she grew older, she was already old and faded, while the Imperial tutor was still as beautiful as ever. She knew that she was not worthy of the Imperial tutor, so she never caused trouble for him again. Who would have thought that the Imperial tutor had always held a grudge against her, and had even made such a big move? At this moment, 2 palace guards had already walked to Imperial concubine Lin's side. They supported her limp body and were about to walk out of the study. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they were stopped by Qi Ling. "I still have some matters to settle with Imperial concubine Lin." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I wonder if Imperial concubine Lin can explain to me how you managed to mobilize the gods in the Imperial palace? And to allow Chiyu to win, you killed the subordinates I brought with me?" Imperial concubine Lin trembled. Facing the Imperial tutor, she felt fear from the bottom of her heart, so she did not deny what she had done. But in front of Qi Ling, she would never admit it. "Qi Ling, don't try to frame me, I have never done such a thing." "Really?" Qi Ling smiled coldly. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I just want to be sure that you did it. I don't know how Imperial Father will punish you, but I will never let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire study fell silent. After a long time, his voice rang out again. Men, drag this woman away and tear her to pieces. Also, stuff her body into the statue and make her kneel in front of the graves of those warriors for eternity to repent. No. Imperial concubine Lin shrieked, Qi Ling, you can't do this. I'm the imperial concubine, you can't treat me like this. Having said that, she struggled violently out of the hands of the two guards and quickly walked towards the emperor. Your Majesty, please save me. I know I was wrong. Please ask the second prince to let me go. The emperor looked coldly at imperial concubine Lin, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. You want to make me a cuckold, and you still want me to save you? I'm already being merciful by not punishing you myself. Why are you still standing here? Drag this woman away so she won't be an eyesore. Chapter 2003. In this life, he hated betrayal the most. Although imperial concubine Lin did not actually sleep with another man, she had the intention to do so. She must die. Qi Ling did not even look at the emperor. His gaze gradually turned to Qi Yu. That cold gaze caused Qi Yu to tremble. He knelt down with a thud. Qi Yu was the emperor's son after all. He could not bear to see him like this. Ling, you is your younger brother. He did not do anything wrong. Please forgive him. Qi Ling's cold gaze swept across the emperor. Who allowed you to speak? The emperor's face turned green. What do you mean? We are your imperial father. Without your permission, would imperial concubine Lin be able to mobilize the elders? Qi Ling smiled coldly. You can't even protect yourself now. You still want to plead for others? The emperor's lips trembled. His face contorted. He was clearly enraged. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Ling, as long as we are your father, you will have to be filial to me for the rest of your life. We asked you to release your younger brother. Do you dare to refuse? Only a benevolent father can have a filial son. If the father is not benevolent, why should the son be filial? Qi Ling finished speaking and walked towards Qi Yu. He did not even spare the emperor a glance. The emperor was furious. Qi Ling, stop right there. Do you think that you can disregard me just because you are the number one person in the 4 countries? No matter what, we are still your father. You must listen to our words. Qi Ling stopped in his tracks. His voice was cold. Guards, take him away. Without my orders, he is not allowed to step out of the room. That one sentence had already determined the emperor's future orders. He was in confinement. He could not leave for the rest of his life. The emperor sneered. This was the kingdom of Tianqi, after all. Would the people of the kingdom of Tianqi listen to Qi Ling? However, just as the emperor was indifferent, the officials and guards had already moved. Without waiting for Qi Ling's orders, they had already grabbed the emperor's arm and dragged him out. What are you doing? I am the emperor. Stop. The emperor panicked and immediately roared. Unfortunately, those officials could not bear to see his incompetent and tyrannical behavior. Naturally, they would not let him go at this time. Qi Ling becoming the emperor was something that everyone expected. Furthermore, he was the one who made the kingdom of Tianqi the number one of the 4 kingdoms. Moreover, the other countries had to listen to them. With such a result, the 2 ultimate gods did not have any objections. Therefore, the dog emperor's fate was basically foreseeable. Second brother, Qi Yu swallowed with some difficulty as a fawning smile appeared on his face. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai previously. I have offended you greatly. Please forgive me this once on account that we are brothers. Your crime is different from your mother's. You don't deserve to die. However, you've been arrogant, despotic, and hedonistic for so many years. You've made countless mistakes. Qi Ling's voice was cold, therefore, I will let people parade you on the streets. Your fate will be decided by the public. Qi Yu's expression immediately changed. He immediately looked like he was about to cry. Second brother, aren't you trying to take my life? All these years, he had raped women, killed countless people, and committed all kinds of crimes. However, because his father was the emperor, no one dared to punish him. Chapter 2004. Therefore, there was no one in the entire state of Tianqi who didn't hate him. If he was paraded through the streets and allowed the masses to punish him, it would be equivalent to asking him to die. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Qi Ling waved his hand coldly. Take him away. Whether he can survive or not will depend on his own ability. Of course, Qiyu's body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and lust. The chances of him surviving were equivalent to 0. Then, Qi Ling walked out of the study amidst Qiyu's ghostly wails. A gust of fresh air blew into his face, making him feel refreshed. He couldn't help but think of the imperial tutor who had helped him. He was about to thank the imperial tutor when he suddenly realized that the imperial tutor who had been standing in the study had disappeared, on the street. The man was dressed in a snow-white robe. His handsome face revealed a trace of absent-mindedness. He didn't know why he had come to this street. He only felt that there seemed to be a destined person waiting for him. Just as the man was frowning and pondering, he didn't see the road in front of him. Instead, he suddenly collided with the absent-minded youth. The youth's face immediately darkened. He raised his eyes that were filled with rage. However, at that moment, a handsome face was imprinted in his eyes. What caught his attention was naturally not the man's unparalleled handsome face, but the man's body had a very familiar aura. That aura was too similar to Zhu Qian's. The youth's eyes were a little dull. Before he could regain his senses, the man's gentle voice sounded in his ears. Are you all right? The man's tone was very ethereal, like a dream. It also made the youth recover from his daze. He wasn't Zhu Qian. A person like Zhu Qian was arrogant and domineering. And the man in front of him was too gentle. How could such a gentle person be that bloodthirsty and cold Zhu Qian? I'm fine. Mo Qianqing shook his head and slightly lowered his eyes. Didn't he already find Zhu Qian? Why was he stunned by the man in front of him at that moment? If you're fine, then I can rest assured. The man smiled. That smile was like a spring breeze that slowly spread across his face. What's your name? Mo Qianqing bit his lips and asked shyly. Feng Jin. Feng Jin? This name suddenly made Mo Qianqing think of a phrase. You look at the scenery from a distance, I look at you from a close distance. The surname Feng is so special. Oh right, my name is Mo Qianqing. Mo Qianqing's face lit up with a lovely smile, his eyes curved into a beautiful smile. Feng Jin smiled and gently rubbed Mo Qianqing's head with his big hand. Mo Qianqing, I will remember you. However, I have something to do and have to leave. If fate allows it, we will meet again. Yes? What is it? Mo Qianqing asked in disappointment. I'm going to find my destined person. The heavens had given him a body with terrible talent, but at the same time, he had a pair of discerning eyes and a root of wisdom. Unfortunately, he could see the fate of others, but he could never see his own. For example, the young man in front of him was fated to have a bumpy road of love, and he would never be able to find love in his entire life. A hint of pity appeared in Feng Jin's eyes when he thought of this. Such a cute and handsome young man had to end up like this. How could he not feel sorry for him? Mo Qianqing, let's meet again if fate allows it. Feng Jin made a goodbye gesture, turned around and walked towards the street in a carefree manner. Chapter 2005. At that moment, his footsteps suddenly stopped as a young man's clear voice came from behind him. If I'm a woman in my next life and you're a man, will you marry me? Zhu Qian, if I'm a woman in my next life and you're a man, will you marry me? Faintly, a familiar voice came into Feng Jin's mind. It was distant yet close to him. His destined partner was a man? Feng Jin laughed and shook his head. He must have gotten something wrong. His sexual orientation was normal and he had always liked women. How could he be a man? However, Feng Jin replied to the young man's question. If you're really a woman in your next life, it's not a problem for me to marry you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slowly walked into the crowd and disappeared from the chaotic street. Mo Qianqing looked at the man's back disappointedly and gently pursed her beautiful pink lips. He's not Zhu Qian. If he heard what I said, he wouldn't have bothered to answer. After all, Zhu Qian is such an arrogant person. Why would he answer such a childish question? Moreover, the Zhu Qian in my heart can't be so gentle. He's always so high and mighty, stepping on everyone in the world. If Zhu Qian was as gentle as this man back then, perhaps, he would not be in so much pain. At least, the man in front of him would not be like Zhu Qian, who ignored him after finding out about his love. Mo Qianqing looked down and covered his eyes. His eyes were filled with sadness and pain. He took one last look at the direction Feng Jin disappeared and walked in another direction, Wind Cloud City. Inside the wooden hut, it was another round of sweating. Yun Luofeng's body was already soaked in sweat. Her body was tightly pressed against the man on top of her. They could hear each other's heavy breathing. It should be about time. I hope I can get pregnant this time. Yun Luofeng was panting. Even though she had broken through to the ultimate god realm, she could not withstand Yun Zhao's torment. Fortunately, her dual cultivation with Yun Xiao could stabilize her cultivation base and was not as weak as when she had just broken through to the ultimate god realm. It's okay even if you don't. Yun Xiao lowered his head and kissed the woman's lips. You're enough for me. Just as Yun Xiao was about to do it again, Yun Luofeng slapped over and flung him away fiercely. We've been here for half a month. It's about time. I reckon Qi Su and Qi Ling are almost done with their preparations. I'm going back to meet up with them and discuss how to deal with the Freedom Alliance. Yun Xiao furrowed her brows. If you want to deal with the Freedom Alliance, I can help you flatten them. There's no need to go through so much trouble. More importantly, he didn't want to disturb them because of the Freedom Alliance. No, we must let the two of them deal with this matter. If it really doesn't work out, we'll intervene. Yun Luofeng refuted Yun Zhao's words. All right, I'll listen to you. Yun Xiao didn't ask why. He believed in Yun Luofeng. No matter what Yun Luofeng wanted to do, she would have her reasons. So he just had to support her as always. Aren't you going to ask me why? Yun Luofeng blinked and asked. Yun Xiao lowered her head and bit her lips again. Do you remember what I said to you before? What? You kill people and I bury their bodies. Similarly, you can do whatever you want and I'll take care of the aftermath. Chapter 2006. No matter what you do, I will let you do it. With me taking care of the aftermath, you will have nothing to fear. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was beautiful, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Yun Xiao, in this world, only you can understand me. She returned the man a kiss. What I want is never for you to protect me. I want to be the woman who fights alongside you. This time's mission is a chance for Qi Su and Qi Ling to establish their power in the mainland. Naturally, we can't give up so easily. That's why I plan to let them do it first, then we'll act according to the situation. Yun Zhao's gaze was affectionate and warm. His woman was never someone who hid behind him, but someone who relied on her own strength to hold up the sky. And in the beginning, it was because of this that he admired her, wasn't it? Feng, let's do it again, okay? Yun Zhao's gaze carried some anticipation. Don't worry, this time I will be fast, 2 hours will be enough. Who knows, on the last time here, I might successfully conceive. Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. Are you sure it'll end in 2 hours? Yes. Okay. Yun Xiao would never lie to her, so she thought for a moment and agreed. 2 hours, it shouldn't be a problem. As expected, Yun Xiao was a man who never lied. If he said 2 hours, it would definitely be 2 hours, not a minute less. When the time reached 2 hours, it just happened to end. Yun Luofeng's body was already soft. She gritted her teeth. Do you need to control time so well? Yun Zhao's gaze was very innocent. I didn't exceed 2 hours. Not a minute less. Yun Luofeng glared at him. Go get my clothes, we'll leave in a bit. Okay. Yun Xiao was finally willing to leave this warm and delicate body, to pick up the clothes he threw on the ground. When they were in bed, he did his best to serve Yun Luofeng. When they got off the bed, he also did his best to help her dress and pack her luggage. He even took the books on the table with him. After all, he didn't know when Yun Luofeng would want these books. Yun Xiao. Before leaving, Yun Luofeng took one last look at this wooden house, his fingers lightly stroking his lower abdomen. I have a feeling, maybe this time, I can really conceive. How do you know? Mother and son are connected. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, why are you sure it's a son and not a daughter? I'm not too sure either. Perhaps it's just my sixth sense. Actually, I don't really care about having children. Although I prefer daughters, sons aren't too bad either. The prerequisite is that they aren't as narcissistic and shameless as Zhang Ji. Otherwise, wouldn't all the women in the world be ruined by him? Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng did not know that her son was not just like Zhang Ji. It was Zhang Ji himself. Of course, the pitiful Zhang Ji had not even started to harm a woman when he was already harmed by a woman. And this was a disaster that would last for a lifetime. I like daughters. Yun Zhao's gaze became even more affectionate. If it was a daughter, she would definitely look like you. Is that so? When our daughter gets married, you'll understand how the old man felt when he married me. Yun Luofeng curled her lips. She was starting to miss Grandpa. If Grandpa saw Bai Ling, he would definitely be very excited. But Yun Luofeng suddenly wanted to tease Yun Xiao. If a man steals our daughter, kill him. Yun Zhao's voice suddenly turned cold and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. This murderous look was naturally not directed at Yun Luofeng, but towards that future son-in-law who was still somewhere unknown. Chapter 2007. Yun Luofeng's eyebrows twitched. Kill? That was indeed Yun Zhao's style. It's getting late. Let's go. Yun Luofeng stretched his back lazily and looked back at the small wooden hut. Then, he walked towards the back of the mountain. As they left the back of the mountain, they didn't notice that after their figures disappeared, the small wooden hut in the back of the mountain suddenly collapsed. Freedom Alliance. In a dark and damp woodshed, Golden Sun Princess Lian Yuexing stood quietly in front of the window. The corners of her clothes fluttered elegantly in the wind. Her upright posture was indescribably arrogant and cold. Even in such a bad situation, she wasn't willing to lower herself. Creak. The door was pushed open. When Lian Yuexing turned her head to look, she saw Lang Xinyue walking in. She said coldly, "What business do you have with me?" Lang Xinyue smiled. Her smile was filled with jealousy and hatred. Golden Sun Princess, do you know why the Alliance leader took a liking to you? Why should I know? Lian Yuexing smiled mockingly. Moreover, the Freedom Alliance doesn't seem to be free. Instead, it's as overbearing as the Four Nations. Why would he have a reason for doing things? Lang Xinyue's hands involuntarily clenched tightly. A cold look flashed across her eyes. You're wrong. The Alliance leader isn't the kind of person you think he is. In his entire life, I was his only woman. You're the second one, and he only loved Yun Yuexing. Who knew that Yun Yuexing wouldn't know what's good for her? She actually treated the Alliance leader like that. Even though she had become the Alliance leader's concubine, she still couldn't win his heart. However, Yun Yuexing, who had won the Alliance leader's heart, was disdainful of him. How could she not be angry? The Alliance leader wanted you to be his woman because you have a purine body. When she heard the words, purine body, Lian Yuexing's originally nonchalant expression suddenly changed. Even her pupils constricted. A purine body can be used by men to nourish young. Do you think the Alliance leader would let someone like you be taken by another man? Lang Xinyue sneered as he walked towards Lian Yuexing. Unfortunately, the Alliance master is dead. He died at the hands of Ghost Emperor Yun Xiao. Lian Yuexing was stunned. The leader of the Freedom Alliance was dead? Then why did Lang Xinyue want to capture him? Since he's dead, why did you bring me here? Lian Yuexing was puzzled and naturally asked. Lang Xinyue's eyes were filled with intense hatred. The Alliance Master is dead, so I naturally have to avenge him. I brought you here so that the men of the Freedom Alliance can have a taste of you. With you around, the Freedom Alliance's strength will rise to another level in a short period of time. This is your role. Lian Yuexing's body stiffened. She took a deep breath and said, I won't let you have your way. It's not up to you. Lang Xinyue fiercely flung his sleeves and swept a cold glance at Lian Yuexing. Men! Bring Princess Golden Sun away and summon all the members of the Freedom Alliance. With that, Lang Xinyue ordered a few people to take Lian Yuexing down, then turned around and walked out of the woodshed. Yun Yueqing. The Alliance leader loved you so much, yet you ruthlessly trampled on his heart and helped an outsider to harm him. Chapter 2008. Then I will definitely avenge the chief. Be it you or the others who helped you, none of you will be able to escape death. The Freedom Alliance wasn't a small tribe, but a huge city. The chief's residence was naturally located in the center of the city, which was also the most luxurious area. At that moment, everyone in the Freedom Alliance received Lang Xinyue's message. They rushed over from all directions and gathered at the plaza in front of the city lord's residence. Miss Lang, why did you look for us in such a hurry this time? An elderly man in the group couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Lang Xinyue looked at the group of people below her, her eyes filled with grief. I came to inform you all of something. The chief is dead. What? The chief was dead? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Some of the elderly men even began to tremble. The former chief had only passed away a few years ago, yet the current chief was also dead? Could it be that the heavens really wanted the Freedom Alliance to perish? Miss Lang, hurry up and tell us what happened. How did the chief die? The elderly man's breathing was a little hurried as he asked anxiously. Lang Xinyue lowered her eyelids slightly. This is all my fault. I didn't protect the chief well. She slowly raised her eyelids. In that instant, her eyes were filled with sorrow. No one could bear to blame this innocent girl anymore. Even the Alliance Master had died, so one could imagine how powerful that person was. Lang Xinyue must have been lucky enough to escape this calamity, so how could they blame her for it? Miss Lang, you don't have to blame yourself. Hurry up and tell us who caused the chief's death so that we can avenge her. Lang Xinyue's eyelashes trembled slightly. Actually, all of you know the person who caused the chief's death. She is Yun Yueqing. Boom! The name Yun Yueqing was like a heavy boulder that smashed into the hearts of this group of people. The elderly men who had followed the former chief for many years cried out in shock. Impossible. How could it be Yun Yueqing? She was the former chief's disciple and the current chief's junior sister. How could she do such a thing? Lang Xinyue's eyes flickered with tears and indignation. I didn't want to tell you about this at first, but the Alliance Master didn't want me to tell you because we are brothers and sisters. But now that the Alliance Master has died in the hands of that bitch, how can I cover up for her because we are from the same sect? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw Lang Xinyue's hateful expression. Could something have happened between the Alliance Master and Yun Yueqing? Do you know why Yun Yueqing hasn't returned to the Alliance all these years? Lang Xinyue clenched her fists tightly. That's because, right before Master passed away, she made a trip back. Furthermore, the Alliance Master discovered something. I still remember that day, not long after Master passed away, Alliance Master found Yun Yueqing rummaging through Master's room. As she searched, she cursed Master as an old fart. At the time, I was by her side and heard clearly what seal she was looking for. Seal? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. After the previous Alliance leader passed away, the seal had disappeared. No one had been able to find it. Could it be that Yun Yueqing had taken it? Chapter 2009. Lang Xinyue's gaze swept over the crowd, and the darkness in her eyes deepened. The Alliance leader has always been very filial to her master. After hearing this, she rushed out to question Yun Yueqing. However, in order to hide this matter, she actually tried to seduce the Alliance leader. Very few people in the alliance knew that the alliance leader was in love with Yun Yuqing. Now that she said this, no one doubted her. As expected, compared to Yun Yuqing, the crowd was more willing to believe Lang Xinyue, who had grown up in the alliance. Only a few elders didn't believe that Yun Yuqing was such an ingrate. When the alliance chief saw this, he became furious and injured Yun Yuqing. However, on account of their relationship as brothers and sisters, he did not deal a heavy blow. However, Yun Yuqing escaped with injuries. He left for a couple of years until the alliance chief received a letter from Yun Yuqing not long ago. Yun Yuqing said that she wanted to reconcile with the alliance leader and realized her own mistakes. The alliance leader also forgave her, so the alliance leader brought a group of people to find Yun Yuqing and planned to bring her back. Who would have thought that Yun Yuqing would join forces with outsiders and kill the alliance leader? Out of so many people that the alliance leader brought, only I escaped. Lang Xinyue couldn't help but cover her face and cry at the end. Her description was very vivid, and no one could hear the problem in her words. Yun Yuqing is really bold. Back then, when she was wandering outside and lost all her memories, it was the old alliance leader who saved her and gave her a superior life and powerful strength. Is this how she repaid the Freedom Alliance? Poor old alliance leader. He always treated her like a daughter. How could she do such an ingrate? This is too much. This is too much. Miss Lang, tell us where Yun Yuqing is right now. We are going to take revenge for the alliance leader. Everyone's emotions were stirred. If Yun Yuqing was in front of them, they would definitely tear him to pieces. Of course, there was still a rational elder in the crowd. He merely frowned and asked, Miss Lang, is what you said true? Yun Yuqing doesn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. Elder Zhen, you may know a person's face but not his heart. How do you know Yun Yuqing's true character? We watched Miss Lang grow up, and she has never lied. In my opinion, it is Yun Yuqing who has wild ambitions and delusions of unifying our Freedom Alliance. That's right, Miss Lang. Immediately tell me where Yun Yuqing is. You don't need to care about our past friendship. This woman is not fit to be a member of our Freedom Alliance. Lang Xinyue's expression did not change when she saw how agitated these people were. She raised her hand, and in that instant, the entire crowd fell silent, waiting for her to speak. Everyone, since the people Yun Yuqing found can defeat the alliance master, will just be throwing our lives away if we go alone. The crowd was silent. Everyone was waiting for Lang Xinyue's next words. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lang Xinyue continued, however, Master once gave me a secret manual. That secret manual recorded how to quickly break through to the Divine Lord realm. If I become a divine monarch, would I still be afraid of those people? Divine monarch, these two words had already touched the chord in everyone's heart, causing their breathing to tighten slightly and their hearts to be filled with nervousness. Chapter 2010. As long as all the godly venerable ones transfer your abilities to me, I'll be able to master them through Master's secret manual. Very soon, I'll reach the level of a Sir God. By then, will there still be anyone in the Wind Cloud continent who can be our match? Lang Xinyue's expression was solemn as she spoke in a clear voice. In reality, this method also had its own repercussions. Even if she could reach the level of a divine lord with the help of these people, she would still have to endure unbearable pain every full moon night. That was also why the Alliance Master had never used this method despite knowing about it. However, for the sake of revenge, she couldn't care less anymore. As long as Yun Yuqing could die, everything would be worth it. The crowd fell silent once again. After all, humans were selfish by nature. How would they be willing to sacrifice their abilities for Lang Xinyue to break through? I know you have your own considerations, but you have to think about it. My master was kind to all of you in the past. The current Alliance Master, who is my senior brother, has also been kind to all of you. Don't you want to avenge him? Don't worry. All of you have sacrificed everything for me and the Alliance. I, Lang Xinyue, will not mistreat all of you. In the future, no matter what you encounter, the Alliance will be the first to stand up for you. No matter the battle, you won't have to do anything. Furthermore, I can give you all a lifetime without worrying about food or clothing. When the time comes, the Alliance will become the true ruler of the Wind Cloud continent. You won't have to be afraid anymore. The crowd's hearts trembled. Yes, if the Freedom Alliance became the ruler of the Wind Cloud continent, who in the world could do anything to them? Miss Lang, I hope you can fulfill your promise. The Freedom Alliance will never abandon us. If you agree, we will contribute our abilities. Alright, Lang Xinhua can swear to the heavens that as long as you are willing to contribute your abilities, I won't abandon you as long as you don't do anything to harm me in the future. Lang Xinhua's eyes were cold. Provided that they did not do anything to betray her. Otherwise, she would not forgive them either. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lang Xinhua swear to the heavens. They slowly walked toward her. Wait. Just as the few ultimate gods walked up to Lang Xinhua suddenly raised his hand to stop them. I have something else to announce. What is it? When someone asked this question, Lang Xinhua raised his hand and ordered the two guards to bring Lian Yuexing over. He then threw her to the ground and retreated to the side. Lian Yuexing's mouth was gagged and she couldn't say a word. Her cold eyes were filled with anger as she stared coldly at Lang Xinhua. Lang Xinhua did not even glance at her. She sneered and said, "This woman is also in cahoots with Yun Yueqing. When I was fleeing, he captured her." Not many people in the Freedom Alliance had seen Princess Jin Yang before, so they did not recognize her. Even if they recognized her, so what? Even if the other party was the Golden Sun Princess, as long as she said that this woman was related to Yun Yueqing, these people would definitely believe her. Someone who conspires with Yun Yueqing? Then we can't let this woman live either. Miss Lang, I mind killing this woman. Make Yun Yueqing regret this. Those people were about to rush forward and tear Lian Yuexing to shreds, but at this critical moment, Lang Xinhua stopped them once again. Chapter 2011. Do you think killing this woman will make Yun Yueqing regret it? You're wrong. Yun Yueqing has always been a ruthless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cruel to the Alliance Master. There's another reason why I caught this woman. She has a purine body. Purine body. Everyone's breathing quickened. Some of them looked at Lian Yuexing with sparkling eyes. Therefore, when the time comes, this woman will benefit our brothers in the Freedom Alliance. With her around, I believe that the Freedom Alliance's strength will increase very quickly. Lang Xinhua pushed Lian Yuexing forward and slightly raised his chin with a cold smile on his face. Lian Yuexing trembled with anger as she felt the undisguised stares. Her cold eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger as she glared at the people in front of her. Throw her into the herb cave. She'll be able to harvest Yin to replenish Yang in half a month. It was not enough for a pure Yin body to harvest Yin to replenish Yang. She needed to train with medicinal herbs. However, anyone who saw the place known as the medicine cave would be so frightened that they would tremble. Lang Xinhua. The cloth in Lian Yuexing's mouth had loosened at some point. She spat it out and spat it out. Immediately, she raised her clear and cold eyes and looked coldly at the expressionless Lang Xinhua. I, Lian Yuexing, will never let you have your way even if I have to die. Lang Xinhua smiled disdainfully. You want to die in my Freedom Alliance? Once you enter the herb cave, you'll be in a state where you can neither live nor die. You won't even have the strength to move, let alone die. Men, hurry up and take her away. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame Lian Yuexing for having a purine body. Seeing such a body, not to mention men, even she, a woman, could not help but be tempted. After seeing Lian Yuexing being taken away, Lang Xinhua looked at the others and said, "Let's begin." Compared to the Jinyang Nation's ultimate gods, the Freedom Alliance obviously had more ultimate gods. However, when the former Alliance Master was still alive, he only sought stability and was unwilling to start a war. That was why the Fengyun continent was so peaceful. Of course, the Alliance Master had used a secret technique to enhance those ultimate gods. The others in the Freedom Alliance did not know about it. Therefore, there were only 10 ultimate gods in the entire Freedom Alliance. However, those ultimate god's powers were enough for her to break through to the divine emperor realm, not far away from the Alliance City. Qi Ling has been waiting here with a group of experts. After a while, he saw Qi Su and the others from the Purple Moon Kingdom and Tian Qi Kingdom. As for Golden Sun Country, having joined the Freedom Alliance, they naturally didn't have the face to appear in front of the other countries. Second Prince. Qi Su spotted Qi Ling at first glance and slowly walked towards him. Qi Ling nodded at him. "You're here?" "That's right," Qi Su smiled faintly. "I've already informed Miss Yun, she'll rush over here directly." Qi Ling was very polite to Qi Su. After all, Qi Su was Yun Luofeng's man, and the reason why he had his current status was also because of Yun Luofeng. More importantly, he had admired Qi Su before this. However, in the face of the Purple Moon Kingdom's General Lin, he didn't have such a good temper. He just glanced at him coldly and said, "You're late." Chapter 2012. Lin was stunned. He wanted to say that Qi Su was also late. "Why did you say that to me?" But, thinking of Qi Ling's current status, he didn't dare to say a word. "They're here." Suddenly, Qi Su seemed to feel something and raised his head. At that moment, a handsome man and a beautiful woman above the void came into his eyes. The couple stood hand in hand, beautiful like a painting that could topple a country, like a celestial couple. "My mother didn't come?" Yun Luofeng descended from the sky, looked at the people present and asked. "Master is already here. She said that she will go to the Alliance City alone first. Let me come here to meet you." Mother went to the Alliance City alone? Yun Luofeng's eyes sank. "Qi Su, Qi Ling, get ready to set off immediately. We are going to the Alliance City now." In the Purple Moon Kingdom's team, in addition to General Lin, there is also a girl in red. This girl is heroic and elegant, and her appearance is somewhat similar to Lin's. Presumably, she is his daughter. From the moment Yun Xiao appeared, the girl's eyes have not left him. Of course, in the Purple Moon Kingdom, Yun Xiao wore a mask to the world. Now beside Yun Luofeng, he did not wear a mask, so Lin and his daughter did not recognize that he is the Ghost Emperor. Now, when the girl in red saw Yun Luofeng giving orders, she suddenly shouted with some dissatisfaction, "The leader is the second prince of Qi Ling. He is also one of the people who unified our 4 countries. He did not speak. What right do you have to order us?" Yun Luofeng's cold eyes slowly passed the girl's face, did not even say a word, and walked in the direction of the Alliance City. "Idiot." Qi Su walked in front of the girl in red and couldn't help but spit out these 2 words contemptuously, then quickly followed behind Yun Luofeng and disappeared. The girl's face turned from green to white, full of anger. She did not have time to vent the dissatisfaction in her heart. General Lin, who was beside her, grabbed her. "Yen, didn't you see that when that woman gave orders, the second prince of Tianqi Kingdom did not say a word? Presumably, the identity of this woman is not simple. You'd better not provoke her." Yen bit her red lips as her eyes stared longingly at Yun Xiao's figure. Lin naturally noticed her gaze and was stunned. Suddenly, he frowned. "Why do I feel that this man's figure is very familiar?" "Father, do you know him?" "I don't know him. It's just that I feel that his back is a little similar to the Ghost Emperor's. I don't know if it's just my imagination." "Ghost Emperor?" Yen laughed. Who in the Purple Moon Kingdom doesn't know that this Ghost Emperor is ugly? Otherwise, the princess wouldn't have fled in order to resist the marriage. How could such an ugly Ghost Emperor be such a handsome man? You must have recognized the wrong person. Hearing this, a dazed look flashed across Lin's eyes. Perhaps he had really made a mistake. Was there really someone in the world who could imagine such a figure? Even his temperament was different from the rest. In front of them, Yun Xiao's hand was wrapped around Yun Luofeng's waist. His handsome face was filled with frost. "That woman kept staring at me." Yun Luofeng was stunned by his words and subconsciously looked at him. "And then?" "So." Yun Xiao's face was serious. "If she is still alive after this war, can I dig out her eyes?" Yun Luofeng has long been accustomed to Yun Xiao's blood from time to time, so he was already used to it. The group of people behind her staggered and almost fell to the ground. Big brother, can you not say such cruel words with such a serious expression? Moreover, she just glanced at you and you want to dig out her eyes? Chapter 2013. At that moment, everyone's eyes landed on the two people in front of them. Their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Yun Luofeng walked in the direction of the Alliance City as if she hadn't heard what Yun Xiao had said. She was filled with murderous intent when she thought about how her mother had been treated in the Alliance City. At that moment, in the Alliance City, Bai Ling was dressed in a snow-white dress as she walked into the city slowly. She raised her head slightly and looked at the Alliance City that she had lived in for more than 10 years. She looked a little dazed. At that moment, a group of people sensed Bai Ling's approach. They immediately descended from the sky and placed countless swords on her neck. Yin Yuqing, how dare you come back? The Freedom Alliance saved you, but you killed the Alliance leader. We must avenge him. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes and glanced at everyone coldly. She opened her thin lips and said slowly, I'm here for Lang Xinyue. Get her out here right now. Among the group of people, one of them replied to Bai Ling with a sneer, Miss Lang is right. You're the one who caused the death of the Alliance leader and many experts in the Alliance. Now, you still want to kill the only survivor, Miss Lang? Bai Ling, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Bai Ling couldn't be bothered to talk to these people. In a flash, she passed through the layers of sword gleams and flew into the sky with a swoosh. Lang Xinyue, get your ass out here right now. Her voice was bone-chilling in the sky and it echoed in the air. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed not far ahead and struck down fiercely at a house. Bai Ling squinted her eyes slightly, and her breathing quickened. Sir God. Someone was actually breaking through to Sir God at this time. Could it be? Bai Ling quickly charged toward the place where the lightning struck when she thought of that possibility. The heavenly lightning was extremely ferocious. Layer after layer of lightning continuously fell. Under the heavenly lightning, the house was smashed into ruins. The woman who was sitting cross-legged in the house also came into Bai Ling's sight. The lightning dissipated. Lang Xinyue's eyes widened. She felt the power in her body. Then, she looked at Bai Ling, who was standing nearby, and her lips curled into a mocking smile. Yin Yuqing, it seems like you also never imagined that such a day would come. She slowly stood up from the ground, her chin raised high, her face full of arrogance. Around her, a group of elders were also sitting cross-legged. At this moment, their faces were pale from exhaustion and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. When they saw Bai Ling, the uninvited guest, their eyes were filled with anger. Yin Yuqing, how dare you come back? Previously, you were disrespectful to the old Alliance Master. Before the old Alliance Master's corpse was even cold, you dared to covet the seal. Later, because the Alliance Master discovered your secret, you killed them. How can a woman like you be so vicious? Even an ingrate wouldn't go as far as you. Fortunately, Miss Lang has already broken through to become a divine monarch. It's impossible for you to harm our Freedom Alliance's people anymore. Bai Ling looked at Lang Xinyue. After hearing the words of these old men, how could she not know that Lang Xinyue was actually making up stories about her behind her back? So this is how Lang Xinyue and Lei explained it to you. At the end of the day, Bai Ling still had a lot of feelings for the Freedom Alliance. She didn't want these people to be used by Lang Xinyue. Chapter 2014. Thus, she ignored the murderous gazes and continued, but do you really think that Master's seal can be found so easily? Apart from Master, who else knows where his seal is? Everyone was stunned. Previously, they had been blinded by anger and hadn't considered this issue at all. Even though a few of them felt that something was wrong, most of them suppressed it. Yin Yuqing, don't twist words. What evidence do you have to prove that Master gave you the seal? Lang Xinyue's aura suddenly rose. Even the air around her became extremely stifling. First, I didn't say that I had the seal. Why are you so sure that it is in my hands? Bai Ling looked at Lang Xinyue coldly and asked expressionlessly. Of course it was you who stole it back then. Now that the Alliance leader is dead and I have broken through to the Divine Monarch realm, I should be the Alliance leader of the Freedom Alliance. Why don't you hand over the things you stole? They belong to me. Lang Xinyue gritted her teeth in hatred. They were both disciples of Master. Why did Master give the seal to a woman like Yin Yueqing? What right did Yin Yueqing have to be treated differently by Master? Bai Ling couldn't be bothered with Lang Xinyue. She turned to look at the other elders. Don't you know what I have done in the Freedom Alliance for the past decade? How Master treats me and how I treat Master. Can't you see it too? Now, just because of a few words from Lang Xinyue, you have decided that I am guilty. How can I not be disappointed in the Freedom Alliance? The elders were speechless for a moment, and they all remained silent. Bai Ling smiled coldly. Moreover, the people of the 4 nations are also at the gates. Do you really think that a fake divine lord like Lang Xinyue can defend against the 4 nations? No, you are wrong. She will only drag the Freedom Alliance into the deep sea hell. I still have some feelings for the Freedom Alliance. I thought that if you were willing to help me take down Lang Xinyue, I would let the Freedom Alliance go. Unfortunately, I came too late. You actually passed on your abilities to her. As the old Alliance leader's most beloved disciple, how could Bai Ling not know about the forbidden skills that the old Alliance leader possessed? Now, when he saw the heavenly lightning that was so weak that it seemed to have no power at all, he knew that Lang Xinyue was a fake. Yes. Bai Ling saw that the elders did not speak and continued, Master's seal is indeed in my hands. However, this was indeed something that Master secretly gave me before he died. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you right now. Lang Xinyue furrowed her brows, but she wasn't too worried. Yin Yueqing wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble anyway. Bai Ling didn't pay any attention to Lang Xinyue. She took out a seal from her bosom and infused her spiritual energy into it. At the same time, a message was transmitted from the seal. I, Shen Luo, as the leader of the Freedom Alliance, pass on the position of leader to my disciple, Yin Yueqing. From now on, the Freedom Alliance will listen to her commands. Protect him. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of some elderly people in the crowd were already brimming with tears. Tears could not help but flow down their aged faces. It's the old Alliance Master's voice, it's the old Alliance Master. Chapter 2015. Lang Xinyue's face turned green on the spot. She never thought that there would be something else hidden in the seal. It was her master's will. In reality, Bai Ling had discovered this by chance some time ago. Otherwise, she would have used this seal to return to the Freedom Alliance long ago. Unfortunately, she had discovered it too late. That was why Lang Xinyue and Lei had been acting like tyrants in the Freedom Alliance for so many days. Elders, could it be that you really believe Bai Ling's words? Perhaps this is just a fake that she made. I've never heard of a will being stored in a seal. Lang Xinyue gritted her teeth as she spoke. Her gaze towards Bai Ling was filled with murderous intent. A few people in the group heard Lang Xinyue's words and their elderly faces immediately changed. In the end, they said in a conflicted tone, I remember that when the old Alliance leader made this seal, he told us that a will was stored in the seal. That's why I believe that this will is real. Previously, because the seal was lost, we couldn't obtain this will. However, we never thought that, they never thought that the tables would turn so quickly. Lang Xinyue's eyes darkened and a cold light burst forth from them. Her eyes were cold and stern as she said, everyone, this will alone doesn't prove anything. Perhaps Master was forced by her? Could it be that you'd rather believe this woman than the Alliance leader or me? She raised her hand and pointed at Bai Ling. Lang Xinyue didn't just want Bai Ling's death. She wanted to ruin her reputation even more. Only then would she be able to wash away her shame. At that moment, all the elders froze. Their faces were filled with astonishment and anger as they stared at Lang Xinyue in unison. Lang Xinyue did not understand what she had said wrong for these old men to look at her in such a manner. Miss Lang, did you say that the old Alliance leader was forced? Then let me ask you, did you know the old Alliance leader? Was he someone who could be easily coerced? You also said that you and the Alliance leader had seen Yun Yuqing searching for the old Alliance leader's seal. Since she was able to coerce the old Alliance leader into leaving a will in the seal, why would she need to rummage through the place? Furthermore, if she knew about the existence of this will, she wouldn't have stayed outside for so many years. Perhaps she would have returned to the Alliance a long time ago. Therefore, I conclude that Yun Yuqing must have found out about this will not too long ago. All the elders' expressions were filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, how could they not understand that everyone had been deceived by this woman, Lang Xinyue? Lang Xinyue's expression changed a few times, but she quickly regained her composure. A cold smile hung on her lips as she looked at the elders mockingly. That's right, I was the one who made this up. So what? Don't you think it's too late? Haha. Suddenly, Lang Xinyue began to laugh wildly. Under her arrogant laughter, the sky changed color, and a cold wind suddenly blew. Yes. Even if they knew the truth now, it was already too late. The current Lang Xinyue had become the strongest person in the Windy Continent, and no one could match him. Lang Xinyue, you're despicable. An elderly man pointed at Lang Xinyue angrily. How dare you use us? Lang Xinyue stopped laughing and laughed icily. Then you can only blame yourselves for being too stupid. A few words from me were enough to make you believe me so easily. Besides, there's one thing I haven't lied about. My Alliance leader's senior brother O Lei was indeed killed by Bai Ling's men. Chapter 2016. The reason I want your power is to avenge him. Lang Xinyue's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she slowly walked toward Bai Ling. Yun Yuqing, what's wrong with the Alliance master? Why did you hurt him so much? In my opinion, you've climbed up the Alliance master's social ladder, but you're so rude. With every step she took, an oppressive aura arose. The woman lifted her chin slightly, showing off her arrogance and indifference. However, Bai Ling's expression did not change under such a strong oppressive aura. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the breeze. Lang Xinyue was very jealous in her heart. From the moment Whitey arrived at the Freedom Alliance, her original position in the Freedom Alliance was in danger. The young geniuses that originally surrounded her now surrounded Whitey. It was also that day that she secretly swore that one day, she would surpass that woman. Now, she finally achieved her goal. Thinking about how she could trample Bai Ling under her feet, the corners of her lips curled up even more. Her slightly raised eyes were filled with disdain. Stop. Seeing Lang Xinyue walk in front of Bai Ling, the elders who were still grieving finally moved. They angrily charged towards her. A ruthless glint flashed in Lang Xinyue's eyes. She regained her senses and punched out. The body of the old man closest to her was instantly blasted open with a bloody hole. The surrounding people were also affected and swept away. Previously, these old men were all ultimate god experts with high statuses. However, now, they were just ordinary people. How could they withstand Lang Xinyue's attack? A single breath from Lang Xinyue would probably be enough to crush them into pieces. Elder Shi. Bai Ling's eyes suddenly changed. Her white dress streaked across the sky and instantly appeared in front of the old man who fell to the ground. Elder Shi, how are you? When Elder Shi heard this, he raised his eyes with difficulty. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, he used all his strength to roar, "Quick, run!" After saying that, he gradually closed his eyes. His palm also slipped from Bai Ling's hand to the ground, losing all signs of life. Those old men, due to their ignorance, believed Bai Ling's words. However, now, he lost his life because of her. No matter how wrong they were, at that moment, Bai Ling could not hate them. There was only grief and helplessness in her heart. Even though the other elders were also injured, they were much better off than Elder Shi. At least they didn't lose their lives, right? Lang Xinyue, to think that we trusted you so much. We even transferred our strength to you for the sake of avenging the Alliance Master. But now I know how stupid I was. Not only did I harm Yuqing, but I also harmed the entire Freedom Alliance. A white-haired old man stood up with some difficulty. His expression was resolute. Today, I will make up for the mistakes we have made. Yu Qin, hurry up and leave the Freedom Alliance. Go as far as you can. It was our Freedom Alliance that harmed you. Now it's time for us to atone for our sins. Bai Ling slowly placed Elder Shi's body on the ground. She gradually stood up, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind and her white robes were whiter than snow. She stared coldly at Lang Xinyu as killing intent radiated from her body. The reason I came here today is to seek revenge on Lang Xinyu. How can I leave so easily? Yu Qin. The white-haired old man's expression changed. He looked anxious too. Bai Ling did not seem to see it and continued to walk towards Lang Xinyu. Chapter 2017. Today, I will settle the score with you for killing Elder Shi as well. Lang Xinyu looked Bai Ling up and down, and the corners of her lips curled into a disdainful smile. It seems like your poison hasn't been completely removed. That day, you were just lying to me. Moreover, even if you've removed the poison, you're still no match for me. Indeed, I'm no match for you right now, but I dare to fight with my life. You dare to fight with someone like me who doesn't even care about your life? Bai Ling's expression was filled with killing intent. With a wave of her hand, a long sword appeared in her hand. Yun Luofeng was about to arrive. She had to get rid of Lang Xinyu before Yun Luofeng arrived. It was better than letting her daughter face such danger. Even if she lost her life because of it, she would not hesitate. Hee, Lang Xinyu chuckled. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. Outside the Alliance City. The armies of the three countries were already at the city gates. Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng walked at the very front. One of them was dressed in clothes as white as snow, while the other was dressed in black like an eagle. When they stood together, they were a perfect match. Kill them. As Yun Luofeng's words fell, the armies of the three countries broke through the city gates and charged into the city. The people of the Freedom Alliance did not know what had happened on Lang Xinyu and Yun Yueqing's side, so they naturally obeyed Lang Xinyue's orders and attacked the group of uninvited guests. Outside the city gates, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Yun Luofeng stood among the mountain of corpses as if he stood at the peak of the continent. His aura was powerful, and his expression did not change. No matter how strong the Alliance City's army was, they could not withstand the attacks of the three countries. They were instantly defeated, and in a short while, they were utterly defeated by the armies of the three countries and quickly dispersed. Ignore them, let's continue. Yun Luofeng frowned. Perhaps because he thought of Bai Ling charging into the city, his footsteps involuntarily quickened. Alliance Palace. In the depths of the residence, Lang Xinyue's palm landed on Bai Ling's chest, causing her to retreat a few steps. She felt a fishy taste in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her figure flashed as she once again charged toward Lang Xinyue. This battle was destined to have no suspense. Bai Ling's poison was not completely clear, and with the disparity in their levels, she was not Lang Xinyue's match. Hence, under Lang Xinyue's attack, her body suffered serious damage. But, soon, the group of old men below discovered a special characteristic. That was, Bai Ling did not deliberately avoid Lang Xinyue's attack. Instead, she focused all of her power on attacking. But this was a completely reckless fighting style. He would rather lose 1,000 men than injure the enemy 800. For a moment, all the elders blamed themselves endlessly. If they hadn't trusted Lang Xinyue, how could such a thing have happened? If Bai Ling died, they would be too ashamed to face the old alliance master in the afterlife. Yun Yueqing, you're not my match. Lang Xinyue flipped his palm and a sharp sword pierced through the sky. A sharp light radiated out from the void, bringing with it a cold temperature. If this sword landed, even if Bai Ling did not die, she would be severely injured. However, she still did not intend to avoid this attack. At the same time, her long sword floated into the sky and ruthlessly slashed at Lang Xinyue. If Lang Xinyue planned to continue attacking, she would also be injured. Even though she had already broken through to the Divine Lord level, she had not stabilized her cultivation. If this sword landed, she would still be injured. Chapter 2018. If other experts arrived at that time, she would be forced into a passive state. So, Lang Xingyue quickly withdrew her attack and turned to face the long sword in the sky. Boom! A loud sound came from the void and light waves spread across the sky, causing the air to tremble. Bai Ling's body was affected by this force and she quickly retreated. Yun Yuqing, you're crazy. Lang Xingyue was furious. She glared fiercely at Bai Ling. Bai Ling laughed coldly. I've said it before. I don't care about my life. That's why I can disregard my own life and fight you to the death. But you treasure your life so much. No, I should say that you're even afraid of getting injured. How are you going to fight me then? Lang Xinyue's eyes darkened. She wasn't afraid of getting injured. She was afraid of the cold-blooded man who had killed the Alliance Master. If she was at her peak, she might be able to fight him. If she was injured, she might not be able to defeat him. That was why she didn't dare to let herself get injured. Only then would she have the confidence to defeat that man when he arrived. Lang Xinyue, you've always been a coward. You can only bully the weak, but you're afraid of unreasonable people. Bai Ling's words undoubtedly struck Lang Xinyue's heart. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yun Yuqing, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. What? You're worried and you won't allow me to say it? Bai Ling had already walked up to Lang Xinyue. When I first came to the Alliance, I was much weaker than you. However, I was able to surpass you in such a short period of time. This proves that you'll never be able to match up to me in this lifetime. Lang Xinyue was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Flames of anger surged out of her, but she still retained a trace of rationality. She sneered and said, Yun Yuqing, don't even think about provoking me. I won't fall for your trick. She could tell that Bai Ling was trying to provoke her so that she would risk her life to fight her. If that happened, even if she killed this woman, how good would it be for her? Bai Ling's eyes turned cold. This woman had actually become smarter. She had indeed wanted to provoke her earlier, but unexpectedly, Lang Xinyue did not fall for it. I know that the man who killed the Alliance Master last time is also here. You want to anger me so that I will be injured while fighting you. At that time, that man will be able to easily kill me, right? Lang Xinyue believed herself to be very smart, and nothing could escape her eyes. Looks like that man is still very afraid of me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden himself and let you come out to fight with me. Right now, all of you only dare to challenge me because you see that I have just broken through to Divine Lord and my cultivation is not stable enough. In a few more days, even if all of you join forces, you will definitely not be a match for me. She did not know where Lang Xinyue got her confidence from, to think that Yun Xiao was hiding because she was afraid of her. But from the bottom of her heart, she believed that if there was no one secretly following her, Bai Ling would not have come alone to provoke her. So, I'll let you off today. There's still a long way to go, and there'll come a day when we're done. After saying that, Lang Xinyue turned around and leapt into the void. With a flash, he quickly rushed towards a nearby location. Unfortunately, Lang Xinyue had only taken a few steps when she was blocked by two people. It was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were so beautiful that they looked like an immortal couple from a painting. However, Lang Xinyue could easily sense the pressure coming from these two people. Chapter 2019. Feng Xiao why are you two here? Bai Ling was shocked. She did not expect Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao to arrive so quickly. Mother, this time, I've come to avenge you. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Lang Xinyue, where do you want to go now? Are you going to let go of the grievances between you and my mother? Lang Xinyue's eyes darkened, and he laughed mockingly. What? After hiding in the dark for so long, you dare to come out? You keep calling her Yun Yu stomach cleanser, but I don't think you care much about your mother. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used her as bait and used her life to hurt me. Yun Luofeng frowned. He didn't understand what Lang Xinyue was talking about, but he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on her. Yun Shao, I want to take revenge for my mother myself. Just watch from the side. Yun Shao glanced at Yun Luofeng and lightly nodded. All right. Seeing Yun Luofeng's confident expression, Lang Xinyue laughed out loud once again. Little girl, I admit that you're quite talented, but if you think you can defeat a divine lord like me, aren't you being too delusional? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. If you were a true divine lord, perhaps I would need to expend some effort to deal with you. It's a pity that this Sir God of yours is merely a fake. Her voice rang out slowly in the quiet void, causing Lang Xinyue's expression to change drastically once again. Seeing Lang Xinyue's expression, Yun Luofeng crossed his arms over his chest and slightly raised his chin. With a faint smile, he said, to deal with a fake divine sovereign like you, there's naturally no need for my husband to do anything. I'm afraid you'll dirty her hands. In reality, Yun Luofeng only wanted to personally teach Lang Xinyue a lesson, which was why he didn't let Yun Shao make a move. After all, Lang Xinyue had caused Bai Ling to suffer so much, so how could she possibly let her off? How arrogant! Lang Xinyue snorted coldly and leapt forward. A powerful force accompanied her attack as it pressed towards Yun Luofeng. At this moment, a strong gust of wind rose. Under this strong wind, Yun Luofeng's hair danced in the wind, and his white robe gave off an otherworldly feeling. Boom! Just as Lang Xinyue's sword landed on Yun Luofeng's body was suddenly enveloped by a tough dragon-scale armor. With a clang, Lang Xinyue's palm trembled. Her arm felt numb, and a terrifying light appeared in her eyes. This dragon-scale armor was a treasure. Yun Luofeng naturally noticed her gaze. His lips curled up slightly. You want my dragon-scale armor? Giving you such a treasure is a complete waste. In other words, only a Sir God like her was worthy of wearing the dragon-scale armor. It's not impossible if you want it. Use your own abilities to get it. Yun Luofeng glanced at her with an evil smile. After all, there were many people who fancied my dragon-scale armor in the beginning, but those people are all dead. As the last sentence fell, the murderous aura on Yun Luofeng's body became even more intense. Even the surrounding temperature became gloomy. It was so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe. That's because they're too stupid, and I am different from those people. Lang Xinyue said coldly. Today, I will defeat you and make you pay for your arrogance. However, just as Lang Xinyue charged towards Yun Luofeng, she suddenly staggered and fell headfirst in front of Yun Luofeng with a thud. Chapter 2020. Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. No one knew what had happened. Wasn't this Lang Xinyue very aggressive just now? Why did he suddenly give Yun Luofeng such a big bow? Lang Xinyue was also stunned. She crawled up in shame, but after taking a few steps, her calf went numb and she fell to the ground once more. The person you let down is my mother. You don't need to bow to me. If you want to apologize, you should look for her, Yun Luofeng said with a faint smile. Lang Xinyue was about to explode. Who said she bowed because she felt guilty? It was clearly because you're courting death. She gritted her teeth and angrily fell down again. But just like the previous 2 times, she couldn't touch Yun Luofeng and fell again. Her entire head hit the ground, and she was in so much pain that she saw stars. Who was it? Who ambushed me from behind? Lang Xinyue roared angrily. After roaring, she was completely stunned. She was already at the Divine Lord realm. Could it be that the person who ambushed her was stronger than her? Yun Luofeng turned his gaze to Yun Shao. The smile in his eyes made Yun Shao feel a little guilty. I didn't dirty my hands. Yun Shao really thought that Yun Luofeng didn't let him do anything because he was afraid of dirtying his hands. Seeing Yun Luofeng smile and not say a word, Yun Shao felt even more guilty. Also, I didn't do anything. Then what did you do just now? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Yun Shao. Their eyes were filled with shock. The person who unknowingly ambushed Lang Xinyue was actually him? Facing Yun Luofeng's question, Yun Shao very sincerely replied, I used my feet. That's right, he used his feet. He just used his feet to kick a stone on the ground and hit Lang Xinyue's numbing acupoint. From start to finish, he didn't do anything at all. You ambushed me? When Lang Xinyue saw that the person who ambushed her was Yun Shao, she was so angry that she lost her mind. She didn't forget that the person who killed the alliance leader was also this man. Thus, she rushed towards Yun Luofeng in a daze, the sword in her hand flashing with a cold light. Yun Zhao's brows furrowed lightly as his aura surged out, causing the entire heaven and earth to become dark. Scram! Boom! With this shout, a powerful wave of light seemed to gather in front of him. This wave of light fiercely slammed into Lang Xinyue's chest, and her body was instantly sent flying. In the void, the man stood with his hands behind his back. His black clothes were cold and his pitch-black eyes were filled with killing intent. If Yun Luofeng hadn't said that he would personally teach her a lesson to avenge his mother-in-law, then he would have already killed her. Lang Xinyue fell to the ground, blood gushing out endlessly. Her eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. You are a divine lord? No. Impossible. I remember you were only an ultimate god when you were in Nemesis Forest half a month ago. How did he become a divine lord after half a month? Bai Ling also looked at Yun Shao curiously. I also want to know, how did you make a breakthrough in the past half a month? This was supposed to be a simple and ordinary sentence, but it made Yun Shao blush magically. How could he tell his mother-in-law that the reason he was able to become a divine lord was also because of the results of dual cultivation for half a month? Chapter 2021. Yes. In this half a month, Yun Shao, who was on the verge of breaking through, had also become a divine lord. Moreover, he was different from Lang Xinyue's fake divine lord. His divine lord was the real deal. His strength was not something Lang Xinyue could compare to. Mother, Yun Shao obtained a fortuitous encounter earlier, so he broke through. Seeing Yun Zhao's embarrassment, Yun Luofeng stepped forward to help him out. Bai Ling was still puzzled. Since he obtained a fortuitous encounter, then why was Yun Shao blushing? Cough cough. Lang Xinyue lay on the ground and coughed. A bit of power leaked out of her mouth. Feeling this bit of power, Yun Luofeng's expression turned serious and he said, Yun Shao, expel the power he swallowed. Lang Xinyue, who was still thinking about how to escape, suddenly heard these words. She was so frightened that her expression changed greatly. She raised her head in shock, only to see that the black-clothed grim man was already right in front of her. With a boom, an incomparably powerful force heavily struck her chest. Pfft! Lang Xinyue spat out another mouthful of blood. The power he swallowed was also continuously extracted out of his mouth. As this power leaked out, Lang Xinyue felt the spirit energy in her body gradually decrease. This feeling caused her to turn pale with fright, and her face was filled with terror, but Yun Shao never had tender feelings for the fairer sex. His attacks became even more ferocious, and Lang Xinyue could not endure it at all. The power in her mouth formed a ball and was continuously extracted. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded through the world. It was unknown when the little bug had appeared in front of Yun Luofeng, but it quickly swam towards Lang Xinyue. It opened its mouth and swallowed the overflowing power from Lang Xinyue. The moment the power was swallowed, the little worm's body rapidly expanded. From a little worm, it became a huge dragon. Dark clouds filled the sky. Heavenly lightning crashed down and fiercely struck the little worm's body. The little worm's body trembled in pain. The Freedom Alliance's elders were all scared silly. This power was considered a foreign object. Forcefully increasing it would definitely affect it. This was also why when Lang Xinyue broke through, the sound of the heavenly lightning was so soft. That was because the heavenly lightning understood that Lang Xinyue was completely useless. But now, the heavenly lightning was too powerful, as if it wanted to ruthlessly strike this dragon to death. Azure wings. Yun Luofeng lightly shouted. Yin Yi's muscular body suddenly stood in front of the little worm. He opened his arms and welcomed the thunderbolt that came crashing down. Boom! Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning fell fiercely, shaping Yin Yi's body even more perfectly. His silhouette also became clearer. His face, which could not be found in a crowd, was particularly dazzling, and his temperament was incomparably powerful. After a while, the lightning disappeared. Yin Yi descended and slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng. And so, Yun Luofeng heard Yin Yi speak for the first time in his life. Master. His pronunciation was not very accurate, and his voice was a little stiff. He sounded like a beginner, confused and ignorant. Surprise flashed in Yun Luofeng's eyes. Yin Yi, you can talk. Azure Wing was a puppet that only knew how to obey orders. It could not think or speak. But now, Azure Wing could actually speak without a soul. Chapter 2022. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng thought of the records in Zhu Qian book. A real puppet was no different from a human being. No one would recognize its identity if it was placed in a crowd. However, even Zhu Qian could not perfect this method. Now, he happened to discover it. Lightning. Yun Luofeng's expression was a little enlightened. It was the heavenly thunder that completed the azure wings and gave him human emotions. Yin Yi, you've worked hard. Go and rest first. Yun Luofeng did not see the shocked expressions of the others as he calmly instructed. All right. Yin Yi's voice was very hoarse. As he had just gained consciousness, his expression was a little confused. However, the others sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the azure wings. Divine Lord. It was actually another Divine Lord. Moreover, this Divine Lord called Yun Luofeng Master. Oh, that's right. The giant dragon that swallowed Lang Xinyue's power had also broken through to Divine Lord. Who else in the Fengyun continent could be Yun Luofeng's opponent? Yi Yen, the daughter of the Purple Moon Kingdom's General Yi Lin, was already trembling in fear after seeing the strength of Yun Luofeng's side. Initially, she had wanted to spy on Yun Shao, but now, she did not even dare to have that thought. Who asked this woman to be so terrifying? A dragon that was a divine lord and a puppet that was also a divine lord. Wasn't she courting death by stealing her man? Fortunately, her father kept stopping her. Otherwise, she would have died without a corpse. After the power was released, Lang Xinyue's strength returned to ultimate god level. She coughed up another mouthful of blood and glared at Bai Ling with resentment. She wanted to say something to Yun Luofeng, but she no longer had the strength to speak. So, she finally closed her eyes slowly and lost all signs of life. After Lang Xinyue's death, the people from the three kingdoms surrounded the entire Freedom Alliance. The group of elders' hearts tightened as their voices trembled. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly. If it was a misunderstanding, would you have passed your powers to Lang Xinyue? The elders' expressions changed. They knew that they were in the wrong. Facing Yun Luofeng's questioning, they couldn't say a word. Bai Ling sighed, forget it. Seeing that they wanted to save me at the very last moment, I'll spare them. Also, send people to properly bury Elder Shi. No matter how many mistakes they made before, they were all deceived by Lang Xinyue. Yu Qing. The group of elders sighed in relief. Now that Lang Xinyue is dead, are you willing to inherit the Freedom Alliance and become its leader? Bai Ling glanced at the group of elders and slowly said, the Freedom Alliance no longer needs a leader. Yu Qing. Everyone's expression changed. Bai Ling was the Freedom Alliance's only hope. How could they give it up so easily? Yu Qing, you're the only one left in our Freedom Alliance. Do you want us old bones to continue taking charge? Plus, we've already lost our powers. The Freedom Alliance might not be willing to listen to us. Bai Ling shook her head. Master established the Freedom Alliance so that the strong in the world wouldn't be oppressed by the four kingdoms. Now that the four kingdoms belong to my daughter, we must change the rules and regulations. Therefore, there's no need for the Freedom Alliance to exist anymore. Chapter 2023. But, no buts. Bai Ling turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Feng, I will dissolve the Freedom Alliance. This mainland doesn't need the Freedom Alliance anymore. She wasn't willing to become the leader of the Freedom Alliance. Right now, she just wanted to be by her daughter's side. That was enough. All right, I will order the 4 nations to not force any powerful cultivators to join the nations. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment. But I have something more important to do right now. Then, she turned to look at the people of the Freedom Alliance. Where is the Golden Sun Country's princess? Golden Sun Country's princess? The group was confused. We've never seen her. Never seen her? Yun Luofeng frowned. Lang Xinyue took her away, so he would definitely place her in the Freedom Alliance. Why haven't you seen her? Or are you still not willing to tell the truth? Her voice was full of menace. Yun Xiao also glanced over coldly, his murderous intent obvious. Wait. One of them seemed to have recalled something and said, Lang Xinyue did bring a woman back, but he didn't say who she was. Is she the Golden Sun Princess you mentioned? Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed. Where is she? She. The person was a bit guilty. Golden Sun Princess said she has a pure Yin body and can help men increase their cultivation. So, she was thrown into the herb cave. It's been so many days. She must have been nurtured. I'm afraid the geniuses of the Freedom Alliance. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Yun Luofeng released his aura and said coldly, lead the way. Yes. The person broke out in a cold sweat. He was praying that Golden Sun Princess was still unharmed. Otherwise, the entire Freedom Alliance would be finished. Even Yu Qing wouldn't protect them. Inside the medicine cave, the woman's body was tightly curled up into a ball. She could feel the densely packed insects drilling into her body, causing her to tremble in pain. However, she still bit her lips and didn't make a sound. At this moment, the door to the herb cave was opened. A young man walked in and scooped up Lian Yuesheng, who was almost unable to move. It's about time. It's time for us brothers to enjoy ourselves. Haha. The young man laughed impudently. Long before this, Lang Xinyue had made them wait here for Lian Yuesheng. Therefore, they did not know what had happened earlier. During this period of time, Lian Yuesheng had been suffering both mental and physical torture. What was placed in the medicine cave was not medicinal herbs, but some poisonous insects that had been fed with medicine since she was young. These poisonous insects would drill into her body from time to time, leaving behind their venom to perfect her pure Yin body. But, Lian Yuesheng looked down and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly and her heart was filled with coldness. The young man dragged Lian Yuesheng out of the herb cavern. Soon, he dragged her to a back mountain. There were countless young men waiting for her in the courtyard. Some of them even smiled at her lewdly. We are really lucky this time. Not only is this woman beautiful, she also has a pure Yin body. With her help, my strength will break through even faster.